Hello and good morning and welcome to the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. This is day 2 for 2026. My name is Callum Brannigan and I'm joined alongside by Sandra Horn. A very good morning to you. Welcome to Phillip Island.
Good morning, and the weather has turned it on for us again for another beautiful day of racing.
Yesterday was a beautiful day of racing, both with regard to weather and the on-track activities. We've got close to 360 significant racing cars from not only just around Australia but around the world. A few international stars, a few local stars as well. And it's also a big thanks to our corporate partners in Penrite Oil, Shunners Insurance, Cool Drive and the Bass Coast Shire. But Sandra, day one yesterday was full of activity, wasn't it? It was just an incredible day. So much going on. It's really hard to summarise in a very short little moment, isn't it?
It was an amazing day, and some of the action we've seen on the live feed. Not too many spills out there. It's been good. Lots of pole positions, lots of happy races.
Absolutely. So we do it all again today. As we said, we've got 2 races for each of the categories competing here this weekend, and we're going to launch straight into the regularity session coming up first thing this morning, followed by Group S. But of course, the VHRR doing an incredible job to organise such an immense event. You can see behind us, there was an absolute sea of people all the way up and down the pit paddock. We've got activations, we've got beautiful JPS BMWs, we've got Brabham BT1 over there. It's one of the most historically significant cars here this weekend, but so much activity. So if you are watching from home and you're thinking you might want to drive down the Bass Coast and head down to Phillip Island, you can get tickets at the gate. They are $40, and I think it is children under 17 are free.
I think so, and I've seen lots and lots of cars coming down here this morning, so I think a lot of people are driving down for the show and shine to come and have a look at some racing. So
we've got plenty of action coming your way. We're going to do our utmost best to cover all of the angles throughout the Phillip Island precinct here this weekend as part of the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. So without further ado, we're going to throw to our commentators. Up in the commentary box, we have Darren Smith and Phil Memory.
Thanks very much, Callum and Sandra. A lovely day here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and certainly encourage everyone that's made their way here already to get in touch with 1 or 2 friends and family. You make the choice and let them know that it's a beautiful day. Come and join us here. We'll be going right through until 5 o'clock. I can guarantee you that. That's the hard cut-off, Phil, 5 o'clock, so we're going to race right up to that.
Absolutely. We are going to have action all day. And,
there it is. There it
How
is.
much action?
Regularity will be the first category out on track. They're scheduled for a 9:10 start. So a few moments away. Group S sports cars for their second race for the weekend. Of course, the morning session is all the second races. Groups P, Q and R. Group J, K and L Formula V. The historic touring cars over 2 litre. Formula Ford. Formula 5000, nice start for them. 11:15. Everyone gets to clear the track and warm up for the dozen or so big bangers that we've got here this weekend. The historic touring cars under 2 litre, those guys are after my heart, that's for sure. Heritage touring cars, which if you know one like that, that's pretty much all of your Group A, Group C era. Group M&O, the big banger sports cars and open wheelers, and 5 litre touring cars, which is what the touring car world at the upper echelon in Australian motorsport has become. Some of the early of the supercars, as we know them, or as they were first marketed to the community, was 5 litre or V8 supercars, now just supercars. And then we do the program all over again. Really looking forward to seeing how the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic plays out. Callum touched on it. We've got some great corporate partners. The Bass Coast Council. We had Mayor Rochelle Hasted down here yesterday enjoying the event. Great to see that there. There's some luminaries from Penrite headed up by the matriarch there, Margaret Diamond, who joined us here at the track. It was great to have Margaret at the track watching on the racing, hopefully back here today. And Phil, as you and I from our luxury in our ivory tower here at the top of the control tower, we can see Tasmania from here. What we can see is fans streaming into the racetrack.
We can. There's a huge crowd yesterday, and it looks like it's going to be as big, if not bigger, today. I'm sure it's going to be bigger because all of those people out there listening to us at the moment, they're going to jump in their car and come.
Well, I reckon if you came here yesterday, you would have enjoyed one of the better weather days that the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit sees, and it's this beautiful autumnal weather, isn't it? Cool in the morning, and getting warmer during the day. It's not going to get above 23 degrees, I think, today. In fact, 21 degrees here today. So absolutely perfect. You got to put the sunscreen on. You got to wear a hat. That is for sure. But certainly get yourself trackside. If you are, as I said, you're already here. We've all got a two-way walkie-talkie in our pocket these days, and we can talk to many, many people via many different platforms. Get on your platforms. Get on the social medias. Let everyone know you're here. Tag them in, and make sure they come and enjoy the trackside niceties. If you left Melbourne now, you would probably get here just in time for the historic touring cars over 2 litres. So
there we go.
The Camaros, the Mustangs, all of those massive touring cars of the past will be on track as you arrive at the gate.
But the other thing, Darren, if you can't make it this year, pencil it in that you've just got to be here next year. This is an event you cannot afford to miss.
Well,
it's
don't wait until next year. Come and join us at the Winton Festival of Speed. The Victorian Historic Racing Register promote the event up there, 23rd through to the 26th of July at Winton Motor Raceway. A new event there, the Fitzy Cup by Peter Fitzgerald, who sadly we lost during the year. Have put on a full Porsche event in the name of Peter Fitzgerald. So a new inclusion at that event. It's going to be an absolute ripper. And if you can't wait even less than that, next weekend at Calder is round 2 of the Trophy Tour of Victoria. So plenty of motorsport going on, club-based motorsport right across the calendar year. But I tell you what, this is the pick of the weekends, isn't it? 100%. I know you enjoyed the Grand Prix last weekend, Phil.
I had a ball at the Grand Prix BT19, the god of motorsport, in my opinion. The car that from 1966 that Sir Jack Brabham won the World Championship in was on display, and I just had a bit of a happy moment beside that car, Darren.
As you would, and it was a vehicle that has been inducted into the Hall of Fame. So in itself is a pretty special moment, isn't it? That
absolutely
that was in there, and of course the Brabham family are important to the VHRR, being the patron for many years. The
patron for many years, and we had David and Sam at Winton, so that was at the Grand Prix. I'm getting my tracks mixed up. That was a bit of a mix-up, wasn't it?
Yeah. So this is the field we're seeing preparing down there in the marshalling area. A big mix of cars getting ready down there. The Porsche 356s, a couple of them. The 911 Carrera Turbo. AC Shelby Cobra of Tony Welsh, MGs, Porsche 944s, Dodge Special, Lenham Le Mans GT from 1968. So this is a run what you brung kind of category. We're not racing for checkered flags or anything like that, although the session will be ended with a checkered flag, as is tradition.
Yeah.
It's a race against the clock, essentially, and your ability to hit a time that you've nominated.
And the only clocks allowed are in the timing booth. You're not allowed to have a clock in the car. You have to nominate the time, and then in your head, you have to try and dial in that time and drive to that time. It's an incredible feat.
It's a case of one cat and dog, two cat and dog all the way around, and change gears and drive and watch out for traffic.
And turn left and right.
Exactly.
And dodge the odd vehicle and keep your eye out for the other flags, which might be yellow flags or what I would call an oil flag or loose surface flag.
Deteriorating surface flag.
Deteriorating
the yellow
surface
and red
flag.
stripe.
Yep.
Absolutely. Tell you what, we're getting some nice vision into the commentary booth here of some of the car clubs and the club cars that are just being parked up around the track. A very, very important part of all of the VHRR events is the car clubs that come and do their show and shine. They put on a display of all their magnificent vehicles. Of course, the Shannon's rig is parked up near the Expo Centre, and something that they've brought in today is a shuttle bus which will be parked up near the Shannon's rig, brings you through the tunnel and into the middle of the circuit to have a look around, and that's to give some people that can't, the accessibility, that can't climb up the stairs and the Melbourne Australia Bridge. So that is still the best access. Everyone has got a ticket who gets in the gate. That same ticket gets you into the pit and paddock area. We're welcoming everyone to come and have a look at the the stars, the drivers and the cars of all of our competitors out there, and come and join the inner sanctum of historic motorsport at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit today. So please don't just spend your time out in the outfield. I'm saying if you don't want to, that's fine, but you can come and join us in the infield and get nice and up close and personal and have a look at a nice black Mustang of Peter Mullerman's, or the BT1 or the MRD. I'm not sure. I get a bit confused with that particular car.
Well, it started off as an MRD, retrospectively called the BT1, but if you're a fitness fanatic, you can actually walk all the way around this track too. I spoke to two people yesterday who came up and saw me in the commentary booth at the end of the day. Willem and Sue Towett, they actually walked all the way around the track.
It's a good walk. Well, the racing surface is 4.45 kilometres. Let me tell you, the walk doesn't follow the racing surface. It probably covers just a little bit more than that.
100%. So we're seeing these cars out on track now, and look at the variety of vehicles. So a Formula Ford, a Ford Cobra, and a Porsche, a Clubman, Hyundai XL, a Datsun 1600, and on it goes. We've just got.
Is the Hyundai XL the modern version of the Datsun 1600 to motoring people? Is that,
well,
are we just seeing
could be.
40-year generation gap there? Is that what's happened? Interesting enough, being led around there is Tom Reed in the number 77 Reynard FF84. Tom will be up here in the commentary booth calling the Formula Ford races with us later on today. So he's out and about bright and early this morning, and he's got some time to recover. He didn't score well, and that is how we do regularity, Phil. You're allocated a number of points, and the idea is to hang on to them, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And I'm just looking at that beautiful little cheetah that's coming around the single-seater there of John Ellery at the moment. A very famous car. Well worth going and having a look at that in the pits. Been returned to its original condition. It's had a handful of owners over the years, and there was a number of changes made to it, not all of them good. And John Ellery has brought that car back to its original stance, and is out there running around in the regularity. He's not trying to race, he's just out there to have fun. And when he returns to the pits, he said he's got a smile on his face.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, John, significant family presence. His son Luke tested in the USA in IndyCar undercard there many years ago, and Luke was a Australian Formula Ford and Formula 3 protagonist for a long time, and now Ellery Motorsport, based out of Warragul in Victoria. As we see there, it is the Cheetah, one of the cars built by the brilliant Brian Sheed out of Mordialloc in Melbourne, and well, the family tree lives on because Mike Walden, his nephew, has now been for near on 30 years the manufacturer of the Spectrum Formula Ford, still built in Braeside in Melbourne. Big shout out to all the racing developments and those behind the Spectrum. I saw Paul Zinni here today. He's a significant owner of Spectrum Formula Fords and a Cheetah that is coming along into his world. So that era of Formula 2 Australian specials, there was a lot of them. We're going to be joined by Rowan Carrick during one of the PQ&R sports
Yeah, that'll
today.
be cool.
Rowan, the CRD, the Carrick Racing Developments family, and they're represented by three generations that have driven the Carrick 083, which was one of the cars, and that was supposed to be getting raced here this weekend. We won't talk to Rowan too much about that. He's very disappointed about that, but I was lucky enough to have him on as a guest on the Grassroots Racing podcast leading into this weekend, and he was very vibrant and energetic about promoting this weekend and the significance of this sort of event and getting people out there. And when you look at the regularity, we've got over 40 cars out here doing these laps. So just watching at the moment, they're still being paced by the safety car, the racer industry safety car. So hopefully that pulls off and they get to go and do their thing.
But the Cheetah of John Ellery's also, that's spoke to John yesterday about would he be prepared to take that to a high school not too far away from where he is at Warragul, and an instant yes. Most happy to take that to that high school and show the kids there that are interested in motorsport and explain some of the intricacies around that car. So really, really good that those sort of things happen. I see why we've had the extra pace lap there. One of the cars, unfortunately, has expired and is now being removed by the tow vehicle, the recovery vehicle, doing a great job. All of the volunteers here, huge thank you to each and every one of them, from those people in the control tower to those that are out on the flag points, the recovery vehicles, the safety car drivers. All of those people absolutely put in a huge effort. All of the effort that goes in prior to the meeting and just in getting things organised, who's coming, who's entering, how are we going to do this, how are we going to do that. It's a massive amount of work. VHRR have done an amazing job of getting that all underway and sorted out.
Interestingly enough, I've just brought up some records from last year's this event here, the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic and the Regularity 2, and that's what we've got on track at the moment, is Regularity 2. And year on year, there's a lot of returning drivers coming in to do the Regularity. So it's a happy place to go and do some laps if you're new.
Yep.
You want to feel out the racetrack, as I mentioned. Tom Reed, who's just gone charging down into turn number 2 in his Formula Ford, the Reynard. And he's starting to make his way in the motorsport world. And then there's others that have found a happy home doing regularities on a regular basis.
Yeah, breakfast brand races, as I sometimes refer to them.
Yeah.
And look, there's guys out there that have raced hard in the past, and it's sort of their retirement. They go out and they get to travel.
Interesting, we're looking at number 54, which is Daniel Bradson. He's currently just inside, or he's 15th. Daniel was 3rd in Regularity 2 last year, so there's a returning one. That's that two-door Datsun 1600 or 510, I think the aficionados like to refer to that as.
Yeah, some of them get upset if you refer to it as Datsun 1600, but that's all right.
It's a broad stroke, isn't it, on a market?
I'm happy to upset them and call it a Datsun 1600.
Yeah, I'm sure the marketing material read that way.
So, just watching, there's a beautiful little Formula Ford getting around. The back end of this event is that, well, you can go out there with a limited speed licence. You don't need a circuit racing licence to do it. So, limited speed licence, you don't have to go through all of the hoopla of driver
OLTs, observed licence testing.
All of those sorts of things. Yeah. It's a bit of a cheaper licence to get. You get to go out there and enjoy the car, but better than that, you start to be able to work out how you can be consistent. And if there's one thing that you're going to be, if there's one thing that you need to be when you're actually racing, it's also you need to be consistent. It's all very well to have one flying lap, but if you're at the back of the field and you have a flying lap and you end up still at the back of the field, not much good.
Lindsay Hick in the MGTC special from 1947 there. That's the flat-backed car. There's 2 red older cars there at the moment. So the MGTC special, with that's the 154. And then Andrew Church in the MGTC, both 1948. But as they did different coach work, I think it was called.
Pretty much.
The day, probably hand beaten aluminium to keep it light and racy. So we see the aero effect on the 44, and then the back of the TC.
Yeah, one's got
would
the
normally have maybe a
nicely
sticky seat or a spare wheel mounted there.
Quite probably, and one of them with the nice rounded tail, and the other one certainly flattened off, square tail. But, no mudguards either, so they've been removed for racing.
Yep.
And that's the other thing out there. We've got some quite old cars and some fairly modern ones by comparative standards.
Well, the MGTC was what was cast into the celebratory Jubilee coin that was celebrated the Grand Prix here, which wasn't on this track. It was on the 11-kilometre track that went right round the island. And you can actually see the tourist drive around the island. There's corners like Gentle Annie and things like that for the original racetrack here at Phillip Island. It wasn't always just this 4.45 kilometre ribbon of amazing bitumen. It ran on a dirt, mud, bitumen, concrete, all different surfaces, and it was a
pretty much Australian roads.
Yeah, with an MGTC that Arthur Waite, in fact, was the victor of that original Grand Prix around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
I just saw there on screen before the beautiful Alpine Renault A110 of John Elliott getting around. A beautiful little car. John's been running it.
I like your French too. You've been to the Grand Prix in the last week. You're showing off with your French.
Yeah, that's about as far as it goes, I can tell you. Lotus Elan, lovely little car. Lots of trouble, usually serious, as the coin that we use for Lotus.
I was lucky enough to work on the original Sport 190 Elise, so a different era to what the one we're looking at there, the Elan, just off the back of this shot. But the acronym still stands to this day.
It does.
But when they're working, absolutely brilliant. No different to the Lotus Formula One team under Colin Chapman. It was engineered to make it to the finish and no further.
Yeah, exactly. If a Lotus Formula One car broke down after the finish line, he figured he'd engineered it pretty right.
Perfectly, yeah. There was nothing there that didn't have to be
That's
there.
right.
Another two-door Datsun, Triple S fastback, coupe, and it looks fantastic as well. Car number 810 of Mick Rayner, listed as a Datsun 200B, but it does have a Triple S on the side and on the grill of it, so I'll take that. And the special coming around of Andrew Stutchbury, the MGB. In fact, that's not correct. That is not correct, is it? Just having a look at that.
I'm just going to get the glasses cleaner out for you there, Darren. And
it does say 63 on the side.
It does. So a little bit of confusion there. One of the old side-whacker Ford V8, I suspect, specials. Here we go with the the Alpine Renault. Don't get that round the wrong way.
I'm here for you. I'm here for you, Phil.
There's the Porsche car. The push car.
The Porsche Flakbau, and originally raced to Australian GT or Australian Sports Car and GT series with Chris Hones, and great to see this car continue on in its trackway. Jack Little at the wheel, the Porsche RSR Flakbau, which refers to the design on the front, sometimes called a slant nose. You obviously don't have the bulging arches, which we know of a 911. It was more of a wedge shape, and for some people in the Porsche world don't like it. Others, like myself, really like it, because it's probably some of the early memories I have of sports car racing in Australia, and typically at the hands of Chris Hones, who was immense in it. An era where the 935 in the hands of the likes of Alan Jones and Rusty French were immense, and the Little family now getting a hold of it. And this is Jack, his dad's racing later on in his Lola Le Mans car as well.
Now look at this on screen, the Sunbeam. What a machine. Not a lot of those around.
Agent 86 at the wheel.
Yep, that's right.
I bet you this guy gets sick of hearing that. Richard Cardew. There's a red car in Get Smart, wasn't it?
I think so. It was black and white in my day.
Yeah, well, black and white, yes. A tinge of grey.
Yeah.
It's a magnificent looking car, weren't they?
They were, yep. And, absolute icon. Not a lot of them around, but instantly recognisable with those big fin style down the side to the tail lights. Beautiful little machine. I'm not too sure what time he has nominated, but it's all about nominating a time. What have we got there?
Currently sitting 6th on the score sheet.
And nominated time 43. I think it's a 2:13 by the look of it.
Yep.
So, yeah, he's doing quite well, not losing too many points. But, of course, the other trick with Formula the group out on track, the Regularity, is that we don't really know who's lost the least amount of points until it's all over.
Correct.
Really, it's just a bit of a trick. So that's why we just sort of banter on and chat about it, because there's nobody really winning at this point.
So there's third Regularity event. So it's an accumulation of 3 sessions on track, 15 minutes in length of each. The final one comes to an end this afternoon about 1:35, and within a 45-minute period after that is when the results are posted for the Regularity. So hopefully someone will hand us those results and review them and remind everyone who did very well. You see the 34 climbing out of the hill, labouring up the hill. And that's the MGNA 1934, Peter Cundy.
Okay, so very early MG, as we see the checkered flag out for the conclusion of the Regularity.
John Ellery's done well in this one. He's found himself in the position 4. Jeff
at
Boyd,
this point,
also in there as well. Jeff in the 356 Porsche, so the very early iteration of a 911 shape.
Yeah, so John has done quite well, not losing too many points. That'd be interesting to see what the wash-up is post the event, to see just where he has finished up.
So cars continuing around. Get a good look at this MGTC again. Car number 154 of Lindsay Hick, 47 TC Special. And a lot of differences with these cars. People were quite fond of supercharging them.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of these who were supercharged back in the day.
And generally it wasn't too hard to see them because they were hanging out the front of the grille, weren't they?
Yeah, that's right. And drum brakes, if you don't mind. And some of them, maybe not this particular car, but some of those cars, early cars, were supercharged and right activated drum brakes.
I wonder if, whether it's the Holden Specials or the MG Specials or the Dodge Specials or the Plymouth Specials, which one's got the most amount of specials? Certainly Holden Specials were obviously being that they were manufacturing the engines anyway, were manufactured locally right from the beginning.
Yeah.
They were around a lot.
Well, actually, not from the beginning. The very first old grey motors were Canadian block. And they were a desired block because they had a greater wall thickness in the board, so you could overbore them a bit more. So that was, if you could get a Canadian block, that was the go.
Just a reminder that there is no results for the Regularity as of yet. As I said, the last Regularity finishes at around about 1:35 today, and then within about, I think it's 45 minutes of the end of that, the results are posted. So we can just enjoy watching these cars return. There's Tom Reed in the 77 Reynard, so he's driven a Quincy last year. A Quest, not a Quincy, a Quest, which is a one-off, and now driving the Reynard. As those cars disappear, we've got some ride cars heading out on track, and this is something that everyone at the track can enjoy today. If you want to do a hot lap scenic tour around the track, come over into the centre of the circuit, head into the paddock area, and you'll see the MG Car Club have got numerous white marquees just inside the paddock area set up. And in there is the Mailbag Foundation. So those cars going around for the ride that we're just seeing leaving the pits now, raising money for the Mailbag Foundation. They're raising money to buy biopsy equipment for prostate cancer. It's only $50 a ride over there. We'll be back in a couple of moments. We've got Group S on track.
Some people, they just don't get it. They don't get the thrill of spotting a one-of-a-kind. They don't get the joy of a Sunday drive. But at Shannon's, we get it, because we get what matters to car people. That's why we offer Choice of Repairer, because we get it's important who works on your vehicle. Driven by passion, backed by experience. Chat to Shannon's, Australia's original insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 or jump online. Shannon's, share the passion.
Should be here soon.
on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
We're wandering around in pit lane and we've spotted a very unique car here, Robbie from Donington's. Tell us, we've got this Messerschmitt here. Have you had a lot of interest in it?
Yeah, it's a kooky little car. We brought this, it's coming up in auction in a couple of weeks' time, and we brought this, we thought it would draw a lot of attention, and it certainly has. It's such a quirky little car.
It literally is like an aeroplane without wings, and that's the history of. But a little bit of a side point, my dad actually had one, and they are, literally an aeroplane without wings, and they have this open top and fits 2 people in them. What else do we know about it?
Well, this actually came from a deceased estate, and the husband passed away 20 years ago, and he had 2 of them that the wife put into storage. So we had a phone call, and there were 2 of them that were discovered in a storage facility in Sunshine, and it was we went out there and unveiled them, and it was like a barn find. It was really amazing. Yeah.
There you go. They are very interesting to drive. Like I said, very unusual shaped steering wheel. If you have a look at them, like I said, very aircraft inspired. They are known as affectionately known as a bubble car. So if you ever see one of these, like I said, a Messerschmitt, they make BMW Isettas that are known as these as well. And like I said, they are the most fun to drive. When I drove one, the laughter from people when I drove my dad's one and he brought it home. You know, if you want a car that's going to get attention, this is your car, and you'll be the lowest, slowest thing on the road, but so much fun. So they can check this out online, Robbie?
Indeed, it's on a Donington website, and there's actually a second one, so there's 2 of them there, and they're both called Romeo and Juliet, as it says there, so they're a lovely couple. So,
well, thanks for chatting to us, Robbie. Good luck.
Thanks. Bye.
Very, very great category out on track now. Classic sports cars, Group S, making their way around on track. Very much an era-driven sports car type of field, and you can tell that by the silhouettes that are making their way around on track. 52 cars making their way out on track. Let's get a look through the grid right now. Graham Golson will be starting off the front row of the grid, right alongside Joseph De Bertoli. That's how they started yesterday. That's how they finished yesterday. So we're looking forward to seeing if that can be mixed up at all at the front of this particular field. So we go to Joe Collegia. He is in the Corvette. And then Doug Barber in car number 911. That very, very nicely presented dark grey car with the Martini Tiger stripe over the middle. Damien Meyer and Simon Meyer. Now these 2 are absolute giant slayers in their little MG midgets. Cars number 13 and number 12. They take up the 3rd row of the grid. Then it's Nicky Pillate in the number 27. James Calvert-Jones in number 40 will come out of position number 8. And the Nicky Pillate car is the 911 Porsche, which did very well yesterday. Andrew Whiteside, then Tom Walstab in the Porsche 928 car number 3. Hugh Harrison, Hung Du, John Harrison, Warren Hotz, Ross Jackson in the yellow Pantera Di Tomaso, Sam Narkwitz, and it's John Del Colo, Brian Weston, Colin Wilson-Brown, Braden Taylor, Chris Ralph down there in car number 58. Chris, very much an aficionado in the MGB. Then we go to Will Robinson, James Ashby, Kent Brown, Chris Blandon, Paul Hogan, David Bajent, Ryan Koenig, Tim Linus in one of the 928s there as well. And we've got car number 33, Stop the Triumph TR6, who was a little bit further down the grid out of position 50. So we're only up to grid position 30. Harry Britton, John Geest, Matt McElwraith, Dale Ashbury, David Goodwin, Fergus Brain, Andrew Gibson out of 37, John Floyd, Tammy Hotz, Robert Roundtree, Patrick Townsend, Ryan Bailey out to position number 43, Naeem Ailov, Phil Powell, Greg Brunster, Peter Segletti, Scott Farquharson, Darren Meehan, Ursula Wiedemüller, Steve Brankiston, who is in the 33 we saw pulled up there, Alex Webster and Ray Narkowitz. Now, this is very interesting. Rear of field and two of the fastest cars in the field. Really looking forward to seeing how Ray and Alex push their way through. Alex is in the white 911 Porsche with the blue stripe, and Ray Narkowitz, just trying to see if Ray's made his way out there in car number 65. Can't quite pick him up. So Ray is in the Chevy Corvette. There's Alex in the number 7, but doesn't look like the Corvette's joined us. So keep an eye out for this one if you're around the track. Porsche number 7, one of the faster cars in this category, and taking up the rear of grid, watching for the all-important green flag. Emma Dean has joined me. Em, you've been down covering off some stories in the paddock, but the Group S cars, huge field, ready to go.
Yeah, and while we're on the rear of Alex Webster's number 7 there, I've got it on good authority that he's got 3 or 4 cameras hooked up in that car, which will be interesting coming from rear of grid, but knowing Alex's style, can't wait to see that in-car footage after the race.
Yeah, well, he's got a bit of work to do, hasn't he, to carve his way through the field. He'll have a crack at it too. Just looking at Tim Linus there as well in the 928. But right on the front row of the grid, it'll be Germany and the USA, and on the second row as well. At the moment, the Germans charge away from the grid, and what a ripping start there from Graham Goldstein. Joseph even rolling to get down on the line there, but from the second row, Doug Barber did a terrific job as well, streaming through. There's the 2 MG midgets, and look at that, Pantera. It has absolutely torn up the start of this one. So let's see how far and how deep he can progress into this field.
Ross might have to fall in line here just a little bit. They got the jump on him there, but it's a 1 of 1 this weekend. It's the only Di Tommaso at the track.
It is, and always presents it very nicely after this big repair job that the car has been through after not a great weekend at this event last year, but Ross has got it going again as well. The interesting thing for Ross is he's got the Meyer boys. They're charging through there as well. There is the Tom Wallstep car, and he's cracked it out sideways in the Porsche. Careful there, Tom. You don't want to burn up the rear tyres on your 928 this early.
That's a cold V8 there going a bit squirrely,
have a look at this. Have a look at Alex Webster. He is carving them up. He's got about 15 cars already.
Get us that footage, Alex.
Cutting and weaving his way through the field there. And that is Alex. That's how he likes to do it. But it's going to be tough. Water will find its level. He'll find his way through the field. There's Tim Lyons. He's come through here. So a fellow Porsche competitor
gets
through on them.
You cannot hold a redhead back, can you, Darren?
He is right into it, up across the top of the hill. Alex Webster doing very, very nicely indeed. And certainly we're getting good vision. The cameras around the track. Certainly warned them that this will be a big charge from the rear of grid.
He's got the lights on in case you didn't know he was coming up behind him. Wow.
Looks like a couple of candles behind some lenses, though, doesn't it, with some of the older cars?
Hey, no moths on them.
Not quite like Phil Chester's V8. But certainly Alex is absolutely charging. And he's made his way, where is he? Pick it up. He'll have made his way into the top 20 when he gets to the line. They all come streaming across the line.
Chewing through it.
He's got a couple of little alphas there in this, as he came across the line in position 22.
Definitely hunting season.
This is good vision too, getting good shot right throughout the field there, coming up on the little alpha of Colin Wilson-Brown, the 1750 GTB. Accelerates out of the corner. Just a gap on there as well. This is a different white Porsche, and that's very nicely as well with William Robinson at the wheel.
Honestly, Darren, we're pretty spoilt for visuals here. It's a feast for the eyes. Every single shot that we're getting, we've got MGs, Porsches, Di Tommaso, Alphas. And look at Alex, he's just ploughing through it like everyone's sitting still.
I think they've all realised that one of the faster cars in Group S is coming from the rear of the field, and he is doing very, very nicely indeed. And I got to say, it's testament to everyone out there on track that he's been able to carve his way through well and truly inside the top 20 now.
That's definitely something that we should note, Darren, that these guys, there are 52 or 51 cars out on track there at the moment. They were given a stern talking to in the driver's briefing yesterday, I believe, but they are doing so well to keep this so clean and competitive.
And he leaves the number 11 coming out of MG that time around. So you know he's serious. He's wanting to get out after these guys out in front. So it is a Corvette leading the way. And Joe Collegia is having a look down the inside of our pole sitter of Graham Gulson. And the Porsche just hangs on to that as well. But there's Joe Collegia in the red Corvette there. The Apex Steels Group S event here this weekend for Bass Coast. This is the replay. The Porsche around the outside. Wow. Just found Joe Collegia there, and the Corvette, nicely done there by Joe. He opened up the wheel. There's no point coming together when we've got a number of laps left in this race. So a big thanks to Bass Coast Shire for providing all the replays on our coverage here this weekend, and particularly in the Apex Steels Group S race. There's the number 27 car, the Pirelli car, and driven very, very well yesterday into the 10th, finished 7th. Yesterday progressed from 11th, so that was a good run for the 27. We're just seeing these two charging up the hill here. This is Doug Barber, and Doug started out at P4 and currently holding on to P4 in this one.
Arguably one of the most sought-after race numbers in the country, I'd say, Darren. 911. That beautiful martini livery on Dougie's 911 is just cutting a fine figure.
And I'm going to segue to the car behind, car number 27. Every time I see a car number 27, I think how brave you are. That's the number that both Casey Stoner and Alan Jones won their world championships with, and probably a more significant number you wouldn't find in Australian motorsport. And then you put it on the side of your car. Great expectations when you have that.
Yeah, it's like a number 5, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, correct. Testament to the success of this category. People using numbers like 289, and that's John Harrison in the Lotus 7 Series 4. 1975, that's running as a Group SC 0 to 2 litre spec right there, coming up the inside now on the midget. We go back into this battle. This is 4th and 5th on the road.
Yeah, I'm loving seeing this little battle between the two Porsches. Equally...
Is that Hung Du parked up in the
is it?
240Z? I think it is.
Well, can we get it in shot? No.
So, here we go at the front. This is Gulson and Bartolo, and this is what happens around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit when these big high horsepower cars, and I'm referring to that car there, the Corvette of Joseph Di Bartolo, they start to use up the tyre and the brake. The poise of a 911 starts to come now.
We're now getting a masterclass in behaviour. We are, because that's restraint.
So these two coming up onto Lukey Heights. Big understeer in the Corvette. That's getting very lively. Onto the grass, onto the gravel. Gathers it all back up. And Joe Collegia goes through in the other Corvette there. And a big puff of smoke out the side and a flame out of the Corvette of Joseph Di Bartolo. So he's relinquished position 2 on the road. And what that does is that releases Graham Gulson in his Porsche. Here's the pass. The Porsche looking to the inside. Ever massive brakes on a Porsche, even on the older 911s, just outbrakes the number 2 their Corvette. Big thanks to Bass Coast Shire.
I hate to say it, Darren, and I know I'm really biased, and everyone knows I'm biased, but you can't outbrake a Porsche. You just can't.
Last lap board comes out to our race leader, and that is Gulson. He's got a very handy lead over Joe Collegia right now. And Joe's driving very, very well indeed. But I tell you what, a 147.85 by our race-leading Porsche. That's a rapid lap. The guys we're looking at on screen now, Barber and Pirelli, their best time, a 151 and a 150.9. So around about that 0.2 of a second between each other, the 911 and the 27 we're watching now. This
has got to be some kind of record, I'm sure, because Alex Webster has come back from 51st on grid to 10th.
166 at the top of Lukey Heights there as well, or the entry to Lukey Heights. That's David Goodwin in the MGB. Continues on, but this battle is certainly grabbed our imagination. The Magenta number 27. And this magnificent blue as we go from that replay. Here's our race leader, the number 63, starting to come up on some lap traffic. 6.9 second lead now to Joe Collegia. Under brakes, deals with a couple of Ferraris, a couple of Mondials there that are just getting out of the way. And thoroughbred Porsche racer strings around the outside, sticking off some boxes, goes through on one of the midgets there as well. And that's Naeem Aleph. Sorry, that's Austin Healy Sprite, not a midget. Don't get that wrong. Someone come after me if I get that wrong. The Austin Healy Sprite. And there is the check flag, and race number 2 for the weekend for Graham Golson, setting himself up there for a perfect weekend.
Absolutely, Darren. What a perfect drive. Can drive, can steer. Helps is in a Porsche.
And Joe Collegia storms home as well. He actually made up half a second on that last lap. So
Brilliant
Joe coming very, very well at the end of that 5-lap journey. Joseph Bartolo, then we have Barber, Pele. Simon Mayer beat home brother Damien Meyer in the SV1, both the MG midgets. Then it's Jones, Alex Webster from
1st to 9th.
That's a good charge, and as Evan said, he's got three in-car cameras on that one. It'll be good to watch back some of that footage. Then it's Webster, and here's a replay. Oh, that was the 61 Datsun 2000.
Oh, well done, guys.
And
Oh.
spinning around there and just gathering it all up.
No.
Pretty much like a Motorcana there, actually, in that car.
No need for Jim mowing after this.
Wow, that was hold your breath. Hugh Harrison and ultimately home in 12 pods. Narkwitz, so there was the other one coming from the back of the grid. In fact, I get confused because there are two of them, but definitely getting through. There it is.
Yeah, we had Graham Goulston in first, Joe Collegia second, followed by Joseph D. Bartolo, Dougie Barber in fourth in that beautiful 911 numbered car, Mickey Pele, Simon Meyer, followed by Damien Meyer, that's going to be battled out later, James Calvert-Jones, Alexander Webster in ninth, that's 41 places, Andrew Whiteside in 10th.
Well, let's go down and have a quick chat with one of the competitors. I believe we caught up with Ross Jackson.
And I'm here with Ross Jackson in Group S. Now, Ross, we've got this gorgeous Di Tommaso Pantera that you are so blessed to race around here. You had a little bit of an off last time you were at Phillip Island. The car needed a lot of TLC. Can you tell us a little bit about that and what it's like to be back here today?
Oh, yes, look, it's fantastic to be back. I've been racing this car for 23 years, and the first time I really blotted my copybook seriously was here last year when I broke all my own rules and put it nose first into the pit wall because I forgot that you can't have three cars abreast going into the final turn. So anyway, I'm here with a much lighter wallet, but a beautifully rebuilt car, and it is a great feeling to come back and to get back into the groove of what I think is still my favourite car from when I was a kid, and I feel like it's Christmas every time I jump in it. And getting back in that groove with this car at one of the best tracks in the world is how much fun can you have?
Hey, it's like Christmas commentating on this because honestly, out there with the Porsches, mucking around with the Corvettes and the MGs and the Alphas, this is one of one. It's the only Di Tommaso that we've got at the track this weekend, so it's a real treat. And it's in the yellow. What was the yellow called?
Fly yellow.
Fly yellow, of course it was.
That's the original colour.
Stunning, stunning, stunning car. We were just having a chat out the back of the garage about what a special weekend this is this weekend. So you've done a number of the classics, but this seems to be bigger.
Oh, the vibe here this weekend, and I've been coming here for well over 25 years, I think is the best we've ever had. It is a sensational atmosphere. Everyone is here to enjoy themselves. You've got families, you've got die-hard enthusiasts, you've got people coming up who are pretty much first-timers asking questions. And the thing is, with Historics, you can come in, walk around the pits, look inside the cars. If someone's coming past with a family, I'll say, do you want to have a sit in the car to the kids? And it's very special for me. I've got my two sons here racing with me as well. And so I think I can't imagine anything better. It's just fantastic.
Well, considering you've come back after an off and you had the wobbles before getting in the car,
I did.
You made up 9 or 10 places in that race. So good luck for race 2, Jack.
Thank you.
Ross
Thank
Jackson.
you very much.
And thanks for spending some time with us.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank you.
What started with the 16-year-old's dream in St Kilda 1926 became one family's legacy.
Car 100, the Penrite guys are going to go completely berserk.
Inspiring all Australians on 2 wheels, 4 wheels and big wheels. Under the ground, on the ground, and soaring high above it.
It's been one heck of a journey, but it's not over yet.
Penrite Oil, celebrating 100 years, still driven.
How good is it to be trackside here at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic? And we have got talking about classics. We've got some of the 70s, 80s and 90s sports and racing cars of Darren Smith. Luckily for me, not luckily for him, I've been joined by Rowan Carrick, who should have been out on track enjoying himself. Rowan, quickly, what happened?
Unfortunately, we've had some gearbox issues on Friday morning, which have proved to be terminal. So as much as I would have liked to try and fix it, it's probably not worth it because it may cause further damage. So we've decided to park it up for the weekend. So I'm more experienced out on the track than I am up here, so I've definitely got my old plates on up here.
No, it's certainly good to have you up here. We were lucky enough to have you on the Grassroots Racing podcast in the lead up to this event. Gave a bit of a plug to the event as well. You were driving the family car, the car built by your dad, the CRD 852.
Yep.
And so not in that, but certainly the car's still here. You've still got it in the garage on display. So would have been nice to represent the old car, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It ran so well at Sandown in November that unfortunately decided it wanted to have a weekend off and didn't want to play with me. So, yeah, look, it's sitting up there outside Garage 34 by all means if you want to go and have a look at it. Yeah, it's sitting there, but it won't be taking any further part in the weekend.
I was lucky enough yesterday to meet your dad and your son, and all 3 generations of the family have actually had a drive of that race car. It's pretty special. There's not too many families in motorsport that can say that.
Yeah, it is a special car. It was the first, my dad built it in 1985 and ran it for a number of years, and then I started racing it in 92 when I got my race licence. We sold it in 2002 because we were heavily involved in Formula Holden at that stage. And I was lucky enough to buy it back in June of last year, and I've done a full restoration on it. And yeah, I was hoping it was going to show it off today over the weekend, but not to be, unfortunately.
Let's get through this grid. It's a huge field. Guido Belgianec in car number 27, ex-Ferrari car there of Michele Alboreto in Formula One. Hard to beat the presence of that car here this weekend. David Hardman in his car there as well, so great to see that name continuing on. Todd Willing to Andrew Madecki. Malcolm Osler had a storming race yesterday. Looking forward to seeing how T. Macro in the 111 Pro Sport can go there from 6th position as well. Dean McLaughlin to Vince Holland. Andrew McCarthy. Then we go to Noel Clark, Declan Fu, Michael Gibson, Andy Newell, Andrew Clubber, Steve Webb, Malcolm Boyd, Kevin West, Peter Thompson, Kevin Gray, Stan Adler. Don't forget there's the John Bow signing of his book down in the show area during today. Car number 93 is Kevin Gray out of 19th. Graham Hales. Then we go back to Colin Ewell, Michael Clark, Keith Williamson, Rowan Little in that Lola LaMont's car there as well. Robert Collison, Trevor Ross, Duncan Keller, Glenn Cooper, Rob Leslie, Ian Ross, Rob McCracknell, James Hagan, Graham Hughes as the rolling start is set around the top end of the circuit, and we're about to go racing for the 1970s, 80s, 90s and R races for the weekend. Get yourself trackside and have a listen to this Ferrari Formula One car as we have the red lights on. Australian flag set to drop on this one, and away we go. Huge charge at it. Everyone gets nice across the line. A big flame out of the back of the Rowan Little Lola there, as well as he cracked another gear across the line there, sort of towards the back third of the field. That's a big white Lola going white right around out turn one here. Bit of tussling with these open wheelers, and certainly getting pretty lively. Andy Radecki likes to get it that way, and these guys will have a ripper race out there. Tim Macro cars, if you like, as they head down into turn four for the first time. There's Radecki, that's Macro, and there's the first of the clubs there. That's Dean McLaughlin in the mix up there as well. And charging there is also Andrew McCarthy. Rob, this is an interesting car, Rob. It's big horsepower.
That's right, big monster. It's effectively a Formula 5000 with bodywork on it. I believe Imperial was driven by no other than Keke Rosberg.
It does have Keke written on the side of it, doesn't it? So definitely a car steeped in history. And, well, pretty much all of these as well. We saw yesterday a really cool battle between these Tiga sports cars, the Tiga 2000s, which sort of run in the middle of this pack. And they tend to have a pretty good battle between themselves.
They do. They weren't a car originally run in Australia. They were more prominent in America. But fantastic showing from the S2000 guys to put on a good field to increase our numbers overall. Normally we run separate open wheel of two sports cars, but unfortunately this year we didn't have enough to have two separate grids, so combining them was the only option. But I think it makes for a better spectacle having a lot more cars on the circuit at any one time.
Where did you expect to see the CRD in this race? Where would you sort of bombed up?
Oh, look, I would hope I'd probably be a little bit quicker than the S2000s. But, yeah, probably it would have been mid to rear pack, so probably circa in front of this group currently on screen. I would have hoped to have been around the area of when...
Inside the 20 sort of thing?
Yeah, definitely inside the 20. Probably circa about where Declan Poo, Michael Gibson and Steve Webb currently are.
Yeah, well inside the sort of around the top 10 sort of thing. Gee, this is a bit of traffic here, isn't it? That mid-pack area there as we start to see some of the clubbers which ran massively through the 80s, and that's what we wanted to see with a open wheeler going across the infield there. The Honda powered, I think that looks like a Honda 3000.
Yeah, that's Vince Holland. That's an ex-Roberto Moreno Rolt RT21 with a 3-litre Mugen Honda in it, circa about 500 horsepower or thereabouts, and a mighty quick car in a straight line.
There's Guido, he goes through. Oh, wow. Put a wheel up on the ripple strip and it went round. That's a high speed off there. Next to the Bass Coast and gathers it all up and continues on. That would have been a bit of a heart and mouth moment.
Exactly right. Unfortunately, these cars aren't designed to be on the green stuff because not only is it slippery, but the surface is quite undulating and the cars have minimal ground clearance.
Have a look at this. Malcolm Ostler doing a ripping job out there. He's trying to chase down Andy Radecki at the moment. Ostler started out as fifth and has gone up to third. So just seeing Macro now, he's ranging up there. Ooh, that
a little bit of a
nice
lock
under
up.
brakes, did it?
A little bit of a rear lock-up by the looks of it.
Tim Macro, a very coveted race driver, as are the Macros, starting with Dad and Peter. Kind of like your family, in fact, Rowan, aren't they? With Peter blazing away to both Adam and then Tim.
Yeah, that's right. Dad and Peter both ran Australian Formula 2 at similar periods. Peter always had beautifully presented cheetah cars. Mark 6, Mark 7 and Mark 8 I think was his last one. But the Mark 8 that Peter Macro drove is actually the Penrite car that everyone would have just seen in the most recent Penrite ad that popped up.
It's Glenn Cooper driving the Tiga GT285. We're just getting a good look at here. Of course, Tiga was another brand which is very well represented, which we touched on with the SC84s, the SC80s in the in the Sports 2000 category.
That's right. Tiga was Tim Shenkin and Howden Ganley, the TI from Tim and the GA from Ganley. So those were really popular in building a lot of sports cars. They did build a number of open wheel cars, most notably the one that probably most Australian spectators remember would be Alfie Costanzo's Tiga running in the Australian Drivers' Championship in the early 80s.
The Lola, we were touching on the Le Mans car just in front of this group. There it is there, the 48 car, a genuine Le Mans car. It's lasted 8 hours. It had a very vulnerable power plant in it. There was 8 cars that started, and that one actually lasted all the way to hour 8 before it bombed out, as we're seeing car number 16 of Andrew McCarthy, the Mauer MM82, another significant car, the only Mauer we have racing here this weekend.
We actually have 3 Mauers in the country. One's over in Adelaide with Simon Gardner, and the other one's with Chris Farrell up in Queensland. Beautiful looking cars. Andrew seems to have had some engine issues all weekend. He's actually garaged next to us, and it hasn't sounded great the whole weekend, but obviously it's let him down again, unfortunately.
Stan Adelaide driving very, very nicely indeed, doing a good job in the Porsche. They're just outside the top 10, and he looks like to have, I guess the cars behind him are going to be a little bit more underpowered, but as we see now, they're like go-karts swarming around him under brakes and in the corner, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. They're quite nippy cars, the S2000s, and quick through the corners. Vince Holland's starting to battle his way back through them, through the S2000s. So although his car is quite quick, it's going to take a bit of effort to get through this pack of cars.
Have a look at this. This is the battle, which is for 3rd and 4th on the road. Andrew Madecki and Malcolm Osler. This is how this sort of racing used to take place in the day. And when you look at the lap times, a 1:34 and a 1:35 respectively for these two, they're definitely running at the height of the category, running at very similar speeds that they were running when there was 20 or so of these cars racing in the National Series.
Yeah, that's right. Great story with Andrew Madecki's car. He's had it virtually since brand new. And it was up on the wall of his, after it was retired from active racing, it was up on the wall of his dealership up in Port Macquarie, and a couple of years ago he decided to take it down off the wall and have it recommissioned by Mike Borland, and here it is. Beautiful car, and Andrew hasn't lost any of his ability. He's still driving it very quickly.
It is a cool story, isn't it? It's not stuck away in a shed somewhere. Actually had it on active display in the car dealership. A bit of debris in the middle of the track there, like a delaminated tyre or something like that in the middle of the track on the run down to heavy braking into MG Corner, and around turn 12 hasn't affected the run for these guys.
Last lap board, Mel will be having a good look at getting the slipstream on Andrew down into turn 1, but you've got to be very brave to hold it flat through turn 1 at this circuit.
He jumps out as well. The competitive urge for these guys lives on well. Here's our race leader. This is Guido in the Michele Alboreto car, number 27. And Michele was running at the top of the Formula One Drivers' Championship in this car back in the day as well. So a very special car that Guido's got. Here we go. These guys have got the World Championship for positions 3 and 4, and it is Malcolm Osler who eases his way through under brakes into turn 4. So that is a very handy move done on the last lap there, because it doesn't give a lot of opportunity for the fight back coming into the last part of this lap for Madecki. Here's our race leader as well. We'll get a good shot with this Ferrari Formula One car. And got to hand it to this guy. Love seeing these Ferrari 156 85s coming out. We saw this car racing at Adelaide, the first of the World Championship rounds hosted in Australia. And there it is, the victory for race 2 for the weekend to Guido Belgiorno net. And does a terrific job. This battle is raging, and you get the feeling, Rowan, that this battle will continue to rage. historic open wheelers for some time.
Yeah, it's going to be great to watch the next race because the three of them, Willing, Mediki and Osler, will all be starting next to each other for the next race. So it's going to be an even better battle. But fantastic that Guido brings these Ferraris out, and it's not just a showpiece. He actively drives it and drives them hard. So we're so appreciative that he brings such iconic cars out to race with us.
Todd Willing got second in the March 722. We didn't see a lot of him in that race. It was a bit of a lonely run to second there. As we get a good look at Declan Poo in the Cheetah Mark 4 as well, coming around to take the checkered flag. Willing, Osler, Macro to McLaughlin, Clark and Poo coming into the line now as well. Another famous family with the generations of races. Michael Gibson in car number 11 gets home in 8th. Of course, Hoot Gibson was certainly one of those ones in the background with Black Jackson and in the Repco era. And Michael, a direct descendant from that Benella family there as well. Webb, Clover finishing here. This is Stan Adler. And Stan Adler has got that handy little Pro Sport ranging up behind him as well. So this is the front of the flag. The Porsche. That was close.
Too hard to pick that one.
I think the Porsche just held on. Might have just had its Dorian transponder a little bit further up on the chassis.
We might have to call for a photo finish on that one.
There it is, Guido Jordan the Ferrari takes the win from Todd Willing in the March. Malcolm Osler, Tim Macro, Dean McLaughlin there as well. So we're missing one out of that.
Yeah, David Hardman we're missing. I saw him pull up at some stage. I'm not exactly sure where, but...
Noel Clark, Declan Boone, Gibson, Webb and Andrew Clover. Let's go down to Callum Brannigan.
Thank you, Darren. Now, they say you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, and you can see on camera right now, it got Driven, the book about John Bowe. Now, let's get the man himself to drop the book cover himself. He's going to pick up the microphone. Now, John Bowe, welcome to the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. You are here this weekend racing the Stan Adler Porsche, which you were just watching on the big screen.
Yes, indeed.
Out on track at the moment. But let's start off with this book here, mate. It's been a long time in development, a lot of publishing work behind the scenes to get the result that we have here right now. But, mate, it is a bit of a glimpse into the man behind the clothes.
Oh, it's more than a glimpse, mate. It's a full lifetime story, like 50 years of motorsport from when I was a very young man. Got a few, dozens and dozens of really good photos in it, pictures of old days. Some of them a bit scary to look at, you know. There's one particular one with my 21st birthday with a body shirt on, which, you know, was the thing in the 70s.
Yep.
And, we're very proud of it. It's turned out much better than I thought. And a little team of people put it together, including the V8 Sleuth, and he published it. And we're selling them at this meeting at just over there, which is SS Auto Memorabilia. Stephen Stockdale has got a stock of them, and if you want to buy one, I'll sign it for you. But it's well worth the read, I reckon, even though it's about myself.
You're a little bit biased when you talk about that. Of course, I don't know how many times you've read the book yourself. You would have had to prove it, but you probably sat at home with a nice cup of tea.
I spoke it.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
We did Zoom calls every day for about 3 months with the guy that actually did the words, but it's my words, it's my life, and it's warts and all. It's not gilded up at all, you know. It's good, the bad and the ugly. So, I'd like you to buy it because I need the money.
Well, the best part is that you haven't aged since the 70s. You look exactly the same since you did back in the day. So if you are flicking through and think chronologically, it doesn't really make sense. You are a bit of a vampire, mate.
Never kid a kidder, mate. Never kid a kidder.
Now, at 10:30 this morning here at Phillip Island, as you said, the Stephen Stockdale stand, SS Auto Memorabilia over to my left shoulder. Yes. You are going to be signing copies, of course. So if people are on the ground.
Whoa, loud. If you want to, if you can't get there at 10:30, certainly I'm in Garage 21, so come there and I'll sign it for you if you can't get to the thing. But it's a real coffee table book. It's hugely high quality, and I've had great feedback on it, honestly.
And look, there are plenty of copies here as well, so you can purchase yours on the ground. Now, let's talk about the Porsche. Now, you were being pretty upfront about its handling characteristics. Now, it has had a massive aero update since the last time you were here racing 12 months ago in the very same car owned by Stan Adler. Yes. But it's had a raft of aerodynamic additions. Has that helped, hindered? What's the performance of the car?
No, it's more hindered than helped. Unfortunately, aero's, it's a black art, so to speak. I haven't driven a Porsche very much, as you know, but the aero, I think, and the tyre is incompatible. So it's basically a handful. It's hard work driving it. So we're doing our best, but it really needs quite a big testing program to make it how it should be.
But I guess where it counts, the car is more mechanically sound than it perhaps was last year.
Oh, yeah. The engine's fantastic. It's beautiful engines. I've always loved Porsche engines. But the handling characteristics, particularly in the high-speed corners, like turn 1, round towards Honda, the hay shed is, for want of a better term, it's like white knuckle stuff, So, not ideal, but, motor racing's like that.
And looking ahead into 2026, last year you went to the Nürburgring and raced in the Old Timers GP behind. You were reunited with the Group C Volvo that used to race back in the day. Anything like that on the horizon for this year?
No, certainly no overseas stuff, no. I'm going to do quite a bit of racing, though, because I'm trying not to retire. I'm going to do the Bathurst 6 Hour, the Historics at Malala, Historics in Sydney Motorsport Park in the middle of the year, maybe a few production races, so... Trying to, I don't want to retire. That's a fact. So anybody's car I can drive that's not going to try and kill me is where I'll be.
That's a good thing, mate.
Yeah.
No, look, obviously, thank you so much. It was a bit of a mad scramble to get you here this morning, and at 10:30 this morning, as we said, at the SS Auto Memorabilia stand to our left shoulder, you can catch John Bowe, where he'll be signing copies of this very book. But a big thank you to John Bowe, 6-time TCM champion, 2-time Australian touring car champion, winner of the 1995 Bathurst 1000, a highly credentialed driver, and 94. It's an absolute honour to have you here this weekend.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
Thanks, John. Cheers,
Good
mate.
to see you again.
Starting from the family garage, Cool Drive Auto Parts has grown into Australasia's preferred automotive aftermarket parts supplier. Even after more than 4 decades, we're proud to remain 100% Australian family-owned and operated. Today, Cool Drive supplies a comprehensive range of aftermarket parts and equipment, from air conditioning, electrical and engine management to performance, suspension, tools, workshop consumables and more, supporting the automotive trade across the region. With 36 locations across Australia and New Zealand, a global supplier network and 24/7 online ordering platform, our passionate team is committed to delivering the right parts, expert advice and reliable service whenever workshops need it. Visit cooldrive.com.au to find out lots more.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Back on track, we see the safety car coming out, doing the cruise around there. Thank you very much for all of those people that are volunteering here this weekend. Coming up very shortly, we will have the pre-1931 to 1960 sports cars, racing cars, JK and L and Formula V. And I'm going to be joined by Connor Ryan for this. Connor, you're normally out there.
Yeah,
a bit of a problem with the car.
Correct. So I thought I'd come up here and give you a hand and try and give you some help with the older cars. But yeah, we'll give it a go.
Well, you certainly had that older car of yours pedalling fairly well there yesterday, but it suffered a bit of an issue.
Yeah, I've been chasing oil pressure issues for a while with the... I've recently dry sumped it, having a few issues there, but we're getting there with it.
Yep, okay. Always could be a bit of an issue with some of these older cars, and when you're starting to suffer a bit of oil pressure problem, you don't want to keep thundering that. It gets expensive.
Correct. So it's better to just retire for the weekend and and just come up here and give you a hand.
So tell us a bit about that car. We've got a few moments here while the cars are making their way out on track. Just a few dot points, and then we'll go into the grid position there. So the car is...
It's a mid-50s American sprint car with a small block Chevrolet, which is fuel injected, has all the normal Speedway parts on it,
Yep.
and that's about it, yeah.
Pretty much. So, great machine. On pole, we have... Now, this is a little bit interesting. We got the Formula Vs were showing up there as first up. Josh Lowing, Dean Briggs, Chris Jackson, Kelly, Grievous James, Ball, Bignell, Briggs, McLaughlin, Johnson, McCarthy, Doherty, Raper, Miller, Spragg, Rundle, Waldron, and my screen flipped away. But we can see on track, we've got something like 16 Formula Vs here this weekend. Good to see them out there. And we've got a gaggle of other cars out there as well. We've got things like the Melmark Elfin Formula V, but we've got the Lotus 11 replica, a beautiful little car by Shane Bowden. Do you know anything about that car, Connor?
Yeah, it goes pretty hard. It's got a grey Holden in it, so it pulls pretty quick down the straight line, and that slippery body makes it motor real quick at the end of the straight here at Phillip Island.
Excellent stuff. And the Dodge Special now, we saw him have a bit of a spin there yesterday. That's another wonderful car from back in 1938. So there's a good spread of vehicles from over a long period of time out there.
Yeah, correct. I think our oldest car, it would have to be young Rachel Brown and the little Morris Special. That's the oldest car out there, and I think the most new is a late 80s, early 90s Formula V. So we've got a big spread of cars from a lot of eras.
We certainly have. So we've got the grid up on our screen there. Josh Lowing, Dean Briggs, Christopher Jackson, Grant Kelly, Andrew Grievous James, Lee Ball, a boy from Camperdown, I know that town well, Julian Bignell, Glenn Briggs, Ross McLaughlin, Gregory Johnson in 10. In 11th we have Evelyn McCarthy, Harrison Sala, Adam Thompson, Brendan Sala, Matt McCorish and Robert Willits. And then we come through to Graham Raper, Keith Ellers, all the way from the UK in that beautiful Lola Mark 1. Samantha Diamond from in that Penrite sponsored car, wonderful machine. Castelli Pincinelli, Max Pegram from Wangaratta these days, Ed Mitchell, Barry Bates, Paul Doherty, Louise Raper and Jared Miller. Then we have Raymond Spragg, John Rundle, Jack Waldron, Peter Lebrano, David Reed, Shane Bowden, Scott Ball. So we've got 2 balls in this race. Rachel Brown, Connor Ryan, not there, he's standing beside me, and Daniel Jeffries.
It's interesting in the JKNL, we've got 2 cars, 2 Lola Mark 1s starting P2 and P3, but they're both getting outdone by brute force of an American V8 and an Aussie Special.
Yeah, that's right. It's really interesting to see some of those machines, but probably one of the really interesting machines to me, Connor, is that Lola Mark 1 that Keith Ellers has brought out from the UK. An absolutely beautiful little car. There it is on screen at the moment.
And here's the other Lola of the Diamond family, the Penrite colours.
And very quick as well.
Very quick as well.
Nice slimline bodywork, quite slippery through the air, and a wonderful machine.
And we get all the old American flathead Ford V8s and Dodge Specials and Plymouths and things coming out here now.
Yeah,
and then a Jag at the back.
These were sort of machines that you duck down to your local milk bar and buy a couple of spare parts from the milk bar and throw together a race car.
And use parts surplus from the war to put them all together.
Yeah, that's right.
So there's a small delay after the V's go where the JKNLs go. It's a 30-second delay.
Yeah, that's right. And we're just waiting for the last of the cars to come through.
And that's Lebrano in the MG, who had a few issues yesterday. It's interesting that Shane Bowden's pretty far back. We can see there the car with the number plate on the left of screen.
Yep.
He's going to be coming through pretty quick from the back, I'd say.
Yeah.
So he'll be one to watch.
I'd like to know the story as to why he's back that far. I dare say he must have had a bit of a moment yesterday.
Yeah, I think he came in a bit early. Not sure why, but we'll see. We'll see how far he can get up. I think he can probably chuck it up to P3, P4. I reckon.
Okay.
We'll see if we can get a few cars off before turn 1.
Well, there was a bloke down the back of the grid yesterday, like the name of Connor Ryan, that sort of blitzed it off the start and disappeared into the distance.
That's a 5-second walk for the V's. The V's ready to go. Or jump start.
Yeah, definitely a jump start there from one of the V's. That's a very bad mistake to make. All underway, all safely. And then a big gaggle of V's as they head on down into turn 1.
You're trying to break the slipstream already. That's the whole aim of the game in V's down here is just stay in the slipstream and get a tow.
Yeah, do not lift your foot. Leave your foot flat on the floor and away you go. Heading down around the southern loop there now.
Lead ball fighting with Grant Kelly getting through the inside.
Yeah, lead ball just picking up that car quite recently, and away goes the Raven. The second group underway.
And Shane Bowden already up 4 positions, 5 positions before even reaching the start-finish line, so he's going pretty well.
Absolutely. Oh, look at that.
And look at that big stand-up car of Charlie Mitchell. Charlie comes all the way from Perth every year. He's been coming for 25 years to run that car here at Phillip Island.
Fantastic job. Around the southern loop, there we go.
It's interesting that the Arliss car's come back a bit and it's lost a few positions already. Yesterday was very, very brisk, very quick car.
Yeah, Keith Heller's very established historic racing driver from all over the place. He's raced at a number of events around Europe.
It's got an ear, you know, such a raspy note as well. When I was listening to it yesterday, it's so strong, that little engine.
Now, I spoke to him at the Grand Prix and prior to this event and asked him about what he thought was the best place for historic racing, and he has raced at the Goodwood Revival and he rates that as the number 1. He's raced at Spa and around Europe, but he rates this track here, the Phillip Island Classic, in fact this year the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic, as the second best event in the world. So for those people out there watching, if you want to come and see some classic, some great historic motor racing, you need to get here.
Now Chris Jackson in P3 is probably going to be one to watch because he's going to be running very close. There we go, he's pulled out the slipstream, he's already gone for it. Chris is a very, very handy punter. He's actually got the lap record in Group S in his dad's Pantera up at Wakefield Park at the moment. Yeah, he'll be the one to watch, I think. He's always very, very wild out there and very quick.
Well, Dean Briggs is also a bit of a wily man behind the wheel of a Formula V. Fairly quick over the years, and he's lurking around, just keeping an eye on things, ready to make a bit of a dive bomb when he feels the appropriate time.
And you can see car 80, Chris is looking his weaving side to side, trying to find a way through, trying to work out the best way in the slipstream.
The ex-Noel Bull machine there.
It still is.
Still is his car, but Noel doesn't drive it anymore. And Noel been around the motor racing game for a long time. Was a hill climber for a very long time.
There's a fair bit of dust down at Honda. It looks like there might have been someone come a little bit cropper there.
Could be. Not hard for these guys to mix it up out in the dirt a little bit. And I just hear in the background one of those lovely V8 machines go thundering down the front straight from the other class. It would have been the Raper machine, I suspect. But look at the Formula Vs. They are putting on a really good show here. Very, very close together. Up over Lukey Heights. And
it's not where you want to be.
Oh, there we go. We've got a spinner.
Dean Briggs done a very good job to avoid
Kelly
spinning.
He did. Gathers it up and gets it underway again. That was a bit of a moment there. Locked wheel and around he went.
So lead ball in P1 with Chris following. Down at MG, you really don't want to be leading the race because, as you'll see here, the next speed behind you will come through by the end of the lap.
Yeah. Lee doing really well out there at the moment, but there we go. There's the pop out, heading on down into turn 1. And has he been passed? Yes, he has. He's gotten through. Oh no, Lee Ball sticking with it. Well, great drive there from Lee.
Lee Ball's doing a very, very good job considering he hasn't done a lot of Ks in these type of cars.
No, he's a pretty good steerer. I remember seeing Lee at Mount Lura in a Mini, and as a young driver, it was probably only a first or second event. Full throttle through turn one, no lift, and it takes a bit of an effort to do that. So here he is, swapped the end of drive, has gone from front wheel drive to rear wheel drive, from a reasonable amount of horsepower to not very much, and putting on a pretty good show out there in the lead.
100%, and doing a very good job considering it's a brand new car to him. He's recently bought that car. So
yeah.
Going very, very well.
Now I think Scott Ball is around there somewhere too. I'm not sure whether he was on the list, but there we go.
That's Johnny Scott.
Now
Spun it, and he probably can't get it started. So Johnny had to start from the back of the grid because he was off selling houses yesterday, being a real estate man. So he couldn't run yesterday.
Got it going.
He's back out.
Yep, all good. So he's managed to get it back underway. So that spread the Formula V's out a little bit.
I think the spin down the MG definitely spread them all out.
Yeah, it did. Here we go. Nice move down the inside into MG again there from car 3 over 12.
That's Clint Briggs, who did a very, very tasty pass down the inside.
Yeah, nice and clean.
We'll see how that ends up at the end of the straight because there we go. It's already getting close.
Yep, round the outside if you don't mind now. In a Formula V, you've driven Formula Vs, Connor.
Yeah.
What is that corner like in a Formula V?
What, the last corner? Or?
The last corner onto that start-finish straight. Top gear, flat out.
It's not a corner. It's not a corner.
Top gear, flat out, yeah. But it's a bit of a heart and a mouth job in something with a bit more power when you're going in there. I'm sure your more normal car is a little bit of a dab on the brakes, perhaps.
It's a big lift, and here comes the JK cars starting to come through the back of the field.
Yeah.
There's Ross McLaughlin in the Malmark, named after Mal and Mark.
Yeah. Let's think of a name. Mel and Mark.
Well, another car in the field is called the Daverick, named by Dave and Eric. So they're very, very basic names for the Vs.
Yeah, good stuff.
There's Sam Diamond going past that.
Yeah, great move there. And she has got that car motoring really, really well as she moves through the Formula Vs.
Well, and Graham Raper's blocking Keith Allers in the little Ola.
Yeah. Letting Keith Allers will be looking for a way through, that's for sure. He's a fairly wily man.
Oh, dear, Ross is watching his mirrors, but Sam's looking.
Yeah, Sam will pick him off after the straight, I'm sure.
We can only hope. Ross deserves it.
No bias going on here.
No, he's only one of my best mates, I can say that.
Okay. Who's buying the chocolate in the pits later on, I suspect?
Well, I think he's already lost a bet for this weekend, so...
Sam Diamond there in that beautifully turned out car up over Lukey Heights, drops it down into MG, and she pedals his car really, really well.
It's very interesting to see our Australian Lola in the Penrite car being so close to the English Lola, the Mark 1, which is probably gets a whole lot more Ks and a lot more time. And
there we go.
That's Paul Doherty in the Dodge.
Yeah, it is. Now he had a bit of a moment yesterday. Looks like he's trying to restart.
Yellow's down at turn 1.
Yeah, yellow's at turn 1. So
no passing Vs. Come on.
Scott Ball still doing a great job pedaling along out there in front of this group. Acknowledgements there from the drivers as they pass that the Dodge Special. No passing, of course, under yellow until you get to another.
Nearly lose there in the Alpha 500 of Josh Lowing.
Yeah, Josh has been putting on a good stead in this race as well. He's a pretty handy sort of a driver. Dean Briggs lurking around the outside, looking for the inside run down into this corner. Not going to pick them off. He's going to sit there and just cruise along behind. Wait for his moment.
He knows it's the last lap, so he's just got to get there at the end. That's all that matters in a V.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter the whole race, just where you are at the very, very
That's
end.
the one. So, just coming up the back straight into the old hay shed. And
Dean's putting himself in a very, very good position now.
Yeah, Scott Ball starting to get a little bit far away. So Dean's sort of going, I think I need to be up a bit closer on young Mr. Ball as they head up over Lukey Heights.
Oh, lock up for Lee Ball.
Lee
Lock
Ball's
up for
locked
Josh.
it.
And
Wow.
Raper goes through and picks them all up. That can be for the lead.
Yeah, it is. So
as long as Graham Raper can get one more car, he's won the race from a 30-second delay behind the V's.
Yeah, that's a good effort. And look, he does such a great job in this car. He's a lovely guy, Graham Raper.
Well, this is going to be down to the wire
Scott
here.
Ball is out on his own. You don't normally see that with Formula V's.
Lee Ball's got it. Got it from Graham Raper.
Yeah, he has. Well done, Lee Ball. And a clear lead.
Very close finish between the Lotus and the Lola.
Yeah, very close. So Graham Raper did really, really well to come through there to pluck off second position. Checkered flag is out, so just waiting for them all to come through. Here comes another group of the Formula V's.
And that's the Salas coming through.
Yep.
Both of them together. They've been line abreast the whole weekend. And then the Dabry.
And across the finish they go. So Scott Ball, the boy from Camperdown, the bouncing ball as I sometimes refer to him. Graham Raper, Keith Allers, Piccinell, Briggs, Lowing, Diamond, Jackson, Grievous, Kelly, Scott, and then I got a bit of a change on the screen. So that's a fairly interesting finish there from those cars. Great race. And Max Pegram, I just see young Max going through there on the finish. Another lad from Wangaratta in the, we would say it's Gemini here, but it's in the UK, it's Gemini.
Yeah.
They pronounce it different. So, in a Formula Junior, beautiful little car, and Max, a lovely guy to chat to, down in G20, I think, is his his garage position. So Graham Raper, Lee Ball, Keith Allers, Dean Briggs, Josh Lowing, Samantha Diamond in that beautiful Penrite machine, Andrew Grievous James, Grant Kelly, Glenn Briggs, and Castelli Piccinelli. Connor, thoughts on the race?
Very interesting to see how far the JKNL cars got through at the end. Bit messy down at Honda a few times and down at MG for the Vs, but it was interesting to watch. And yeah, a few anomalies throughout the race. Like, I don't know what happened to the Dodge of Paul Doherty. It was a bit weird just being parked on the outside of turn one.
Certainly was. We're watching those cars head back into the pits there now. And we are going to be back shortly after this break.
What started with a 16-year-old's dream in St Kilda in 1926 became one family's legacy.
Car 100, the Penrite guys are going to go completely berserk.
Inspiring all Australians on two wheels, four wheels, and big wheels. Under the ground, on the ground, and soaring high above it.
It's been one heck of a journey, but it's not over yet.
Penrite Oil, celebrating 100 years, still driven.
Welcome back to the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. Of course, coming up next is the Group N touring cars over 2 litre. But at the moment, we're just watching some cars go around on a scenic hot lap, which raising money for a very noble cause. The Mailbag Foundation are on display in the trade area, just inside the paddock under the MG Car Club white marquees. Head down there, head over to the Mailbag people. They're putting on offering for charity the $50 hot lap ride. Go and see Julian and his crew. They're raising money for biopsy equipment for prostate cancer. So come over the bridge into the paddock area, wander past the cafe into the paddock entry. You'll see the historic paddock signs and the Penrite 100 years, and go straight into the paddock there and follow the sign to the Mailbag Foundation. Get yourself a hot lap, scenic lap around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We've got a massive program still coming for you. As I said, the historic touring cars over 2 litre up next. Formula Ford will be a massive field. In fact, so the historic touring cars, we've got 2 fields of historic touring cars, over 2 litre and under 2 litre. Formula Ford have got an absolute packed field as well. Historic touring cars are next at around about 11:15 start time for under 2 litre cars, and then 11:35 the Formula 5000s will be on track. Heritage touring cars, Group C and Group A. A very big draw card at an event like this. They've got a very strong field there as well. And then the 1960 sports and racing cars, M&O. And, of course, the 5 litre touring cars will round out our morning's program. And then we go turn it all upside down and do it all again this afternoon. These are the cars that are doing that scenic lap. $50, let me tell you, after racing around this track for 10 years during the 90s, $50 a lap is a very, very cheap lap around the Phillip Island Grand Prix. So you get your own car out there, and it's well and truly upwards of a couple of $100 per lap if you want to go racing. But what a couple of iconic cars there. There's the Alan Moffat Racing Mustang that's being used for these hot laps. There's a Camaro in behind there. There's a couple of supercars also in the mix there as well. But this one, whenever you do a livery like this, will draw attention to the number 9. But that, as I said, is raising money for the Mailbag Foundation. David Parkin, the legend coach from the AFL, OAM, is the patron there of the Mailbag Foundation. Head over there, get yourself a lap, and have a look around this magnificent 4.5 kilometre racing circuit. We are poised for the historic touring cars to make their way down from the marshalling area down to pit lane and start their second race for the weekend. Beautiful day. Thank you for joining us here trackside, and indeed on the broadcast if you are watching from, I'm going to say anywhere in Victoria. Jump in the car and come and join us, even if you're coming from Albury, Wodonga. You'll be here for this afternoon's session, or a chuka or something like that. You'll definitely get here for lunch. But anyone nearby in the Gippsland region or within the Bass Coast area, big shout out to all of the residents of Bass Coast. We had Michelle Homestead, the Mayor of Bass Coast, here yesterday, and she had a bit of a look around the track in these hot lap scenic cars as well. Nice mix there. Very big shout out to Ringwood Mazda. If you're looking for a new car, head down to Ringwood Mazda. They've provided all of our course cars here this weekend. A Mazda dealership like no other. They do a terrific job at Ringwood Mazda for all of your new cars. They've also got their comprehensive workshops there as well. Not that anything goes wrong with your Mazda from Ringwood Mazda, but they do have the backup and support to keep you going when you need to get a service done on your Mazda. So a big shout out to Ringwood Mazda for all of their support with the course cars across this weekend. Of course, Cool Drive have been a big part of this event for some time, and they're back on board here as well. And Shannon's, the insurance company that is absolutely synonymous with motorsport, motoring, automotive enthusiasts. 134646. Everyone should know that. And awesome to see such a great turnout of car clubs here today. They'll all know the Shannon's number, 134646. And, of course, the Shannon's big rig front and centre in the expo area. Also, a new inclusion for today is the shuttle bus that is going from just over near where the Shannon's Big Rig is, going under the tunnel and coming up into the middle of the pit and paddock area for those people that have an accessibility concern with climbing up and down the stairs to go over the bridge. But certainly a big reminder that you don't have to stay on the outfield. This is a open race meeting where you can come into the paddock area, come and have a wander around, come and see the cars. The drivers and the cars are definitely the stars, and we love to see the smiling race fans bring the kids over into the inner sanctum of the Victorian Historic Racing Register pit and paddock area here at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. Cars on track now for the over 2 litre, the historic touring cars. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is Darren Knight, who is a living and breathing embodiment of these historic touring cars. Daz, what's been going on overnight in the garages down there for the historic touring cars?
Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to everyone watching on Blendline TV. Thanks to the VH Sleuth as well, of course. Well, bit of drama we saw at Turn 1, unfortunately, in Race 1 for the over 2 litre Group N historic touring cars. Trevor Talbot in the Camaro and Peter McNiven in that very quick Mazda RX-2 had some panel damage from contact. Lap 1, Turn 1, which is always disappointing. So, unfortunately, it looks like Peter will not be starting this race. Trevor may get back out there starting from the rear of the grid in his yellow and black 68 model Chevy Camaro. Also problems for Michael Michelli. That very quick 69 fastback Mustang had clutch issues in qualifying. Scott Pearce was having a great run in his Grab a Lime 69 fastback Mustang. He ended up into the sand trap down there at the bottom of Lukey Heights. There he is on screen now. The bright green 351 Windsor powered Mustang. Talbot, good to see him back out there, and also Michelli. Yeah, Scott Pearce, as I mentioned, just had a bit of a boo-boo at the bottom of Lukey Heights and then ended up in the sand trap at very low speed. Had a bit of a chuckle with him this morning. He wasn't laughing that hard with me, but at least he didn't have any stone chips because he just plonked in there, trying to do the right thing and not reverse on the racetrack, which I know the clerk, of course, and the officials do not like. So he tried to do the right thing, but unfortunately bogged himself in that sand trap at the bottom of Lukey Heights.
Great summation there, Darren. We've got a race 2 for the weekend about to get underway. Let's have a look at this grid sheet. Paul Stubber from Western Australia on the front row. Sadly, Paul did bring his number 43, Peter Stuyvesant, RX-7 running Group C. Churned through a couple of gearboxes, so he's gone back to Old Faithful in the yellow Camaro off pole.
Old yellow, and he'll start alongside Adrian Moyle, the black and silver 68 model Chevy Camaro. Then it's Ian Mewett in the Mustang from Queensland, 55, alongside Brent Trengrove in the number 691, another yellow and black 68 Chevy Camaro. Andrew Beard is next, another 69 Camaro, the silver machine, number 186. That's Ashley Heffernan in the first of the XU1s down from Queensland. Great to have the Heffernans down here. Car number 158. Then it's Rob Burns in the nearly said Charger. Of course, has a very quick Charger, but has a Camaro now, number 70. Then Jervis Ward in the Falcon. Daniel Van Stockram, David Street rounding up the fifth row of the grid.
Peter Muleman, there in position number 11 to Leo Tobin, Graham Woolhouse, Craig Allen, Jeff Mundy, Steve Pillikers, Darren Jones, Stuart Young, Brett Hodgkin, Ken Waller, Alex Bland, Michael Michelli, haven't seen...
Yeah, he's out there, right at the tail end of the field.
The blue car, Scott Pearce is definitely out there. We haven't seen the RX2 to Pete McNiven. That did have some substantial panel damage. Mark Suri, Trev Talbot, Tony Gilfus and Milan Zizek as we are prepared for the rolling start. And this is Paul Stubber just holding the field at this very low speed, obviously looking to use the torque that he has got on board. As we talked about that car yesterday, gets away nicely. The 26 Falcon Sprint goes to the grass, and that's Jervis Ward looking to the inside there and just touched the grass, came back on. As we look down into turn 1, it'll be Paul Stubber. He streams on through very nicely there indeed.
Great start from Ian Mewett in the Ford Mustang up into second place in front of our front row starter for Adrian Moyle. So the Mustang on the charge at the moment. Graham Woolhouse, the number 86 silver Mustang there, battling the Falcon Sprint of Jervis Ward in front of the all-black number 43 Mustang of Pete Muleman.
start there by the HQ Coupe as well. Looking very nice down through turn 3 there. Some fast starters and some fast charges. Look at this car 158, the Ash Heffernan Tirana. He's looking left and right, and this is where he needs to hang on to these bigger V8s to, I guess, take advantage at the end of this journey for what he's got there, which was the strength of the XU1, wasn't it? It was designed for those longer races.
He's right behind fellow Queenslander David Street in that big red HQ Monaro number 28. So the two Queenslanders running in tandem at the moment. Here's a good battle on screen now for pre-65 honours. Pete Muhlman in the black Mustang, Jervis Ward in the white Falcon Sprint. So both similar under the bonnet, mechanically wise, the 289 Windsor, but quite different outer panels, obviously, as they head down into the old MG corner.
Peter Muhlman doing lots of racing with that all blacked out pony car there as well. Does a tremendous job week in, week out, racing amongst the historic fraternity races amongst the Trophy Tour Victoria. Of course, that is on at Phillip Island. At Calder next weekend. And just to touch on that, the rock concert on Saturday night, which we'll all be going to. There is a guy doing Guns N' Roses. It's going to be couples who will be doing that. So you'll have all your favourites there, Daz.
Bit of Stone Temple Pilots.
Yeah.
Anyway,
exactly right.
back to the racing. Here's this battle still going on between Muhlman and Ward, with Graham Woolhouse, the West Australian, the silver Mustang number 86, looking to join the party down there at as they head into Southern Loop. So Woolhouse goes around the outside of Ward. Good move there from the WA-based driver. Adrian Moyle has gone off in the black Camaro, unfortunately, so he's running a very strong third place. Looks like he has fallen off at Southern Loop, Daz.
Yeah, big understeer there. There was a long trail of dust. There it is, the 25 just disappearing like gorillas in the mist down there, but gets it back onto the grass, rejoins, but right down the tail end of the field. Started off the front row of the grid. This is the 691 of Brent Trengo's, another regular competitor on the Trophy Tour Victoria scene as well.
And this
Always
is the battle.
fast.
This is the battle for third place, folks. So Rob Burns has really got the Camaro wound up this morning. Didn't have a great run in qualifying yesterday, but really starting to come through the field now. Up into third place in the number 7069 Camaro in front of the 68 model of Brent Trengrove, number 691. That's a car previously campaigned here several years ago by Darren Pearce from Tasmania, a Tasmanian-based car. Brent's father, Bill Trengrove, a fellow racer himself, of course, in his Mustang. He purchased the car not long ago, and Brent having a steer for the first time this weekend, doing a great job right on Burns' tail.
What is giving us a good look here between these two Camaros is our race-leading Paul Stubble. We touched on it yesterday, the difference in the rake of that car. When you look at these two cars, they're quite flat across their wheelbase, whereas the Stubber car's definitely got a rake forward. Must be working because he's out in front and doing fastest laps. A 1:45.64 is the only one in the 45s, and he's 1 second faster than anyone else out there, and that's Ian Mewett in P2.
Scott Pearce in that Grabber Lime 69 fastback Mustang coming through from the rear of the field now. There he is on screen, just rounding up Pete Muhlman in the earlier model Mustang. So Pearce now up into 7th place off the back of the grid. Next, he set his sights on our 6th place man, Graham Woolhouse, in the silver Mustang.
You know a thing or two about the FOMOCO. What's the difference between these two cars, or three cars that we're looking at here on screen, the early 60s versus Scott Pearce's car?
So the 64 shape, the first generation shape Mustang, running the 289 Windsor V8. The 69 fastback of Pearce running a 351 Windsor, which is a bit of a quirk of the rules. They didn't really use the Windsor, the 351, in fact, for racing with a Mustang, but it's allowed under Group N rules. You can use two different engine sizes, in fact. Underneath the 69 fastback bonnet, you can run a 302 Boss, which is what Dom Leo runs, and also Michael Michelli, or you can run a 351 Windsor, which is what Pearce is using. Bit of tyre squealing in the background. Couldn't pick up who that was. And talking of Fords, here we go. Alex Bland, the V6 Capri, versus Rod Hodgkin in the 351 Cleveland-powered XY Falcon Daz, and that's Piers. So we've given him the kiss of death. I'm going to get in trouble for this. Every time we mention a competitor having a good run, off they go.
He charged from the back of the field too, made his way well and truly inside the top 10 there, but he's given it all away. And just trying to see, was that Lukey Heights? Yes, it is Lukey Heights. He's turned it around and heading back out onto track. Good shot down the bottom of the main straight now. That's Brent Trengove. And a great battle developing between him and Rob Burns.
Into third place, so Burns was third. So a good drive there from Brent Trengove. A position change for the podium on that lap.
Power down. Look at the way they lean to the back to get all the transfer weight to come out of turn 3. Fastest part of the track around here at turn 3. Hook it in and hang on under brakes here. Start to get a little bit of movement underneath the front of these cars in a lap or two's time. Short, sharp races here in the historic touring cars this weekend. It's over 2.5 minutes left plus a lap in this one. Paul Stubber's got himself a 12.2 second lead over Ian Mewett, and it's a further 3 seconds back to this battle we're seeing with Burns and Heffernan.
Dom Leo in the fastback Mustang there in front of the Falcon Sprint of Craig Allen from Queensland. First meeting for the Falcon Sprint with Craig Allen behind the wheel in that beautiful turquoise colour, or as Ian Mewett likes to call it, bean green, because Rowan Atkinson actually ran a Falcon Sprint in historic racing in England for several years, and it was the exact same colour, and it was nicknamed Bean Green.
There you go.
After Mr. Bean, of course.
Car looks great though. Period livery, and looks the goods. As I see these two Mustangs of different generations climb Lukey Heights, plunge down under brakes.
That's Darren Jones, the number 5. That's the 64 model NB Mustang in front of Dom Leo, the number 84 NC fastback Mustang, and then it's Allen in the Falcon Sprint. So 289 versus 302 Boss versus 289. Dom Leo, only his second meeting in the car. Of course, Tino Leo, racing legend for many, many years. Dom Leo following in his footsteps, a pretty experienced racer himself. Had a time out of the saddle for a while, but now back behind the wheel of this beautifully prepared and built, Leo built number 84 fastback Mustang, and he's got through on Darren Jones on that lap. So Leo now up into 13th place.
Off over the back of the ripple strip there, pushing very hard in the number 5 of Darren Jones. And we saw Alex Bland in the Capri battling out with these guys. What the only Capri we've got out there, what's a bit of the history of that particular Capri now?
Yeah, 3-litre V6. They were available, of course, also with a 1600 Crossflow engine, but no one's been brave enough to race one of them, as you would expect. Yep. So that lusty English Essex V6, as it was known. Very quick motor car, quite lightweight. Ashley Heffernan, unfortunately, has gone off onto the infield in his very quick XU1, so that's disappointing for the Queenslander. He was the leading XU1 out there. We have Stephen Pillikers out there also, unfortunately. So it looks like Heffernan's race is going no further.
Paul Stubber is lighting up the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit here in the historic touring cars out in front at the moment, and he looks to celebrate. He's starting to celebrate his last lap in true Stubber fashion.
Car that debuted 27 years ago, in fact, so it's a pretty well developed machine. Never stopped working on that car, developing it, and Paul is keeping it at the head of the pack as always, and driving with such verve. Such a great deal of experience for Stubber, racing Speedway for many, many years sideways, and that's why we know he can put that number 31 sideways at will, Darren.
Yeah, he certainly can. Done a lot of racing in recent years in the US, has sort of eased back on that though. But you can see what we were talking about, the rake forward on this car versus the other Camaros. He's certainly hit on something in recent times with the way he's got this car set up, hasn't he?
Daytona Rake, they used to nickname it as, and here we go sideways for Paul Stubber in the Camaro, and it's good bye-bye to those rear Hoosiers in a very short fashion. Stubber at last lap in race 2 for Racer Industries, over 2-litre historic touring cars, cruising to the win.
Aren't we lucky this weekend to have the both unders and overs fighting it out for trophies? But there is certainly an array of cars because we've got NA and B and C represented here this weekend, and they all have different historic categories for the groups. And of course, we'll have further racing for the historic touring cars over 2 litre at 2:40 this afternoon, and the under 2s will be coming up.
Stubber doing a little bit of drifting there. The Drift Boys will be happy with that. Takes the checkered flag in race 2 for the Cool Drive Racer Industries over 2 litre historic touring cars. A very big win to the West Australian. Looking back to this battle between Jeff Mundy and Tassari in the HQ Monaro. On the final lap, Mewett will take second place ahead of these guys in the number 55 Ford Mustang. Rob Burns third as Tassari continues to hound Jeff Mundy on this final lap. That's the battle for 6th place, going down to the checkered flag. Will it be Monaro? Will it be Camaro? Looks like the Monaro, the old Aussie HQ, gets home for Tassari and up into 6th place at the flag. Great battle right to the flag there in front of Mundy. Pete Newman got home in front of Jervis Ward, and Rod Hodgkin in the Falcon rounded out the top 10.
Great shot here on the VHRR speed cam as we see all the cars hitting the line there. There goes Scotty Pearce in the green Mustang there as well. Was doing such a tremendous job. Had a bit of an off-track excursion at Lukey Heights and fought back hard for 18th in the end.
Pretty good. He's doing it the hard way this weekend, but he's pushing the limit. He's still on P plates, Darren.
Yeah.
So it's still only his 4th race, man. He's doing a fantastic job of that wheel of that green Mustang.
Hodgkin gets across the line in the GT-HO. The cars making their way back into the paddock. As I said, we'll see the over 2 litre cars again this afternoon at 2:40. And there's our results.
Paul Stubber, the winner from Ian Mewett. Rob Burns into 3rd. He'll be happy with that. His first podium in the Camaro. Graham Woolhouse, Trevor Talbot, Mark Tassari, Jeff Mundy. The Camaro was 7th. Pete Newman won the pre-65 battle over Jervis Ward. And Rod Hodgkin and the Falcon will round out the top 10.
Great to see the top 10. We're going to go to a quick break and back with more here at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic in just a moment.
Something for the rotary lovers here. We've got an RX-7 behind us and we're talking to Elliot. Now, Elliot, you guys have gone out and done some qualifying yesterday. You've done some racing. How have you gone today?
Yeah, look, the car's amazing. It's Kerry McMahon owns the car. It is for sale, so any rotary fans out there that wants to purchase this thing, absolute rocket ship. So I actually drove it last year at Winton for Kerry. And we got 4 wins there. And then another guy drove it later that year, got four wins then. And then we've had a pole and a win already this weekend. So great little car. Yeah, it's flying. So it's awesome to drive. It's a real pleasure to drive. So thanks to Kerry.
Have you had much experience driving rotaries, or is this something completely different to what you normally do?
It's a little bit different. Yeah. I have driven some rotaries years ago, but not a lot. So it's a lot of fun, different driving style required. But yeah, it's just a ball.
Yeah, and you've known Kerry, the owner, for quite a few years, and he told us you got a little bit of a racing history. This hasn't just been this weekend. Tell us, where would we see you? Where have you come up through the ranks? You've been racing for a long time. Yeah,
I've been racing for a long time. If I take my hat off, you'll see the grey hairs. But yeah, lucky enough to have been raced a lot of categories. So GT, did some supercar stuff a few years ago, and the last sort of 3-4 years been racing in Trans Am. So still racing the Trans Am, which is awesome categories. So anyone that does want to watch us race this year, follow the number 75 Alpha Theta Camaro. We drive for Marcus Ambrose Motorsport.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
And so have you got an Instagram or something we can tell people about? They can follow you on there?
Yeah, so just Elliot Barber's the handle. But some people may listen to Apex Hunters United podcast. That's podcast over with Scott Pye. So follow us on socials, Apex Hunters United, and we get to the bar every week and we talk a bit of rubbish and talk about motorsports. So it's good fun. Tune in.
Yeah. And that's the funny thing I say about events like this is you don't realise, there's a lot of privateer cars, ex-touring cars that have got a lot of history, and people like yourself that aren't just racing here this weekend. I think sometimes people have a perception that maybe they've just pulled a car out for the weekend, but no, you guys are involved in racing in other categories. You're out there, you're doing it.
100%. I mean, if you look up and down the lane, you'll notice mechanics, engineers, car owners from supercar land, all over. So there's definitely a wealth of experience here. It's a great event. The cars, as you say, have come from all over the world. Sometimes you get distracted out on the track because you're like, that car is so beautiful. I've seen that on TV a million times. So it's a great event. There's lots of really cool cars, especially in heritage. Like, they're all priceless, to be honest. So it's just a real pleasure to be at the event and also driving the 30.
Yeah, they really belong, some of them, in a museum. So make sure you go to your pick garages. If nothing's broken and they're having a little bit of downtime, don't be shy. Maybe you might find out a bit of information about who's driving, like I said, who's crewing, who owns the car, the history of the cars. Yeah, definitely have a chat to these guys because they're generally willing to have a good chat.
Yeah.
Provided nothing's broken and they're not fixing things between rounds. So.
Yeah, really accessible. Come down. Everyone's super friendly. You know, we've had kids in the car on the weekend getting photos. So, yeah, come say good day to the guy that owns your favourite car and get a photo.
Yeah, like I said, get them kids into it as well. It's important. We brainwash them nice and early. Well, thanks so much for talking to us. We'll see how you go out there today. And, I'm going to watch you I'm going to add you on Instagram myself and see how you go out there.
Sounds good. Thanks, Sandra.
We'll throw back to the tower, guys.
Thanks, Sandra. Don't forget, the better podcast to get onto is the Grassroots Racing Podcast, found at Speed Cafe. So the Apex Hunters do a decent job, but certainly Grassroots Racing Podcast is where it's at on your motorsport podcast. Formula Ford races. Tom Reed has joined me, who calls all the state series stuff and certainly involved very much in depth with Formula Fords in regularity, Tom, but this is going to be a ripper race. Brock Brewer from WA has had a terrific weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Darren. Good to be here for historic Formula Ford at the Penrite 100 Phillip Island Classic. Brock Brewer did take it up to Alex Davison in the early stages of yesterday's race, as I saw on the Blendline TV broadcast there, but ultimately it was Davison who pulled about a 2.5 second margin when it came to the checkered flag. Long-time Formula Ford runner Jonathan Miles lines off P3 there with Thomas Hamlet, the WA guy, WA resident, alongside him. Andrew McGuinness, Grant Walker, your third row. Then we go to William Faulkner, Jared Hurst, who's had clutch issues all weekend. Hopefully he's got that car sorted by now. Bruce Connolly from New South Wales, a former champion in the series. Neil Richardson rounding out your top 10. Daniel Gate, another WA driver. Glenn Woodford from South Australia will go from 12th. Then we go to Malcolm Osler, a very familiar name in Australian and worldwide motorsport. He will be off 13th in his Lola. Bo Jensen from South Australia in 14th. And we go to Gary Watson, Anthony Mann, Andy Newell, Wayne Colville in there in car 27 off position number 18. Rounding out your top 20 will be John Gregg and Luke Warwick.
Eric Bellamy to Alwyn Bigley. John Van Leeuwen from Western Australia out of position number 23. Greg DeGotti. We go to Ben Rawson, Matt Scott, Mitchell Rogers, Kynan Taylor, John Baker, Dom Boyack, Phil Marinon out of rear of grid there in car number 70. John Blanchard also rear of grid. Chris O'Connor, Antonio Cafiso. We're looking forward to see how Tony can go there as well. And Tom Foley, the Queenslander, from rear of the grid. Massive field out, 35 cars here for the Formula Fords, and the racing at the front is no different to what we're seeing at the top level in both in the Victorian State Series, New South Wales, etc. They really go for it. These names we know very, very well. Revs Rise, RF89s filling the front couple of rows of the grid. And away we go very, very nicely indeed. Malcolm Osler gets a ripping start in the 127. Gee, gets some good clutch take up in that car. And he runs straight down the driver's right into turn number 1. Going to make himself up there 4 or 5 spots as he gets into turn 1.
So Alex Davison holds the lead for the first time into Southern Loop turn number 2. The 157 there of Brock Brewer right on the LD200 gearbox there out of Southern Loop, and he'll get a tow. This is a big passing opportunity coming up on the first lap. Multiple passing opportunities around this 4.4 kilometre circuit here at Phillip Island, and he's going to send it down the inside, make his intentions clear early on in the race. Davison very strong on the brakes around the outside, but can't hold that, and he falls back to second place. John Miles running in third there, the Victorian. And then we go to car 33, one of the fast lane racing products out of Western Australia. Is also leading the race as well. So Brock Brewer leading out of Siberia there.
Again, Grant Walker, the first of the non-Van Diemen's out there. Grant started 8th yesterday, came home in 6th. He's in car number 5, and that's the Swift just off the back of this pack here. These are all RF89s as the rules have slowly opened up to this era. These were certainly the cars that fought it out for the championship. Davison to the inside now. Brock Brewer, the Western Australia, just lets him go to the inside running there. And this is a little bit about cat and mouse for the first 7 or 8 minutes of this race. It comes down to those sort of last 2 laps and positioning himself the way he gets around there. But Brewer coming onto the straight, right close enough here. In fact, these first 5 cars are all close enough to here. Here it is, the VHRR speed shot down the straight. A great finish line shot here. Really gives you great perspective of how fast they're going. Big field as they all stream across the line. Of course, FC is the front running 10. The first FB car is Woodford, then FC right behind, and that's the car of Gate in just outside the top 10 there. So the FC cars, which are the newer cars, the newer generation cars in Formula Ford, filled the first 9 spots in this one.
So we've got the top 5 all running together. Jared Hurst in the back of the shot there in car 22, looking to latch on to this front group of cars. Alex Davison back to the race lead. Brock Brewer running in second, and Jonathan Miles covering off there from car 33. Alex really was a sitting duck down the front straight, and it allowed Brewer with a pretty big slipstream to overtake him, as we saw on the speed shot. The VHRR wall cam there down into turn 1, but Davison still holding the lead in the Ellery Motorsport prepared RF89. Brock Brewer looking to the inside over Lukey Heights. Another passing opportunity if you can get the toe through the hay shed, and he gets it done. Car twitches over the top as they crest the top of the hill here, and it's really close racing between the top 5. John Miles just running a little wide into the braking zone there, but looking for a better exit out of MG, and he's right on the back here of Alex Davison for second position.
Good on John Miles. He's getting a little bit impatient here at the moment. He wants to get the 51 in there, but he's got it happening at front and rear at the moment. The 33, the bright green car there of Hamlet he's also getting impatient as well, Tom Hamlet, as they go across the line 3 wide. And that was Hamlet. McGuinness weighs in on it as well. And he is pushing very, very hard indeed. He's in car number 2. Puts himself out of 5th into 4th after they went 3 wide across the line. Brock Brewer goes off the back of the ripple strip, regains,
contact,
but runs a bit wide. No harm, no foul there. Just a bit of tire to tyre there. Don't want to do that too many times. You tend to tear the corner of the car off, and it's like a canoe across the grass at that point. Getting pretty willing with it. This is what it's all about in Formula Ford, and it has been for 55 years now. McGuinness looking to the inside. That's the red car number 2. Slowly ticking off places. He was getting a little bit frustrated with this front pack, and he's now weighed in on it. But what has happened is that the 33 has now gone back, and that's Thomas Hamlet. He started out of position 4. McGuinness started out of 5. And McGuinness and Hamlet have now swapped that around.
Having a look there at William Faulkner, another of the RF89s, the most popular car in this category by far. Ralph Furman making these cars out of the UK and then imported to Australia back in the day. Will is running in 12th. He's right behind one of the first FB cars. In fact, it is the first FB car there of Glenn Woodford. And at the top of your shot there on the timing pole, you can see Alex Davidson has opened an 8/10 lead. So he's looking to march away with this one. And if these guys behind him can't get their act together, he's going to stream away in car number 3 and comfortably take the race lead. So Will Faulkner still hustling the back here of the Reynard, the South Australian there in front of him. In the red and white car onto the front straight they go.
Glenn Woodford really starting to feel the heat now in the Reynard as the yellow car jumps out from behind. Will Faulkner, and then it's Anthony Mann just in behind them as well, and Andy Newell weighing in there as well. So we go back to the front of this one, and this is getting quite willing indeed. Alex Davison stamped his authority on it last time round, just under a second lead in this one with 2 minutes and 45 seconds plus a lap left in this journey. There's McGuinness. He's now held on to 4th place for the best part of a lap and a half now. The 33 ranging up there, that's Thomas Hamlet, but covered off on the inside under brakes is John Miles and Andrew McGuinness.
A big compression lock up there from Brock Brewer, but they have been able to get back a 10th to your race leader Alex Davison, still an 8/10 margin out the front. and they really got to get on with it here if they want to catch the RF89, the black RF89 number 3 car out in front. And it is Van Diemen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 here as Jared Hurst has got past Grant Walker. So over the top of Lukey Heights, cars getting nice and light as they crest the top of the hill. Then you got to plunge down the hill, a sharp braking zone, back to third and then second gear to get the run out of MG. Flat all the way around here until you get to turn number 1.
Nick McBride, a noticeable omission here this weekend, was dominant in the Formula Fords. There's a car that's gone back into the paddock area with a lot of smoke. You'd have to say that's an engine. And just trying to pick that car up. It's made its way all the way into the back of the paddock. That's not what we wanted to see, but the front group continues on.
Bo Jensen, the South Australian, retiring into the pits there with a plume of smoke behind that car. He's probably got to get that stop pretty quickly, I think, but take it back to the battle here for second place. And John Miles has gone all the way back to 5th here on the battle. So Brewer back into second, McGuinness third, then car 33 there. Thomas Hamlet, the Western Australian there, in position number 4 at the moment.
Alex Davison has streeted this field already. 2.2 seconds on lap number 4 is his lead. And whilst this 4 are battling it out like they have been, that is not going to close up on that. McGuinness just playing the calculated waiting game here at the moment, attacking when he has to. The 51 and the 33 of Miles and Hamlet go side by side through turn 4. Now, have a look at Andrew McGuinness. He is positioning the car for maximum result here at the moment. And the whole paddock area now covered in smoke from that retiring car. That's sad. We don't like to see that sort of smoke coming out of anyone's cars. But a few cars that have retired from this one. Malcolm Osler's come into the pits there as well. So he was pushing hard off the line.
So down the top into MG, we've got 10 seconds remaining on the clock, so I expect to see perhaps a last lap board for your race leader, who is well and truly checked out to a 3-second margin. So at the moment, these guys on shot are battling here for second spot, that last spot on the front row, which really puts them in a great position for the final race coming up later this afternoon, scheduled to start at 3:05, a 15-minute duration race there. So last lap board, past the VHRR speed shot or wall cam, whatever you like to call it. Last lap here for race number 2 of the weekend for Formula Ford. And it's a huge dice for second place. The battle that's been going on almost all race long. John Miles fading a little bit late in this one back to P5. I can't help but wonder if there's perhaps a little bit of suspension damage as he made right front to left rear contact there with the car running in second of Brock Brewer, the Western Australian, who holds a comfortable margin here over Andrew McGuinness, who will be looking to get onto that front row for later this afternoon. Thomas Hamlet there in car 33, the beautifully presented green machine in the BP colours, running in position number 4 here. No moves from the battle between second, third, fourth and fifth at the moment.
McGuinness refrained from doing the dive bomb down there at turn number 4. He had his mirrors filled with Thomas Hamlet there as well. So that's the red car, number 2. Second in this group here, but third on the road. A good one there for Andrew, though. He started out at 5th. He can bring it home on a podium result. This is good. It gets him out of the second row. And I'm going to say he's not given up yet on getting past the Brock Brewer car just ahead of him here. There's a couple more opportunities that he can use traffic and a slipstream onto the straight, come out of the MG corner, which is the heavy brake down at the bottom of this hill. The traffic's got out of the way, so that's very gentlemanly. One of the FA cars just moving aside here. Brewer running hard and wide here. I've got to say that Andy needed to be a bit closer than that to apply the pressure on a slipstream to the line. No, but I'm going to say Brock Brewer is going to be safe with that sort of distance between him. He tries to shake the draft anyway.
Alex Davison picks up the race win here for race 2 of Formula Ford. And a close dice there goes the way of Brock Brewer over Andrew McGuinness for the final podium position. Position number 2 going to Brewer, third to McGuinness. Hamlet fourth, John Miles in 5th there, and a close battle on shot there between Neil Richardson and Will Faulkner. Those guys rounding out the top 10 there in 8th and 9th.
I tell you what, Andrew McGuinness, though, he did use it to an advantage. He got within 0.07 on the line there, so that was good. The VHRR speed cam on the straight here. Great shot of the finish of this race. Here's our replay. The final lap coming around here. Out wide. Whoa, that was a big one there.
Car
by
27.
127. Is that Watson?
No, it's Wayne Colville in the RF89. They're going for a huge moment. I think that's turn 2, perhaps, on the exit there.
That's not
so
ideal.
Very wide past the apex, and here we go. Cars coming back into the paddock. Alex Davison picking up a comfortable race win there. His fastest lap of a 1 minute 42.4. 1 second quicker than anyone else. Ultimately coming home with a 2.6 second race win over Brock Brewer and Andrew McGuinness in third.
Thomas Hamlet, Jonathan Miles, Jared Hurst, Grant Walker, Will Faulkner, Neil Richardson and Bruce Connolly round out the results for race number 2 for the Cool Drive Formula Ford. Let's go down and hear from Emma Dean.
Thanks, Darren. I'm standing here with Michael Herlihy, Vice President of VHRR and Event Director for the Phillip Island Classic that we're at this weekend. Michael, thank you for joining me.
Look, it's fantastic to have the opportunity to talk to you and to talk to you about an event that I'm so passionate about. It is just wonderful to see all these historic cars and so many people here. It's just overwhelming.
So we've had how many people through the door yesterday, do we know?
So we're looking at about 5,000 people so far over the weekend, which is just great for us.
That's fantastic. So for this weekend, there's so much that you have to organise. There's so much safety-wise, marshalling, volunteers, but also hospitality, the cars, the regs, all of the officials. It's a massive undertaking. What made you want to do it?
I didn't understand the question.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But having taken it on, it's been a great honour to be able to be involved with this and getting all the people involved, the teams of people and all volunteers, everybody involved with this, volunteers. It's just fantastic that we in Australia are able to put on an event that is such high profile.
And before we get drowned out, what's your highlight for the weekend?
The Formula 5000s are about to come out. They actually rumble the ground as they start. You can only experience that from the trackside, and it's just a wonderful feeling.
Absolutely. Well, they thunder past the control tower, and we're all like this. So what are you looking forward to most about post-event?
Getting my life back. But no, we've got some... Monday morning we start planning for next year.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you so much taking the time to have a chat to me down here. We're about to get rumbled out.
No, it's been great, and thank you for all your support over the weekend as well. It's been marvellous. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Historic touring cars, the under 2 litre variety are the next cars to roll out on track. Looking forward to seeing them come around here at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. What an amazing organisation Penrite Oil's providing for our community. Great lubricants over many, many years to keep our prides and joy looked after with all of those products as they go out into the marketplace. Again, we've got some rides going around the track. And these are the Hot Lap Scenic Tour laps for the Mailbag Foundation. Everyone here this weekend can come and get a lap around in one of these cars out there. The Mailbag Foundation is all about providing funding for biopsy equipment for prostate cancer. $50 a lap in one of these iconic types of cars around here. Get a bit of a look around the 4.5 kilometre circuit here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix track at a brisk but leisurely pace behind the Ringwood Mazda safety cars that we've got around the track here. Big shout out to Ringwood Mazda for all of the fantastic cars they've provided. Of course, right around the track we have got a massive community of volunteer officials out there, and of course we've got the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, we've got the Race Solutions Motorsports safety team out there as well, and of course the Racer Industries safety car as well, driven by ex-racer Michael Parker down there this weekend. We haven't had to see the safety car, and let's hope we don't. Let's hope Michael gets to have a very relaxing weekend down there. Great to see such an awesome crowd rolling into the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Lots of activations with our big sponsors. Penrite have got their merchandise container over there with their show vehicles as well. all of the Mustangs that they've got lined up from the race teams. Of course, the Shannon's Big Rig is, you're at a big race meeting when you see the Shannon's Big Rig promoting the all the great insurance products they do. Your car, your bike, your home, give them a call on 134646 shannons.com.au. All of the vendors over there at the Visitors Centre, and, of course, the shuttle bus that is running between the behind the Shannon's Big Rig into the inner sanctum of the Victorian Historic Racing Register pit and paddock area, a leisurely drive under the tunnel. You can do it on foot as well. Definitely everyone is welcome with your purchase, your admission price. You are welcome into the pit and paddock area to come and have a look around. Get up and close and personal with the stars that drive the cars and these magnificent vehicles that are assembled here in the pit and paddock area. And a big shout out to all of those car clubs that have fronted up here this weekend with their magnificent vehicles on display, doing their own concours, competitions and things like that. A really fantastic inclusion, and great to see all of those cars assembled around the track. Still plenty of racing to go right throughout today. We've got the historic touring cars under 2 litre. Next up, the Formula 5000s, the big bangers that our chairman of the organising committee down there, Michael Hurler, he's looking out for that. Formula 5000s, they are after the historic touring cars, 11:45, that race starting. And then the heritage touring cars, Group C and Group A. And that's all before lunchtime today. Great to see the fans out there, people with their barbecues out, their seats pulled up on the around the track. And really cool to see such a great community feeling around there. Everybody coming to the racetrack to see some fantastic racing. Darren Knight is just suiting up to get this underway with the under 2 litre touring cars as they grace our screens on the live stream coverage. Of course, you can get the live stream coverage while you're here at the track. We've all got a television in our pocket these days, and you can catch the pictures live there as well. Big shout out to those watching around the world here this weekend. Such a significant broadcast for historic motorsport. This is certainly a world-class event. I know Bill Cutler, who you'll be calling Group A with, and Group C later, Darren, he's been racing around the world, and he's certainly put this event in his top 3, and he's done the big ones all around the world. So we're watching something quite significant here this weekend at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Let's get underway with this grid. Adrian DeMuro and David Brown on the front row.
Yeah, so Adrian DeMuro, the Alpha, the beautiful little GDV 71 model, number 71, the blue machine. He ran down David Brown, our fastest man in qualifying, in that white Datsun 1600 with the orange stripes. David Brown, extremely fast campaigner, of course runs in Brown Davis Automotive, expert constructors of roll cages for many, many years. He certainly showed plenty of pace at the wheel of that number 73 Datsun 1600. He'll start alongside DeMuro on the front row. Then it's Conno Onofaro and son Paul Onofaro, and all WA second row of the grid. In the minis, then it's Richard Hill in a mini alongside Vic Draper, the blue Datsun 1600. Sean Ralph in the Volvo on the fourth row of the grid. Start alongside Jeffrey Holbert in the Mini Cooper S number 44. And then it's Derek McLaughlin in another Datsun 1600, number 40, alongside Max McKay, the youngster, relative youngster, in the number 38 Cooper S. And then it's Cheney, Barnes in the Cortina, Chris Finlayson, the Mini, Rowan Pinder, the Datsun, Christian Danicki in the Mini alongside F. Grave in the Cortina from South Australia, Anthony Green in the Cortina Mark 1, John Doherty in the beautiful Gulf-coloured Cooper S number 66, Don Knight, the Cortina GT number 32, and Julian Bingley, the Tasmanian, in the white Cortina number 53. Your favourite car, Darren, Mick Stupka in the front-wheel drive Citroen, alongside Jim Schilling in the yellow Volvo, and then Blake Watson in that magenta-coloured number 49 had some issues in race 1.
I do like the Michael Stupka approach. He had the imp for a long, long time. Then he rolled out with...
It's always something weird for Stupka.
Yeah, it is. And a front-wheel drive too. I mean...
Weird but good.
Yeah. Yeah, it brings something different, doesn't it? It gives, it certainly gives us something to talk about. And there's the Citroen we're talking about, just coming around Lukey Heights there, front and centre. And what a magnificent vehicle. I got to give it to these two on the front row of the grid with Adrian DeMuro and David Brown. These guys are racing for keeps. They're, yes, it's historic under 2 litre touring cars, but you remove what's on the outside of them, these guys are actually giving it a real ding-dong battle. And I think we're about to have a treat. And what is interestingly enough is the couple of rows behind the 200 Forio minis and the Draper mini as well there in Richard Hill. They're all poised to what happens in front of them to take advantage of any given situation.
Rolling start too, so the drivers were told that they must run through their grid box as they come and take the when the lights come out. So it caused a little bit of consternation. Not used to rolling starts in Group N at a lot of tracks, so still getting used to it, but they waved them off as a green flag start. So hopefully we'll have similar today. Here they come, folks. Race 2, the under 2 litre historic touring cars for Cool Drive and Racer Industries. Jumiro and the Brown lead them away. A very neat start this morning. All away safely as they turn down to Doohan Corner for the first time. Looks like Jumiro will have the edge over Brown. He's fighting back though. Then it's Kono Anafaro in the yellow Coupe S just getting ahead of Paul in the green machine.
Couple of movers in the mid-pack there, but it is going to be the Alfa Romeo that leads them into turn 2 at Southern Loop for the first time as well. There's an interesting car there, the number 18 there of Sean Ralph, the Volvo. It's a little bit of understeer mid-corner there, and the Minis start to take advantage when you start to see these other cars understeer. The front drive of the Minis just pulls them straight back onto line. And they go down into turn 3. Under brakes. Look at that Datsun of David Brown. Just transfers weight all onto the front here. I don't know how you tell if a Mini's braking or not. They always seem to sit flat.
Well, except when they're lifting a rear tyre up in the air. We see them quite often doing that. No front wheels in the air, but rear tyres in the air. Richard Hill, the number 12 Coupe S, is really putting the heat on Paul Onafaro and that bright green Coupe S, number 112. So the Victorian versus the West Australian, trying to make an impact on to the 4th place man of Onafaro.
Sweeping around the track that we've affectionately known as Haysheds for so many years. Have a look at that Volvo. Just
getting some attitude.
A little bit out there. I love it. I do really appreciate what the number 18 is doing there. Just trying very, very hard to get a bit of authority. And those guys behind. Have a look at this. This is a ripping charge by
Blake Watson.
The 49.
Off the rear of the grid, Blake Watson, number 49 Coupe S, has just rounded up the Cortina GT of Stuart Barnes from South Australia. He is on the charge. Absolutely flying his first visit to Phillip Island, I believe, Watson. So he's right now on the tail of Max McKay in the red Coupe S, number 38 with a white roof. So he is absolutely got that car wound up this morning, Darren.
What is it with Cooper S's that almost all of them have got a white roof? Now, I guess they're affectionately the British racing green, like this one we're looking at here, is the colour, but they all, well, not all, most of them tend to have that white roof. Must be a racing thing.
Yeah, period thing, I think, and it's good to see the cars. The cars must be presented in a period-type livery, so we're not seeing any fluoro oranges or that sort of stuff on these cars, which you would expect.
Oh, look at that, three-wheeling it through.
As I mentioned,
turn 2.
The Mini lifting its rear wheel like a dog having a wee.
Just cocking its leg around through Southern Loop there, but wow, what great car control to be doing that.
That's Jeffrey Holbert, the grey Coupe S number 44, having that big battle with Sean Ralph in the Volvo number 18 with Watson right behind them. It's like a block of flaps really, the Volvo, isn't it, compared to the diminutive Mini.
It's like a flipper on a pinball machine, isn't it? You don't want to be the Mini on the swinger as they come around out there. You're going to get flicked up to the top of the game.
Watson right up the inside of Holbert. Didn't need a second invitation. That car is really hooked up this morning, and now he sets his sights on the Volvo of Sean Ralph.
The Minis do provide, right around the world in historic touring car platforms, they do provide some of the most exciting racing, and the drivers of these cars are not scared to move them around. They can move around on the surface like a go-kart and not be affected.
But they don't really slow down for the corners, do they? Just keep the boot in.
Look at this, right around the outside of the Volvo. No answer there in the number 18.
Watson up into 7th place in the Coupe S, so Sean Ralph, the Volvo, back to 8th. He's fighting back though, but Watson off the rear of the grid, up into 7th.
Look at this, there's hardly a hole in the air behind, so slipstream is not going to be of much of an advantage to Sean Ralph. Yeah, it's a very small hole, and he's going to need to take full advantage of it as the Western Australian driver in the magenta-coloured Mini just drives away. That's 1600 at full noise there, and that's Draper going down there. It started out of the third row and holds on to that starting position. Started out of 6, holds on to 6 at the moment. It's Watson and Ralph that we've been watching in the Magenta Mini, and Ralph in this dark green number 18 Volvo. He's a good shot now of a couple of Cortinas, definitely.
Rob F. Grove, the South Australian, the blue machine number 27, battling the number 32 Cortina of Don Knight. Had clutch issues yesterday, so finished right at the back of the pack, so he's having a decent run there. F. Grove, still a newcomer to the category, still wearing those P plates, which means you can't do anything stupid or you won't be going much further in your racing, and he's really taken to the category like a duck to water. Had a fantastic run at the Bend Classic last year, and now has his hands full with Knight, trying to put a move on him down at the hairpin, and the number 32 Cooper S thinks the better of it.
He's just getting out of that, didn't want any sort of panel contact. These guys, they know each other pretty well. They've done a bit of racing against each other.
Christian Janicki in the number 81 red Cooper S right behind them too.
A couple of Cortinas getting pretty lively with each other here at the moment.
And I'm wondering, Phil Barrow, our FJ Holden racer, is watching the live stream and wishing he's there because he likes nothing better than beating Cortinas. Up to Lukey Heights, F. Grove in the 27 versus Knight in the 32. Open up a little bit of a gap there on Knight. Janicki now on the tail of Knight down into MG. They're quickly being caught by that beautiful Gulf liveried Cooper S of John Doherty. So 1500 Ford versus 1200cc Mini Cooper S. Motivation under the bonnet for Janicki.
What is the engine in these Cortinas?
Yeah, 1500, so the pre-crossflow engine. Kent, yes.
Engine. So it's same as what we see in the Formula Fords. You do have to say it carefully.
Yeah, the Formula Ford, slightly later version of the Cortina engine that had the 1600, or does have the 1600 crossflow. The 1600 that debuted in the Mark II Cortina, which superseded these Mark 1s. So you have the intake and the exhaust on opposite sides, whereas on the crossflow, whereas of course the 1500, it's all on the one side. Janicki's got through on Knight now, so he's dropped back from that battling fellow Cortina of F. Grove.
Just watching that Datsun working in the background of this group there, just starting to push forward the 1200 coupe that we referenced yesterday.
Rowan Pinder on screen, bright orange machine. Its first meeting here at Phillip Island. Absolutely beautiful car. It's just behind the number 66 Cooper S here on screen of John Doherty. Good to see that Pinder's retain those Japanese market mirrors wing mirrors right out on the top of the guards.
Yeah. The JDM, the early JDM design. That's it, isn't it?
Yep.
They're looking good there with Pinder. Good to see that car. Good to see a couple of the Japanese cars, the Datsun, starting to come into the category. Of course, the RX2s as well, which we did have a couple of them running going back 18 months or so ago. Darren Hossack of note there was very, very fast. He's now, I guess, gone back to a category that he's more familiar with his RX-7 in sports sedans.
Speaking of Mazdas, at the Malala Historic, about a month's time, John Bow will be driving Jason Humble's RX2 for the first time, which will certainly stick a cut amongst the pigeons. We'll see this man here, Stuart Barnes, the number 22 Cortina. He's a master around at Malala, pretty hard to beat. Usually the quickest Cortina on his home circuit, so he'll certainly be there, and I'm sure welcoming John to the category.
Good battle pack there, just coming streaming across the start-finish line here, and it's three very different cars, all under 2 litre here for the historic touring cars, Cortina, Mini and Datsun. And a couple of English cars against the Japanese car here as they start to wobble around down into turn number 2. The 40 of Derek McLaughlin, right on the Datsun at the back of this pack.
Yeah, right on the tail of the number 6 Cooper S of that is, sorry, just
Chris Finlayson.
Chris Finlayson, of course, does a great job on the social media stuff. The Historic Touring Car Association of Victoria, trying to put a move on Stuart Barnes. Barnes, the wily old fox, not giving him a sniff at all as they go through Miller Corner.
Racer Industries on board with this outfit, as is Dana Precision with the under 2 litre touring cars. Not too far away from getting amongst it with the Heritage touring cars, Group C and Group A. That'll be the next cars out on track as well. So we jump another era or two there from the historic touring cars representing Group N, A, N, B and NC.
Finlayson up the inside of Barnes, so position as they head towards the closing stages of this under 2 litre race. So Chris Finlayson in the Mini does the work on Barnes. Somebody has dumped the Mini up there in the sand trap at the hay shed there. So Barnes fighting back on Finlayson down at MG.
Nice move. Will he hang in there though?
Finlayson keeps the boot in, and they're side by side around turn 11. Mini versus Cortina, and that's Richard Hill, unfortunately, into the sand trap, who's running right up there near the podium.
That's very rare. That
extremely
is very
rare for Hill, as this battle continues between Barnes, Finlayson and McLaughlin.
These guys are having a ball out there. They're really doing it as it should be, racing for sheep stations and absolutely enjoying themselves. And each part of the track just showing a different aspect of these cars that is strong. The Mini just out of the draft now, which is unusual. Normally the Mini jumps back into the draft there, although if you've been running 5-6 laps in the draft, you've probably got a temperature problem about now, haven't you, in your
Not
Mini?
the biggest grill opening on the Mini either. It's not the biggest radiator either, so it doesn't really need a big grill opening, but it would be getting quite warm there in the slipstream.
I think the only thing big on a Mini is the steering wheel.
Pretty much.
They've got good leverage with those steering wheels.
Yep. Yeah, no power assistance, of course.
The number 40 Datsun, now Derek McLaughlin, really working hard trying to get the number 6 Mini out of the way. At the moment, the Stuart Barnes car has just checked out from this battle.
McLaughlin up past the Mini of Chris Finlayson. So as Finlayson was trying to track Barnes, Derek McLaughlin has snuck up on him and made a very neat move to be knocking on the door of the top 10 as Adrian DeMuro takes the win in the Alpha in race 2 of the under 2 litre Group N historic touring cars. Second place will be David Brown in the Datsun 1600.
In fact, no, it's Don Florio in the Mini. Cono,
beg your pardon.
He gets through in second place. David Brown, sort of a distant third there as well, who was battling it out with Paul Onfario.
Connor Onafara be wrapped with that. This battle between Barnes and McLaughlin is going down to the last few corners. Cortina versus Datsun.
This has captured our imagination, hasn't it? This one over the last 3 laps here.
This is the battle for 10th place. So the number 40 Datsun of McLaughlin trying to put the move on the Cortina. Finlayson has joined the party too. He's fighting back in the final stages of this race. Looking for a big move around 12-2, winding up that little coupe press. Almost 3 abreast, and they are in fact 3 abreast as they come towards the flag. Well, almost, I think Barnes might have just got home in front of McLaughlin with the Finlayson Mini on the outside. Yes, Barnes gets through into 10th. What a run between those 3 drivers right at the flag. And they'll be giggling like little schoolgirls, no doubt, when they get back to the pits.
They certainly will be. And they've really enjoyed it. What a good drive there by the Alpha as well. Always nice to see an Alpha get a race win. You've never lived until you've owned an Alpha, I believe. I've got one in my future somewhere. I haven't had one. I did come home from hospital as a newborn in an Alpha.
Excellent.
Some say luckily.
You weren't created when one, were you?
Possibly.
We won't go there. Cool Drive Auto Parts and Racer Industries. Under 2 litre race 2. Adrian DeMuro taking the win from Cono Onafaro. David Brown 3rd in the Datsun. Paul Onafaro 4th in the Mini. Blake Watson a great drive into 5th off the back of the grid. Mick Draper was 6th in the Datsun. Jeffrey Holbert 7th in the Coupe Press. Max McKay 8th in the Coupe Press. David Cheney, another Coupe Press 9th. And Stuart Barnes in the Cortina did it for the South Australians in 10th in the Cortina.
Darren, thank you very much. We'll be back soon. We're just going to go down to the pits with Emma Dean.
I've got the pleasure of standing next to Andrew Medicki. and in front of the RS500 Ford Sierra, which is the Brock Sierra number 5. Now, the number 5 is super significant to Brock. Came out, I think, in 1975 when Vic Roads started their whole campaign on safety and blood alcohol limits and the .05. That's where the 5 came from. But, Andrew, you've had the pleasure of owning and running this car for a long time now. What can you tell us about the car?
Well, I drove with Peter in 89 and 90 and 91, I think, or 2. And this car was the third mobile Sierra. The first 2 were bought from Andy Rouse in the UK.
Yep.
And then the team decided that they could do a better job by, and decided to build one themselves. So George Smith and Dennis
Smith
had a company called Dencar, and they contracted to the Brock racing team and built this car. And Peter raced that in the last 18 months of his time in Ford Sierras.
Right.
And he and I think Andy Rouse might have driven it with Peter at Bathurst, but then I did all the co-driving from there on. And its last race in mobile colours was in the New Zealand series, New Zealand's mobile series, which Peter and I won. I think we're second at second or third anyway at Wellington, and then we won Pukekohe.
Well, we're super lucky to have it here this weekend, the Brock Sierra. What does being down here and being amongst this at the Phillip Island Classic mean to you? Why do you come?
Well, I've always been a motor racing tragic. I've always loved it, and I'm very lucky. I've got this car which I drove in 89, 90, and still with my name on the door, and that's the livery in which it finished. and I've got my March 77 or 76 that I bought in 1977. I've had it ever since. So
wow,
shows I'm getting old. Does show I'm old. That car's nearly 50 years old, and this car's what's that? 80, 90, 35 years old.
So when are we going to see a Mediki Sierra?
Well, I've got the ones that I built earlier, which are
brilliant.
That was the Oxo Sierra, and then it became the Yokohama, and I still have that car, and I'll run it.
Will we see that?
Yeah.
Love to see that.
Yeah, you will.
Okay. Well, look, I love this car. It's in absolute mint condition. To be a complete tragic about it, it's a beautiful car, the Brock Sierra number 5. Andrew, thank you so much for taking the time to have a chat with me.
A pleasure, Emma.
Thank you very much.
What started with a 16-year-old's dream in St Kilda, 1926, became one family's legacy.
R100, the Penrite guys are going to go completely berserk.
Inspiring all Australians on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, and big wheels. Under the ground, on the ground, and soaring high above it.
It's been one heck of a journey, but it's not over yet.
Penrite Oil, celebrating 100 years, still driven.
Good morning, folks. Welcome back to the Penrite 100 Classic. Great to have Penrite here in their 100th year of operation, a proudly Australian-owned company. Great to have them on board, and of course also another great Australian company, Cool Drive Automotive, and Racer Industries as well. So thank you very much to them. Coming up very shortly, we will have race 2 for the Group C and Group A, or what we now call them, the Heritage Touring Cars. Unfortunately, they missed out on a race yesterday afternoon, but they did have a race yesterday morning, and it's at this point, I should say, a very good morning to a current Group A competitor and owner, Bill Cutler. Good morning, Bill.
Yeah, thanks, Darren. That's great to have that introduction. It's a great privilege to be here and be part of the Group C and A commentary team. I see on the screen it calls me Phil, but we probably should call me Bill. I'm actually William, but I've never been called William, so Bill.
Just don't call you late for dinner.
Yeah, that's right. And I've got a few of those names as well. So, yep, thank you. That's it. Corrected, beautiful. Thank you.
So we're talking about yesterday's race, Bill. It wasn't broadcast. It was before the broadcast started. And just waiting to see what's happening on track. We were scheduled to have Group A and Group C. Looks like the 5,000s are going out onto the track now. So just a little bit of programming hijinks. They're keeping us on our toes. So Bill will be coming up very shortly after this fantastic Formula 5000 race. And we'll welcome back Darren Smith and Phil Memory to bring you this next race for these classic open wheelers.
So, Formula 5000's making their way around to the grid. A little bit of confusion amongst us up here in the commentary booth, but certainly the 5000's making their way around to the grid. We will certainly be looking to cover off this. Phil Memory and Darren Smith with you here for the Formula 5000s as they make their way around and start to form up. This will be a rolling start, Phil. Of course,
it will.
A
little bit of interest there, Darren, too, in car 99. Robert Splatt in the March 5000 has ejected himself from the car and handed it over to Evan Farrell, who's stepped up from a Formula Ford.
Well, there you go. That's a big step, isn't it? It's what did Neil Armstrong say? One tiny step for a man, but one gigantic leap for mankind. That's exactly what's happened.
Well, I think stepping from a Formula Ford into a Formula 5000 could be a bit of a skid mark in the underpants, but it will certainly liven up the action behind the wheel as we see him take the wheel in this wonderful Formula 5000 race. So, position number 1, William Sala, Lachlan Thomas in 2, Darcy Russell 3, Dean Cam in 4, David Crabtree in 5, Jeffrey Walters in 6, Rodney Carroll in 7, Bill Hemming in 8, David Smoker in 9 and Grant Perryman in 10.
A couple of different chassis manufacturers featuring on the front row with a Matic and a Begg.
Yeah.
The Begg FM2 of Lachlan Thomas. So a couple of cars that...
Matthew Veal and Evan Farrell bringing up the tail end of that grid position. So just watching the cars heading down the front straight following the safety car. They'll get 2 laps under the safety car. Takes a little bit to get these cars up to temperature and all nice and happy. We certainly don't want them running into turn 1 here on very cold brakes and tyres.
Just
could
seeing
lead to a bit of a dancing schmozzle.
Just seeing from the back of the grid the Lola T330 there of Jeff Walters, and it is car 0 on the side of the white side pods and the black airbox there, and the field being led around by the Matic, as I said, the Begg, then Darcy Russell and the T330. No Dean Cam in the Chevron fronting up for this one by the looks of things. Haven't seen Dean's black Chevron with that shovel type of front wing on it.
And Lachlan Thomas in the Begg FM2, that's come across the waters from Tasmania. Really good to see that we've got someone from Tassie here representing the Formula 5000s. These things make so much beautiful noise as they thunder down that front straight.
Well, certainly there's been some Tasmanians featuring Australian open wheeler racing over the years as well, so nice to see them represented, as you said. Bill, actually, there is Dean Cam. Is he out of position? Or has he made his way up through the field? Yeah, there he is there in the Chevron. Dean coming in position number 4 out there at the moment. So that's great. Dean's out there. He's made his position up. There's the 63, the Splat entry. the 99 of
The 99.
Robert Splatt, and this is the Splat's
With
engineering race.
With Evan Farrell at the wheel.
Yes, as you said.
So,
Cars forming up now. So they get an out lap, a warm-up lap, and then the formation lap. And this is in the name of safety to get the temperature into these big tyres that these cars tend to run.
Speaking of safety, the lights are out on the safety car as he returns to the pit area, and the guys all line up in their grid positions, we'll call it, as they formate, ready to make the start. Coming down into MG, the cars look magnificent, they sound fantastic, and we are looking forward to some good, lively action here.
There's Lachlan Thomas in the beg, FM2. In fact, these two cars coming around here, the pace being held by William Sala in car number 1, the Matic Repco on the side, and will hold the pace. Darcy Russell and Dean Cam form up behind them. The big cold air boxes on top of the trumpets, and away we go. The crowd shakes and thunder comes alive here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Have a look at that. David Crabtree in the multicoloured car slots in behind Darcy Russell. The beg just goes back off the start there. So Lachlan Thomas loses a spot to Dean Cam.
Yeah, Dean Cam made a good move there. Looks a little bit slow into the southern loop, but nobody's able to capitalise on that early days yet. Out in the lead, that Matic is just making a bit of a break for it. Dean Cam stands on it, heads it off up around into the old Repco corner.
Dean, of course, does plenty of racing in sports sedans as well, so he's seasoned into the seat, albeit not always in a 5,000. He's got a magnificent Corvette in sports sedan. The beg gets out of the corner nicely. Lachlan Thomas tries to gather up this position from Dean. Dean sends him around wide. They give themselves plenty of racing room, but it'll be Lachlan Thomas now that's got his work already to head out after William Sala in the Matic. But he'll do it. The beg hanging on nicely. The Chevron now coming under pressure from Darcy Russell. Dean and Darcy do tend to get together in these races. The black Chevron comes down into the right-hander. Darcy Russell puts the nose of the roller right up underneath the gearbox of the Cam Chevron, and power down in the Formula 5000s. This is what they were famous for. Darcy Russell to the inside, holds the corner, holds the line. Dean Cam says, righto mate, we're going to have a crack at this, aren't we? As the Alola comes into position number 3. Dean remains where he started in position number 4, held on to 3 for half a lap there. David Crabtree's now coming at them, Phil.
Yeah, he is, and Sala with just over 5-second lead there at the moment from Thomas. Russell back not very far behind. Cam, Crabtree, Carroll, Walters, Smoker, Sala, Veal, Perryman, Hemming and Farrell in having his first little go in car 99.
Dean Cam just momentarily getting that spot back under Darcy on the brakes in turn 2. It's almost like Dean was waiting for the tyres to come on the Chevron. He found himself with a bit of grip.
Locking the tyres there. I did wonder whether Dean might have been having a bit of trouble getting the grip level up on the car, because he certainly didn't appear to be quite as quick as the beg. And when the beg went round him, the beg just left him behind. Oh, nice move down the inside there from the big red machine.
Darcy Russell doing a tremendous job there. Gets through Dean Cam as well. So these two lively in the first couple of laps with Cam and Russell. The Lola and the Chevron across the top of the hill. Dean just loses a bit of ground there. Dean certainly got the Chevron with the straight line handling on the main straight going very, very well. Darcy just around the back part of the circuit has got it all lined up, and Darcy, of course, in the Lola T330, and it is a silhouette that is absolutely synonymous with success in the Formula 5000 era. As he goes out now after Lachlan Thomas, Will Sala has absolutely just head off into the distance. He's got 9.5 second lead over Thomas in the beg, and doing a nice job out in front. We get a bit of a look back through the field there. Of course,
yes.
Jeff Walters in the T330, car 0, and just in front of him is Carroll in the number 43, which is the Lola T140. The Lola T140 charging down there. There he goes down through turn 3. A couple of different iterations of the Lola Formula 5000 car just on our screen. There's the T330.
And I just see David Crabtree there going through, celebrating his birthday today. I'm not too sure how many birthdays he's had, but there he is on screen celebrating his birthday. What a way to celebrate your birthday.
Couldn't think of a better way to do it, actually.
Thunder around Phillip Island. What an amazing effort. Great to see David
Big thanks
Crabtree.
to Mark Bateman, our chaplain here this weekend, who we're raising some funds for his new vehicle so that he can keep providing the amazing peer support he does around motorsport. So there'll be more on that a little bit later on today. But Crabtree, happy birthday. I'm not going to go into a rendition of the song, but
come on.
I'm sure someone will.
That voice of yours, I think you'd be wonderful at singing happy birthday. Perhaps we'll wait for it when he comes into the pit and gets that helmet off so he can hear your
I tell you what, if there's any
tones.
cake with candles on it, I want a piece of cake at some point.
Chocolate?
Whatever. Here he is, the birthday boy, onto the straight, currently sitting P5 on the road. It's Dean Cam who is off in the distance in his Chevron as he charges down the straight.
Crabtree holding back the machine behind. He's got Walters right behind him. Walters looking for a way around. Not able to do it.
Yeah, the Lola's sort of lurking, isn't it? Sort of like
It is.
It sensed blood in the water like a shark. It's
Yeah.
sort of from left and right, it's looking at what could possibly be. But at the moment, I don't think David Crabtree's going to put a foot wrong, and definitely the guy following him, Carroll, is not either. So Walters is going to have to apply the blowtorch. For many, many years, the Lola 400, I think it was, that Bob Minot built in historic motorsport was absolutely immense.
It was.
Love that car.
Yeah, for sure.
A red with a simple blue and white stripe down the middle of the car. And Bob had many, many victories in that car. But this race is got about the best part of a lap and maybe 2 to go, because our race leader, Sala, in the Matic, has just charged across the line. But this battle is raging. This is 4, 5, 6 and 7 on the road.
Crabtree got just a bit of a gap there from Walters. Sala right on the back of Walters though. Will he be able to capitalise on that?
Ryan Sala's in the mix there as well.
Walters seems to carry really good speed through that corner onto the start-finish straight. Comes right back up on the back of Crabtree. What's going to happen as they come down into turn 1? Crabtree seems to be able to close the corner off, float it through there, and has regained a good gap again as they go through that down into Southern Loop.
See, Rod Carroll's using all the road in the straight. He's going out the left-hand side of his car, going out over the painted strip there to try and sweep through turn number 1. I think he's probably covering just a little bit too much track, because have a look at the Lola T330 draws alongside at turn 3.
Yep.
Look how wide the back of that T330 is. They are immense piece of racing car real estate.
He's hung out to dry on the corner there as Walters comes back through. Sorry, Carroll.
Well, it's Carroll to Walters there, isn't it? Any minute now you feel as though Walters is going to stream on by. 2 different generations of a Lola now going for it, and they're actually going for it for 6th and 7th on the track at the moment. Crabtree has just given a bit of reprieve from the blowtorch that's been applied to him by Rod Carroll.
The birthday boy having a great time out there. He'd be really enjoying this. Hasn't always had the best of luck in the car. Caught fire on him and it's done all sorts of things, but he's having a great run today. And of course, David Crabtree, been around motor racing a long time. I first met David back in the 70s when he was running a Clubman sports car, so good to see him out there in something that gets him around the track, puts a big smile on his face.
Last lap board has been displayed to the driver of the Maddich, and that is William Sala, the roadworthy shop, the Maddich A50. Having a really good weekend here. He's got pole, he got the race win yesterday, and I'm going to say the way he's motoring around at Southern Loop at the moment and starting to work his way up left and then right, sweeping this long right-hander up to Lukey Heights, and the orange livery Repco. I think it was Penfold's wine on this car as well, going back into the era.
Doesn't seem to be having to drive the car particularly hard to get really good speed out of it. The car just sits beautifully on the track. Short shift there through that left-hander.
How did you tell that, Phil? It just sounds magnificent, doesn't it? You can hear the short shift.
Yeah. Yep. And it's a corner that... so, pardon me.
Checkered flag at the ready now. So Sala takes 2 from 2 in the Maddich in the Formula 5000s here at the Splats Engineering Formula 5000 races here this weekend at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. Walters to the top of the hill now as well. He has gone through on Rodney this time. So Rodney Carroll has surrendered that spot, and he's found that Walters has gone through. So Thomas through, Darcy Russell next. Dean Cam hangs on. Started 4th, finished 4th.
Just wonderful to see these cars coming onto the start-finish straight. Down they go, through they finish they go.
Wall side by side on the line for that finish there. Walters and Carroll in the end. 0.009 between Walters and Carroll. And that was a race-long battle between those two to finish 0.009 between them. Wow. You've got to think, back in the era of Formula 5000, how would they have done that? I guess a photo finish would have been presented, but now we run timers and we instantaneously know that that's the way the result went. Brian Sala was next through there in the 63, the Lola T330. There it is. William Sala to Lachlan Thomas. Darcy Russell got home in 3rd place. Dean Cam in the Chevron. A good result for Dean. David Crabtree, a very happy birthday in a 5th place. Jeff Walters, Rodney Carroll, Brian Sala, Matt Bill and David Smoker rounds out our 10. Let's get down to the pit lane for the draw of the raffle for Mark Bateman and the Chaplains.
We're down here ready to draw our raffle. Mark from Motorsport Ministries, tell us, what are these funds being raised for?
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, look, it's great. What we use our medical transporter for is for most motorsport, which is away from infrastructure. And so whenever we are out there in the bush somewhere and we have an incident, the best thing we want to do is have the best resources there available. What triggered this original transporter off was we lost a guy in motorsport. It was pretty sad, but it is a part of our sport. But we want to have the best resources available to be able to make sure we do what we need to do, look after our motorsport family. So we have had some water in the roof and we've had to rebuild a new one.
Yep.
And so this fundraiser is all trying to help build a little bit of extra money to make that transporter a reality.
Well, you've been raising some funds. We've got some raffle tickets here to draw. And it's like I said, it sounds like a great cause. And if you want to jump on board with these guys, I'm sure that they're happy to have a chat to anyone who else can help out as well, because safety absolutely is important. So we've got some raffle tickets here, Mark. Let's give them a shake. And thanks, like I said, to everyone who has supported and bought a raffle ticket. Do you want to draw one out?
Ready to go?
Ready to go. This is our prize we've got in front of us here. It's a model car. I'm sure someone's going to enjoy this. It's a 2020 Bathurst.
We got 2 there.
Oh, no, we only
get
need
rid of
one. So we'll get in contact with this winner if they might be here. You never know.
They may be.
But if they're not, we'll find them and give them their prize. All right, it is Bertram. Is that how you think it is?
Yeah.
They've written it Bertram Dana, and we've got a phone number here as well. So it's a green ticket. C for Charlie 11.
Bertram is one of our trackside officials.
Oh, well, there you go. Do you think they're here this weekend?
Yes, he is here. I've seen him here.
Ah, there we go. That's great. We've actually got the winner here. So congratulations, Bertram. Thanks for buying a raffle ticket to support Motorsport Ministries and continue your great work, Mark.
Thank you. Big thanks to the VHRR. They've put a lot of support into making this happen. They're believers in it, so we're pretty blessed. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, Fee. Back here for some more racing action very shortly. We are about to have the second race for Heritage Touring Cars very shortly.
Starting from the family garage, Cool Drive Auto Parts has grown into Australasia's preferred automotive aftermarket parts supplier. Even after more than 4 decades, we're proud to remain 100% Australian family-owned and operated. Today, Cool Drive supplies a comprehensive range of aftermarket parts and equipment, from air conditioning, electrical and engine management to performance, suspension tools, workshop consumables and more, supporting the automotive trade across the region. With 36 locations across Australia and New Zealand, a global supplier network and 24/7 online ordering platform, our passionate team is committed to delivering the right parts, expert advice and reliable service whenever workshops need it. Visit cooldrive.com.au to find out lots more.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Great to be here at Phillip Island, one of the greatest race circuits in the world, one of the greatest views you can ever have looking down that front straight. And we're coming up to the rolling start for Race 2 of the Heritage Touring Car, so Group C and Group A. We did a bit of a commentary team jump start there earlier before the final of 5,000, but we're all back on track. And once again, it's a very good morning to Group A BMW steerer and now commentator, hopefully for a short time, because we like to see him back behind the wheel. Bill Cutler. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, Darren. Thanks very much for having me on board. And we can see the Group C and A cars heading down for their warm-up lap. They'll be doing a rolling start, so the guys will be very busy trying to get heat into their tyres and brakes and make sure engine temperatures are all good. We're very blessed to have a good field here, about 28 cars today. We have lost a couple of cars. Unfortunately, a couple of cars didn't make it. And we lost a car yesterday through a bit of a spin and some damage. But
Eddie Sansel, unfortunately, ex-Diet Coke M3 BMW, a little bit of an excursion down there at Turn 1, so Eddie won't be out there today, unfortunately, nor will we see Paul Stubber, the next Alan Moffat Racing RX-7. Unfortunately, that car has an appetite for gearboxes like no other. Did too, in fact, earlier in the meeting, so he's just there as a static display. So pole position will be our Race 1 winner yesterday morning, Elliot Barber, in Kerry McMahon's Yellow Pages RX-7 alongside Michael Lojudis in the Commodore. Terry Lawler in the Dick Johnson Racing Sierra alongside David Toe in the M3 BMW. Rick Allen, another M3, start out at 5 alongside Trevor Schumacher in the BMW Super Tourer. Then it's Mark Taylor in the VL Commodore, number 44, alongside Gary Kerwin in the Walkinshaw Commodore, number 74. Then Glenn Gerstle in the Group C VH Commodore, alongside Dom Dimitriadis in the ex-Ashby Reed VL Walkinshaw.
We've got Anthony Tenkate there in a 5-litre Commodore. Mion Nabecki is in, I think he's in the DTM Mercedes. I think he's in the Sonax car. That's a very cool car. Aaron Hodges, Tony Sawford in the ex-Alan Grice Craven Mild Tirana. I think he's the only A9 X Tirana here this weekend. Dean Howe in the JPS 635 Group C car. Jason Delaney in a Commodore that's just recently been restored, and a beautiful job it is too. Craig Foster in a Toyota Corolla. Jerome Nabecki, I think that's Mion's brother or son or something. Brother, yeah, okay, so he's in another 190E Mercedes with a very interesting history.
Australian history too, of course.
Yeah. Jacob Curry in the, what was the replacement of the Dick Johnson car that he crashed at Bathurst very famously, and Scott Robinson in a 325 BMW.
Ian Ross, the ex-Mike Emery XD Falcon, the Group C car, alongside another Group C car, Carl Muller, next Laurie Nelson Ford Capri. David Patterson, all the way down from Queensland. Great to see Pato down here again, the number 41 Corolla, alongside Peter Killick, another Corolla. Craig Allen in the Walkinshaw. Hope he's out there just confirming that. Unfortunately, we won't see Sansel out there either. Coming up to turn 12 for this rolling start, hallmark of Group A racing in Europe. We saw it, of course, at Bathurst, I think the first time ever in 1987 when it was a round of the World Touring Car Championship. A lot easier on the drive line and a lot safer, of course. So here they come to wait for those green lights to go out. The RX-7 of Elliott Barber, that car is for sale, folks. What a weapon that would be alongside the Commodore. And they're away, race 2 for the Heritage Touring Cars. Look at the start from Terry Lawler in the Ford Sierra. Just walks around the RX-7 and the Commodore, and Terry Lawler rocketed off the line there when the lights went out. David Toe up into 4th in the BMW. What a start there, Bill, for Lawler in the Sierra.
I think Terry just had the boost just dialed up nicely on the Sierra. There's a bit of a trick to getting those things off the line. I think the speed's pretty critical. He did have trouble yesterday selecting second gear, so we hope that he's sorted that out. And he's just in front of Elliott in the Mazda there at the moment.
Barber fighting back now in the yellow pages. RX-7 into second place and putting a move on Lawler down into Jack Miller corner. So Elliott Barber up into the race lead in the Mazda, Lawler back to second.
Yesterday's race we saw some very, very close racing between the cars that are currently running second, third, fourth and fifth, so look out for that. There was lots of passing and real action with those cars yesterday. Dave Toe seems to have slipped back a spot there behind the Super Tourer BMW of Trevor Schumack. So that'll be interesting to watch as well.
Yeah, great battle there for fourth place. Well, it's almost a four-car battle for third place now, with Glenn Gerstle right up there too. Next, Fred Geisler, VH Commodore. He's starting to put the pressure of the BMWs in front of him, of Schumack. Michael Loju just lost a couple of places here in the Commodore. So Schumack and now Toe have got past the Group A Commodore. Now he has his mirrors full of Gerstle in the Group C Commodore that preceded the number 21 VK Commodore.
That Commodore of Michael Legudis has got a really interesting history. It raced in Australia and then went to New Zealand and then came back to Australia, did Bathurst in 87, went back to New Zealand again. That's a really interesting car. I spoke to Michael before, and he's playing the long game. He's hoping that he can stay there till the end and just pick off some of these nasty little BMWs along the way.
Yes, he's certainly making David Toe work pretty hard there as they swing into Doohan Corner. The Commodore right behind that beautiful M3 of David Toe. That's another car that is on the market. Absolutely magnificent machine and right on the button too. So David's been running that car for many years now, trying to put a move on Trevor Schumack as they head down towards the exit of Southern Loop.
Yep, I think Trevor's probably going to be all right there. He's got enough brakes to, well, he might even get around beside Terry Lawler. That's a pretty good move around the outside there. Hopefully he can make it stick up into Southern Loop. Looks like he has. That's some really good driving there.
Well, you were mentioning, Bill, that Terry was having some issues with second gear yesterday. Maybe that's reared its head again as we see a great Group C battle here between Terry Sawford in the A9X and Jacob Curry in the big Group C XE Falcon. All Group C battle here, in fact, because we have Dean Howe not far behind them either in the 635 BMW.
Yeah, that BMW also got a great history. Raced in Europe in 1980 as a Group 2 car and then came to Australia. Frank Gardner bought it and brought it out here for Alan Grice, and was driven Bathurst in 81 by none other than Denny Holm and a fellow called Stephen Brooks. So some great history amongst these cars today.
67 world champion Denny Holm certainly pushed very hard in that BMW. Stephen Brook was very quick in a Formula Ford. I think won the TAA Europe Series. Travelled to Series,
yeah. Tony Sawford being very clever there with a bit of a smoke screen out the back of his car. That might be a bit of a James Bond feature, maybe.
He really has been one of the cornerstones of Group C racing in Australia. Tony, I beg your pardon, the A9X hatch. He's been very active behind the scenes, has been running that car for many, many years, and he certainly has the wood on the XE Falcon at the moment of Curry. Good to see Justin Nilsson back on the track too, there behind the BMW of Dean Howe. Justin Nilsson, the little Exa, the front-wheel drive turbo machine, had a DNF yesterday.
And he's done very well because he started from rear of grid, so he's now up to 13 and circulating very, very nicely. That car driven by Glenn Seaton and Christine Gibson in the day. That was in 83, and it's a very, very cool one-of-one, very unique car, and Justin loves it to bits and prepares it beautifully.
I think Glenn was about 17 years of age when he was sharing that car with Freddie Gibson's lovely wife, Christine, who was a very serious steerer before she met Freddie. And after when she met Freddie.
Yeah, that's right. How good's this mix here? You know, you've got 5.8 litres of Falcon, you've got 3.5 litres of BMW, and you've got about 1 point something litres of Nissan with a turbo, big hairdryer on it.
One of the great racing. Certainly is one of the great hallmarks of this category, the diversity of the field. And speaking of diversity, car we haven't seen before, the ex-Kevin Clark Fox-bodied Ford Mustang, a Group A machine, a privateer machine run by Kevin Clark, now restored and driven by Aaron Hodges from Queensland, making its debut this weekend. And you see it really is an early body shape for this Fox body Mustang. Doesn't have that front splitter on the car, so Kevin was very early to the party in Group A. The car mainly ran in New South Wales, the AMSCAR series at Amaroo. And it's good to see another car emerge out of the woodwork, Bill.
Yeah, that's right, and he's having a really good battle there with Anthony Tenkate in that Commodore. That car blew a diff up on Friday, and they went up to Dandenong and found diff parts for it and got it repaired in time. So a credit to them and their team to get that car going again.
The car previously campaigned back in the day by Warren Cullen, so good to see Anthony bringing the car down from Queensland. Here's this beautiful 190E Evolution 2, the DTM Mercedes of Nubrecki.
Back towards the front of the grid now, we can see Terry Lawler there with Rick Allen very close behind him in the 92 Benson & Hedges M3. That was the car that Frank Gardner built for 92 Bathurst. It's probably one of the last Group A M3s ever built, and it's a seriously good car, 2.56 speed, the ideal spec, and he's giving Terry Lawler a real hurry along there.
Certainly is, as Bill mentioned, the ultimate spec for Group A in Australia, of course, for that M3. It started out as a 2.3, and as was the case with Group A evolutions over the last the following years to updating the car. It's got that slightly bigger rear wing on that B&H machine as he tries to track down the Sierra of Terry Lawler.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the horsepower difference between them here, Darren. I think Rick's been a bit cheeky and gone up the inside. Maybe he's keen on making a move there, but look at that. That's amazing how close they are down the straight. I would have thought the Sierra would have blown him away, so maybe there's an issue with that car. Rick Allen right in amongst it now. Tried to fire him up boot this morning, Darren, get a bit of adrenaline pumping through his veins, but he's a real gentleman racer, Rick Allen.
Dean Howell, the BMW, trying to hold off that front-wheel drive turbo Exa. And we're speaking of the stubber Mazda eating gearbox as well. Justin knows about eating CV joints and gearboxes too with that front-wheel drive turbo machine, as Rick Allen now gets through on Terry Lawler. So Rick Allen up into 5th place in the BMW.
So we've got Elliot Barber in the lead from Trevor Schumacher in the E36 Super Tourer, Dave Toe in 3rd, Michael Lodgidus in 4th, and Rick Allen in 5th, Terry Lawler in 6th. So, and we're about probably halfway through, I guess. Very entertaining to see little dices right through the field and from quite different cars, and that's the beauty of the Group A and Group C era. A little bit different from V8 supercars where they're all one make and one chassis pretty much, but this was the golden era as far as I'm concerned for motorsport across the world, where you had so many different cars with different characteristics. Fantastic.
Gerstle now trying to put a move on Lawler. Has a big go on the outside of MG and looks like he'll get that place. So great move there from Gerstle. He'll move up into 6th place in the ex-Fred Geisler VH Commodore. Just one of the plethora of Commodores that were run by privateers back in the day. And Freddie Geisler probably only did 1 or 2 races a year, and it was always Bathurst. And here's a replay of the battle between Howe, Curry and Nilsson in the Exa Turbo. Nilsson very deep under brakes.
Just about 3 wide there into MG. That's some really good racing.
Lawler looks like he's got past Rick Allen, so... No, I beg your pardon, that's Gerstle on the Commodore. So having a great run, the Commodore is Gerstle. Terry Lawler has been working very hard to get this car back on the track. Some beautiful work from Tilly Automotive up in Sydney. Brad Tilly doing a great job on the car, Bill.
Just having a little look at the lap times there. Elliot Barber doing a 43.3. Trevor Schumacher in second doing 1:44. That's his best lap. Dave Toe is absolutely on fire. He's done a 1:42.9. That would be by far his best lap here. So he's driving beautifully, Dave Toe, in that third place in the JPS BMW.
Very motivated individual is David Toe.
Certainly is.
Definition of enthusiasm as far as race positions and speed go, and a great supporter too of the category. Been running on that car for many, many years. Not many times he misses a meeting.
That car for sale, of course, Darren. If you want to have one of the best 2.3 M3s that ever raced in Australia, that car's got good history and ended up in Peter Brock's hands in '88. He drove it several races in '88. So that car of David Toe for sale. We also have a JPS 635, a Group A 635 JPS for sale. It's on display in the pits. It was the Jim Richards 1985 championship winning car, so that car's available for sale as well. So there's some lovely cars around, Darren.
Certainly is. Speaking of cars for sale, the one that is leading the race at the moment, Elliot Barber, the Trans Am racer in the number 30 Yellow Pages RX-7, leading this quite comfortably on his final lap. That car owned by Kerry McMahon. Kerry McMahon made a promise to his lovely wife that he's going to hang up the helmet, and he did last year. Has not reneged on that, so he's putting different drivers in some of his cars, and it's great to see Elliot Barber using that car to great effect.
Yeah, he was very clever. He said, when I turned 70, but he included the whole year of being 70.
Of course, of course.
So, yeah, Kerry's been around a long time as well. I've had much pleasure in racing against these guys over 13, 14 years with my little M3, so that's been good fun. So here we're seeing a really good dice now between second and third, Dave Toe and Trevor Schumacher. You've got a 1993 car and a 1987 car. So Trevor Schumacher bought that car out of New Zealand. It's ex-Johnny Chicotto.
And loops the car on the last lap.
Trevor, he's had a spin, bags it up. Desperately trying to get back without losing another place.
Yes, that's the definition of when you do a flick spin to get back on the track. Not mentioning your name, Brock Feeney.
Yeah, that's right.
No one behind him, so it was quite safe. Looks like he might have only dropped the position there as Elliot Barber will take the win in race 2 for the Heritage Touring Cars, Group A and Group C. David Toe into second place, just pressured Schumacher into that move, and Trevor has recovered to be third place at a handy margin over our fourth place man, which will be Michael Lejudas, we're thinking. Oh, he's having a battle here on the final corner of the race, and Rick Allen has got through.
Looks like he might have just got him. Yeah, it looks like Rick will pass Michael there for the fourth place, I think that is. Yeah, Michael Lejudas 5th, Terry Lawler 6th.
Still battles going through the field here. We have Craig Foster in the little rear-wheel drive Corolla battling the big XE Falcon of Jacob Curry, and also Scott Robinson in the car that preceded the M3 in the Group A category in Australia, the lovely little 6-cylinder 325 built.
Yeah, again, a famous car driven by Longhurst in the day in 85, and he's having a look at Curry every possible way he can to try and get past him. Well, that's a fantastic battle there. Or he might even get up around the outside, and I think the power of the Falcon might beat him.
The old 351 Cleveland soldiering on into the Group C era, and Dick Johnson certainly made the most of that, taking out, of course, the championship in 84, the final year of Group C. Just proving a little bit much for the little BMW, but he didn't give up trying there, Robinson, in that battle between the Falcon and the BMW.
So I think that concludes the Group C and A race today. What an exciting race, and some fabulous cars part of that. But Ian Ross just finishing now. XT Falcon, that car started life in 1979 as a taxi, Darren. Got turned into a Group C car in 83.
Oh, I think Dickie Johnson's first one was an ex-police car, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was, yep. Carl Muller's gone through in his Group C Capri. There's the 190 Mercedes.
So Elliot Barber, our race winner from David Toe. Trevor Schumacher was third after that little spin. Great drive into third place nevertheless. Rick Allen was fourth in the M3. Michael Ajudas in the Commodore was fifth in front of Terry Lawler in the Sierra. Mark Taylor in the VL Commodore was seventh. Aaron Hodges in the Mustang. He'll be pretty happy with that performance. His first meeting into eighth. Justin Nilsson was ninth in the Nissan Exa Turbo. And Glenn Gerstle rounded out the top 10 in the VH Commodore.
Justin Nilsson be very happy with that, starting from rear of grid.
And finishing a race.
Yes, without breaking a gearbox and finishing ninth. He's done really, really well.
Never stops working on that Nissan, of course, with his business, and immaculately prepared. It's good to see him get those rewards and finally get the little Exa Turbo on to the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Had the pleasure of going to... Sorry.
Coming up, Group M&O.
I am very, very lucky to have found Margaret Diamond. She is the head of Penrite, and they are celebrating a very special year this year. They're 100 years of Penrite and our sponsor here, and we're so pleased to have you here. And we've been talking off camera about some of the stories. You've been coming here since this track was just a dirt strip.
Yeah, well, just a small trip of bitumen
Yeah.
with a lot of holes, and it was very, very basic.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, when you see something like this, you realise what has happened and how it's been very well supported.
So you used to come here originally for motorbikes, not for cars?
Yes, it was for... My elder son had a very old motorbike that he did up in his shed.
Yep.
And it's in our museum, and he's there with him, yes.
Yeah, and it's an amazing museum, I've seen. You've got quite a car collection of your own.
Yes, there's always a little bit of a controversy about cars. My late husband liked very old ones, and the family liked rather newer ones. But then we're the original. We're like any family that has differences of opinion.
That's right. What's your favourite car out of all of the cars over the years? What's your favourite?
That is a very hard one.
It is, isn't it?
But I think one of the ones that I bought and that everyone seems to have forgotten about, we had an AC, a little sports car called an AC.
Yep.
And it was great.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it's gone off for restoration.
Yep.
And you know how long restorations take.
They do.
So I haven't seen it for a very long time. I'm looking forward to a reunion.
Yeah. Well, will we see that at the museum when it's finished?
I wouldn't hold your breath about it being finished. If I'd held my breath, I wouldn't be doing this.
She definitely knows about how restorations go with cars, that's for sure. Now, you got a couple of very special awards this year. One of them being the Order of Australia Medal. That's very exciting.
Absolutely, yes, a great surprise, and I don't know how I deserve that.
I think you do. I think, hearing your stories and how long you've been an Australian-made brand that is still going over 100 years, and family, and I've seen your family down here racing in the Lola sports car down there. I love that. You're still here. You're still coming to the track. I think that's well deserved.
Well, thank you for all those kind words. Look, yes, my husband and he was interested in oil, but it was a means to have some money so he could enjoy old cars and racing cars. Yes, he had an agenda.
We all do.
Yes, unfortunately, that's sometimes what happens.
Yeah, no.
But no, we're very happy that it's all been so supported by everyone, not just people in business, but it's been supported by a lot of people, and a lot of young drivers have had opportunities to get on the track and enjoy what we've got.
Yeah, you definitely. I think Kai Allen's racing here this weekend as well. So yeah, you guys are, like I said, your family's out here, you've got drivers out here, and Penrite is supporting so many, shows and events this year, and you always do. You're a terrific supporter, and we thank you for that.
Yes, I'm only hoping that when I look at the books, there's going to be something left. There's going to be something left. But no, it's a fantastic year.
Yeah.
And good, and all due to a gentleman called Les Meekles, who did start in his mother's kitchen.
Yeah.
That was so true.
Yeah.
And he would have been a long time trying to get that oil to be anything that he could have sold.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable.
Well, there might not be any coins left in the coffers for after the 100 years, but you're certainly a legacy there. So thank you so much, Margaret. We could sit here and hear about your stories all day. You've got so many stories that you've just been telling us. And
that's enough. Yes.
Yeah, no, you're fantastic.
Thank you for being interested.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Have a great day.
Thank you.
We head back to the box, guys.
Terrific interview there with the matriarch of the Penrite family. We'll be back in a moment after this quick commercial.
Some people, they just don't get it. They don't get the thrill of spotting a one-of-a-kind. They don't get the joy of a Sunday drive. But at Shannon's, we get it, because we get what matters to car people. That's why we offer Choice of Repairer, because we get it's important who works on your vehicle. Driven by passion, backed by experience. Chat to Shannon's, Australia's original insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 or jump online. Shannon's, share the passion.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
And welcome back. We back on track. And Darren, look, we've got some wonderful vehicles just parked up there that we can see on our screen, just as the spectator vehicles. We've seen so many wonderful machines around here, from caravans and camper vans to race cars, which we've got on track now.
It really is one of these events where enthusiasts can find a happy home, and I got to say, it was lovely to see Sandra chatting with Margaret Diamond in the lunch area there. She's been, the family and the business have been enthusiastic supporters of motorsport at all levels in this country, and just reward the OAM this year, and great that she could receive that, and great that we could hear some of the stories out of there. You could, as Sandra said, you could chat all day.
Yeah.
With the matriarch of that particular family and that family business over many, many years. But we have got motorsport to continue on with. It's never a dull moment here at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic 1960 Sports and Racing, the M&O race number 2 for the weekend. And it is a terrific field assembled from all over, and cars have travelled from a long, long way away. But across the front row of the grid, it'll be Andrew Robson and Sean Whelan side by side with each other in their Brabhams, and that's how they finished yesterday. Very hard to tell them apart. The only thing that's different about them is the one's number 63, it's on pole, and the number 32 on position number 2, and that is the numbers. Mark Belmabita in the number 12, Brabham on the second row of the grid, has come along leaps and bounds with his racing development over the last 12 to 18 months in that magnificent Brabham. Paul Faulkner is right alongside in the number 94. Jamie Lana in the 38 is the next car on the grid there. Laurie Bennett in, I'm going to say one of the first of the big bangers in this field. Phil?
And a little bit of interest yesterday. There was a little bit of contact between Laurie Bennett and Billy Bellinger. I believe that a missed gear might have been the culprit there. Then it's George Vidovic, Dean Ty, a 5-time Australian hill climb champion who is this year heading to the UK to compete in the British Hill Climb Championship. Back in 11, David Smoker, John Bow in the Porsche in position 12, Wayne Wilson, Grant Perryman, Peter Strauss, Norman Faulkner, Chris Hurd, Jeremy Dyer, Peter Williams and Robert Townsend rounds out the grid positions. No, not quite. Luke Harbrow, Jamie Cole, Robert Harbrow and Adam Berryman in position 24. So 24 starters in the race as they roll around to the start. Now, we enjoyed some really close racing between these two guys on the front row, Andrew Robson and Shane Whelan yesterday.
Garage right next to each other, or line astern with each other down there. There is Laurie Bennett taking up his spot on the third row in car number 65, grid position number 6. And Laurie in the McLaren M1B. George Vidovic, we touched on as well, right behind in the number 21. He's in the McLaren M6B as well. And George has been racing across North America for the last few years and has won some major championships in that yellow McLaren. Was certainly a character in Victorian motorsport for the longest time, racing his Python racing vehicles, which were Cobra replicas built in Melbourne. But George now enjoying historic racing right around the world. The revs rise and the two Brabhams on the front row get away very nicely indeed. Laurie Bennett just gets a little bit caught up there. We've got a car stopped on drivers right there. That's the number 35 and that's Wayne Wilson. So Wayne just trickling along there and going to have to be recovered. The fire is out and he's looking in his mirrors waiting for the recovery crew to catch up. Let's have a look down into turn number 2.
Now, this is interesting. Billy has got the Cooper in front of the McLaren of Laurie Bennett. 3 wide as they head up along there.
Jamie Lana just getting out of the way there. I think if you thought, no, they haven't seen me here. These big wide sports cars have got a fairly restricted vision and they're going to try and go 3 wide as George Vidovic tries to draw alongside Billy Bellinger. Laurie Bennett there. There's John Bow. He's pushing his way through there as well. And the number 3 just coming through there as well of Noel Bryan.
Looks like Billy Bennett has got a bit of a gap on Laurie there now, and I suspect that Billy will not relinquish that space. They were side by side for quite a bit of the and nose to tail perhaps, with Billy Bennett behind Laurie yesterday. So tide seems to be turned.
Billy Bellinger's certainly put a little bit of a gap between these two big McLarens, and John Bow's looking to slide the Porsche down in there, the Stan Adler-owned car there, and that massive rear wing up very high there. And George Vidovic's actually been running the higher Can-Am wings in the overseas racing, but the Australian officials said, no, you can't do that, even though he produced documents to show the car racing, Sebring and the like. So he's just suffering a little bit from an aero package. He's not used to driving the McLaren, but he storms on by Laurie Bennett this time through, and George finds himself into P7 in the number 21, tips it in nicely. So George started out of 8th, gone to 7th. Billy Bellinger has charged on. In fact, Bill is up the road from these guys. He comes to number 2 as well. That's Dean Tye.
Dean Tye around the outside.
Super experienced race driver.
He holds an Australian Hill Climb Championship, has won one of those. His father was a part of the Repco Brabham engine development program and ran Thai cams in Queensland for quite a long time. So, been around motorsport quite a while.
How's these two cars? These out in front, the 32 and the 63 off the front row of the grid. The 32 is Sean Whelan, the BT50. And right alongside is Andrew Robson in exactly the same vehicle. Across the top of the hill they go, and these cars look just magnificent. They've got them very, very well hooked up and prepared to within a millimetre of their life. And they're running in the Group O 0 to 1600, so they're not even running one of the big thumping Repco Brabham V8s. They're running the inline 4.
Yep.
And you can see the inlet just off the side of the rear cowling on the driver's right,
on the right-hand side of the car. And Mark Velmer-Beater now. He's
moving into this.
In the back of this shot as well. So maybe Mark will weigh in on this one a little bit more than what he did yesterday. He certainly hasn't let them get out of his eye shot.
No, that's for sure. It's good to see him moving up. Let's bring it into a three-way battle, guys. He's doing a great job. We love seeing these cars out there and racing and close. The number of Brabhams here this weekend is reflective of the fact that Sir Jack Brabham was born in 1926, 100 years ago, similar to the Penrite Oils. A wonderful combination, and Jack winning his final World Championship in 1966, my apologies for that, and in a car of his own name, own car, the only Formula One driver to win a World Championship in a car bearing his own name.
He'd love seeing this battle between two Brabhams. He certainly wouldn't pick a favourite. In fact, he'd probably be looking for the Mark Velmer-Beater car to come up and make it a three-way battle for the Brabhams. But you're right, Phil, touching on this weekend, the amount of Brabhams I've never seen at a racetrack quite as prolific as what it is this weekend. Around the outside, and that is Andrew Robson, the 32 of Sean Whelan, sweeps across in front of him. And these guys, I'm going to say they're giving each other room to race, but only just.
Only just, this is exactly how racing should be. They're giving each other racing room, putting the pressure on, but treating each other with respect. So I just see you pointing to the screen. Who's got the fastest time?
But Mark Velmer-Beater, who's ranging up on the back of these two. In fact, he is half a second faster on the last two laps, and that's why he's been able to pull up onto the back of these guys. A 1:39.88 he did on the last lap, and it was a 1:39.87 the previous lap. So he's definitely fast. And these two racing each other, I'm going to say are holding each other up a little bit here.
Absolutely.
But Mark Velmer-Beater draws alongside here. Again, a famous Melbourne family in the food supply industry.
Yep.
And Mark Velmer-Beater is doing a tremendous job in the number 12. That is also the Brabham BT23C. And, of course, these two cars out in front, they are the Brabham BT30. So only a series of difference between these two cars that we're seeing. So 1600cc, so they're in the same class.
And Darren, what we haven't mentioned is that there's not a wing or an underfloor, or any super special aerodynamic aids on these cars. These are the natural cigar-shaped race car with 4 wheels and an engine and a gearbox, and away you go. And some brakes.
And a lot of them did it that way. The Alpha Mono is one that springs to mind that was a very similar sort of shape to these cars that Gary Cooper built. But these three Brabhams are absolutely churning away from it and doing a tremendous job. 1600cc, 4 cylinders, all three of them, as we hark back to a little bit more cubic inches available. But the 1600cc cars have definitely got the pace here. These guys going around, George Vidovic, a 146.19. Billy Bellinger, a 146.7. So out of these cars, it's the yellow car of George Vidovic who is the faster over a lap. And that was on lap number 3, George Vidovic. Laurie Bennett, in fact, Laurie Bennett's done a 45.5 now, so he's now gone faster than George, and he's now starting to range up onto the back of George. But at the moment, Billy Bellinger's got himself a half a second lead to George Vidovic, and we can see the gap between George in the yellow McLaren and Laurie in the dark green, or dark blue, McLaren.
And I note that Billy Bellinger, it sounds a little bit off going down the front straight, but that's because he's actually all the way onto the rev limiter running down the front straight here in that Cooper. It's an amazing issue, and he said, I'm just too lazy to change the ratios.
Well, he's doing a tremendous job. You've got to wonder what his result would be if he just had a couple more 100 revs to stream down the straight. He's got the measure of these two McLarens, that's for sure. The Cooper Monaco T61M from 1963, 4.8 litres, and the McLarens that we're looking at there, George Vidovic 5 litre, and the car of Laurie Bennett, and Laurie's the 5 litre there as well. Well, 5.7 litre, sorry, in the Group O sports cars.
Yeah, so the McLaren M1B, beautiful car of Laurie Bennett's.
I'm going to say these Can-Am cars in the straight line is causing problems for Dean Ty, because he's got them around the corners. He's definitely got the car track position, but it's nothing short of cubic inches when you open it up and you head down looking out at Bass Straight.
Yeah,
the main straight.
Yeah, if he had some clear air to get through on a corner, he'd be able to do that. But just hear Billy Bellinger go through again, and the McLaren closes in on his heels, but not able to capitalise. But these guys out in front, they are doing an amazing job. Robson and Whelan.
Well, they've got another race to go, and they have raced very cleanly here this weekend.
Yep.
We don't go to Winton for the Winton Festival of Speed until July 23, so maybe the racing gets a bit willing, because we've got a number of months before we head up to Winton for the Winton Festival of Speed. And write that date down, check it out, get yourself booked accommodation up in that neck of the woods. July 23 through to 27, the classic racing, retro racing returns at Winton Festival of Speed in July this year, so a bit of a change of dates, 23 through to 26th of July.
And I just see Robson go past the MRD. So originally called an MRD, Motor Racing Developments, later referred to as BT1, the very first Brabham car built, and that is here, brought to us from Tasmania. Great little machine, and really, really good to see it here.
We're on our last lap. Our race leaders have just taken the last lap board at the start-finish line. Big shout out to all of our officials around the track. It's been a long, long weekend of historic racing, and we've still got the best part of today to go. We'll be going all the way till 5 p.m. before the final checkered flag drops on this, the 37th running of the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic, celebrating the 100 years of Penrite here this weekend. The 63, a very clean set of heels for Andrew Robson at the moment over his mate Sean Whelan, who's now just over 2 seconds back.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gap that's built up there. Whelan will be ruining whatever it is that's gotten in the road of him, and trying to close that gap back in again around the hay shed.
He's got the shot all to himself now, hasn't he? Andrew Robson started out of pole, and in the last lap and a half or so really just stamped his authority on it. Mark Velmabita really challenged a lap and a half ago for the second spot on the podium, and that was a clear signal to this guy, the driver of Irish Racing Cars, number 63, Andrew Robson, to clear out and try and take a victory, and that is what he's doing. He gets a good look at Bass Straight around about now, and there's the checkered flag greeting him for another victory. Took the win yesterday over the like-minded competitor in Sean Whelan, and ultimately the end 2-second gap, and then Mark Velmabita back another 2 seconds further away. So those three cars only a lap and a half ago were not line astern with each other, but Robson has absolutely lit it up here. Now this is the big race, the two McLarens.
Laurie made it back through.
Sharing a bit of track there. George Vidovic's been pushed wide. Laurie Bennett has got the 65 car through on the 21 of George Vidovic. George looks to the inside running here, covering less track, but not being able to flow the car quite like Laurie has done. And Dean Ty, he looks to go around the outside as well. But Vidovic fights back all the way to the line. And ultimately, at the end of the day there on that one, it was Laurie Bennett that beat Vidovic and Dean Ty through to the line. Billy Ballinger beat all three of them there as well. And Jamie Lana took 5th place in this one as well. So checkered flag drops on race number 2 for the 1960s Sports Racing Group M&O. A great race again between these two. Brabhams out in front as they make their way back into the pit lane. Chris Herod make his way back in the clubman there as well, as they all just trickle down, try and get a bit of the heat of battle out of the brakes and the radiator and the engine bay. And there it is for Cool Drive Auto Parts, the 1960 sports and racing. Andrew Robson takes 2 from 2. We're seeing a bit of this, aren't we?
We are.
Some drivers taking 2 wins from 2 races. Mark Belmobita home in 3rd position. Paul Faulkner, Jamie Lana, Billy Bellinger, Laurie Bennett, George Vidovic, Dean Tyre, Noel Bryan rounds out our 10. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back here more trackside at Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic.
Some people, they just don't get it. They don't get the thrill of spotting a one-of-a-kind. They don't get the joy of a Sunday drive. But at Shannon's, we get it because we get what matters to car people. That's why we offer Choice of Repairer, because we get it's important who works on your vehicle. Driven by passion, backed by experience. Chat to Shannon's, Australia's original insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 or jump online. Shannon's, share the passion.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
I am so lucky to be standing here next to Billy Bellinger. He is driving the most beautiful Cooper. It's probably one of the best cars that we've got here this weekend at the Phillip Island Classic. Billy, welcome to Phillip Island.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me today. What can you tell us about this gorgeous car?
Well, this car is a 1963 Cooper King Cobra. Cooper, a British car that was sold to Carroll Shelby in 1963. And he took out the Coventry Climax engine and decided to stick his big V8 289 in the back, and it started off the Can-Am Racing Series.
Wow. So, just as we've got loads of horsepower passing us, we've got this stonking V8 in this car. Now, you've brought this, you're the founder of JB Sports Engineering, a workshop in Hertfordshire.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. So I sort of specialise in preparation of old historic vehicles, and we also do a lot of specialised gearbox and internals for the historic motor racing scene, and also general road cars in that sense.
Now, given Hertfordshire's nowhere in Australia, what made you come out for this weekend?
Well, I've been out 4 times. Came out for the Bathurst 24-hour, where we brought a Morgan to compete in that, and then we came back a few years later to Phillip Island. And then we had a few, probably 12 years, and then just decided that Keith was 70, and we thought we'd come out and do that. And then we came back this year again for another run.
Brilliant. So what do you think of the weekend so far? We've had gorgeous weather.
It's been fantastic.
No rain.
No, it's been fantastic. I mean, it's a lovely place. It's very friendly and very welcoming, for us to come here. The circuit's superb, and it's just nice. It's a holiday rather than a serious race meeting, which is great for us.
I bet. And just before I let you go, can you give us an idea for anyone that's not super technical, maybe new to motorsport, what's the experience of driving this car like around Phillip Island?
I mean, even though the races are quite short here, after about 3 laps my arms are aching and my legs are aching because you're wrestling it round, you're hanging on as much as you can. It's got old-fashioned brakes. It's 450 horsepower in 700 kilos and old-fashioned tyres, and it's just a laugh.
Well, Billy, thank you so much for taking the time to have a chat to me today, and thank you for coming to the island for the Classic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emma, for covering that off. We've just seen Billy finish that event down there, and really cool to see all of these internationals that we've seen here this weekend. There's a number of them making their way here, and we know that there's some people watching from around the world, and we certainly would love to see not only fans come to this event in 2027, but other entries. We love seeing that car. Is very, very interesting. We have a fair idea of what a McLaren Can-Am car is because John Harvey drove one for Bob Jane, and we've had various ones over the years, but that particular Cooper is something absolutely different here. Achieves what it does in a different manner. It's got a history. Shelby mentioning that there as well. So great to have that there, and great to see Emma having a good chat. And I do like the fact that he refers to the old-fashioned tyres and the old-fashioned brakes and, the new day of 450 horsepower. So great to get that perspective from a racer that has travelled more than halfway around the world to be here, brought the car with him and is treating it like a holiday. And let's draw some focus on that. Phillip Island is right smack bang in the middle of the Bass Coast Shire, and they have been very, very good benefactors to this event. So a very big welcome to Billy and his family to the Bass Coast Shire. Now, this is the 5-litre touring cars, and interestingly enough, we've got a Turbo Sierra on screen at the moment.
And invited.
Invited, that is Darren Knight joining me, Darren Smith. So we do have there's a Porsche in there as well, which Sean Day is driving. These cars will come around to the grid, stop on the grid, and will be sent off in row order. So
not a race,
it's a sprint.
We must explain.
Not a race.
Basically, just trying to beat your time from this morning.
Yeah.
So they're not racing panel to panel, bashing each other, which we shouldn't be doing anyway. But basically, getting them out there, giving it the berries, and trying to beat their previous lap times.
Kai Allen and Ben Eggleston across the front row there, car number 2. Ben also in the 2016 Holden VF, the Mercedes AMG E65 in the Penrite livery, celebrating the 90 years of Penrite. They're now celebrating 100 years. What happened to that decade? That slipped by without us noticing it, didn't it? Hugh Zockling in the number 88, the Red Bull liveried VF Commodore, and then the number 117, Chris Stilwell at the wheel of the FGX. So the first row, we're waiting for a green flag from one of our officials on the side of the track there. And pretty cool to hear these supercars bouncing off the rev limiter as they get them set to get off the line. Last cars pull up at the rear of the grid. Green flag goes up for the first two, and Ben Eggleston gets away nicely there. Kai Allen leaves a big number 11 on the track there, and just to leave his signature for us all to know and understand he's been here this weekend.
Get those tyres nice and warm as they plunge down into Doohan Corner for the first time. David Murphy lets loose next. Wayne Park, Tony Longhurst, EF Falcon.
Andrew Cook gets away there in the VY. Then it's the 31 of Stephen Langley. And Sierra, Andrew Madecki, 05, RS500. And Sean Day in that Porsche, the GT3 RSR. So a couple of invited cars in there as well. Bolwell Nagari, Chris Clearahan, a Australian sports car champion of note, and he's in the Bolwell Nagari. Carl Saville, Andrew Cavalli, and David Ramsey in the XA Falcon. He gets some miles out of that yellow XA, runs in Vic V8s, runs in historic touring cars. Now he's running in the 5-litre sprint. As we get a good look at the number 25 car, David Murphy, Falcon EF, out of the early supercar, or V8 supercar era. And
the car that Tony Longhurst ran, he broke away from Frank Gardner's team after and built this car after a few years of setting up his own operation. And what a competitor Tony Longhurst was. Of course, we saw that great action when he was running the B&H, one of the drivers in the B8 Sierra team, M3
Thomas
BMW
Mazira as well. In they won Bathurst together in a Sierra.
Yep, 88. And Tony branching out into his own team with the support of Castrol.
Ben Eggleston and Kai Allen, of course, racing the clock down at turn 2 down there, not each other. They're set off on this journey together, and it was a very nice getaway off the line for Ben Eggleston. Runs a very, very successful supercars team in the Super 2 era, multiple championships. And we discussed yesterday, Darren, and I had a whole lot of homework to do last night. I just didn't do that. But the Eggleston outfit was certainly been one of the ones that have been one of the winningest teams amongst FPR or Tickford Racing, whichever one it may be.
And it's good to see that Ben, if I can say it, is a nerd like us. He likes old cars. He has one here now, and he's driving it now. The Garth Tander HRT machine has a whole stable of older supercars and older cars, and it's great to have him bringing them to these historic meetings, as well as running his Super 2 team, of course.
Great to see both Ben and Rachel. Rachel, the son of Martin Wagg, and a family steeped in Victorian motorsport history. Of course, Martin Wagg, I'm going to say 30 years ago, probably not that. I'll probably retract that term, but some time ago won the Pyre Club Racer of the Year, the John Lanyon Competitor of the Year award, and Rachel was just a kid back then. Now her and her husband own one of the more successful Super 2 touring car teams in the country. So, apple hadn't fallen too far from the tree with Rachel from her father, Martin, who was a Porsche racer and an Aston Martin racer in GT trim for some time as well. But these cars, what's great about this, Darren, is that the cars are prepared in the livery that they raced in. This Xbox car, quite a rare commodity, really. They only ran this livery for a very short amount of time for none other than Marcus Ambrose.
Yeah, Chris Jewell behind the wheel. On screen there we have the Commodore of Troy Eagleson. It's a 2003 VY, just in front of the Paul Morris Super Cheap VE Commodore of Peter Aboud.
So Kai Allen did a 1:34.07 last time around, so this is a super sprint. They are racing the clock. Here's a couple of non-5 litre cars. This is Sean Day in the Porsche GT3 RSR. Beautiful looking piece of kit. One of the nicer Porsches that have come out of the racing stables.
Yeah, the step up, of course, as the name suggests, step up from the GT3. So it raced out
fair old step up too. Yeah.
Oh, fair old step up. Yeah,
fair old wider body, and of course a feature of the next VHRR event, the Winton Festival of Speed, is the Fitzy Cup.
Yes,
which will be run for all the Porsches, and let's hope that one is there. Expressions of interest are wide open at the moment, looking for all of the Porsche aficionados to get in there and encourage you to get your entries in for the Winton Festival of Speed. I think it opens up in the next week or so.
So Porsches that raced in Australia from 1990 to 2010 will be eligible for the Fitzy Cup, and all Porsche race, of course, remembering the late, great Peter Fitzgerald. What an absolute champion he was behind the wheel of any Porsche.
He was, absolutely, and he did stuff in Toyotas as well. He won Bathurst 12 hours and things like that, and a coveted career, Peter Fitzgerald.
Yeah, touring cars
and
racing, the Group C days, of course.
It took it up to the best of them in Porsches, that's for sure. So a good celebration at the Winton Festival of Speed. Note that down, July 23 through to 26. Plenty of activations. There will be lots of VIP opportunities at that one as well. But it's a great time to go racing up in that region of Victoria where Winton is situated. And the VHRR always turn on a ripper event. This is a cute little group getting together here. Hardly cute. They look like they're going for it. Out off the back of the ripple strips.
David Murphy having a go. and in fact, overcooks it.
Overcooked it. Goes for the Joker lap on the MotoGP circuit. We're going to have to tear that up now. Can't have the Joker lap there anymore.
Well, people still run wide, so they can still use it, I guess. And there's a David Murphy fan.
Happy to have it there. Up the back here past that very famous tree there. I was told yesterday it offers shade and rain support for the trackside officials and was one of the first in the country to offer that service to the volunteer officials. So that tree's been there for a very long time, offering many officials that support. Christoph shot there where Kai Allen's going around in the 65 is a replica Monaro of the Bathurst 24-hour winning team that Gary Rogers Motorsport have kindly, I think they've made a couple now of the replicas of those cars. They've made a bit of a niche industry for themselves.
Kai Allen, the AMG 60, the ex-Erebus machine, unique 5-litre V8 Merc engine under the bonnet, based on the 6.2-litre Merc production engine. Some massive work went into preparing that engine to be suitable for our 5-litre category.
Certainly was, as Chris Clearahan just moves out of the way in the Bolwell Nagari, and Ben Eggleston goes charging on through. So Kai Allen now 1:34.07, fastest car out there, 1:35.2 for Ben Eggleston. Then it's Murphy in that Longhurst car, 1:39. Sean Day in the Porsche is next with the 1:40. Chris Stillwell in the 1:71. He's the next fastest car out there. Or 117, the Falcon FGX. That one there.
Right on cue, Chris Dewell. The car that Marcus Ambrose drove on his return to Australian touring car racing in 2015 after a very successful career in the States in NASCAR, of course, and teamed up with Scott Pye for the Bathurst 1000 in 2015. Didn't have a great run, unfortunately. Pretty unlucky the whole year, in fact, for Marcus, a partial program, the Touring Car Championship earlier. It's immaculately restored by the guys at Tickford, and Chris certainly putting it to good use right now.
Chris has certainly had some of the nicer cars. He drove I think it was the Bomb Sierra in Group A, Group C for a while. Did a tremendous job of that. And here comes David Murphy. He's gone off the back of the ripple strip again. If you think they're getting pretty serious against the clock, David Murphy is currently third. And he's got a gap of about 4.5 seconds to get onto the back of this guy in car number 2, which is Ben Eggleston.
Jake, just rounding up Jacob Curran, the ex-FPR Falcon, the car that ex-Mark Winterbottom machine that Ford used to commemorate the release of the Cobra. It came back into the range, of course, in GT form, those famous blue stripes on the white body.
Mark Curry's got himself a decent old collection these days as well. Runs in Vic V8s in one of his other cars and does a tremendous job.
Yeah, got a couple of cars here this weekend. Great to see. Jacob supporting the meeting. Frosty now, of course, behind the microphone in the Supercar telecast these days. The former Bathurst and Touring Car Championship winner.
Yeah, the shake-up in the commentary booth for Supercars this year has reached down there. I think not before time. I'm really happy to see what has gone on there, and some blokes that have been knocking on the door for at least a decade and a half and are very, very capable of doing the job. And Matt Nolte and Richard Crail will certainly prove their worth in that commentary booth over the next 12 months, that's for sure. Garth Tander alongside, offering all those expert comments, and Garth's doing a terrific job, and we'll see Frosty come on. Of course, Lownsley's also in the background with that as well, so big changes in that world. Of course, some of these cars would have been around when the great Barry Sheen was calling some V8 supercar races, and down here he called a major sausage sizzle with one of the biggest crashes you've ever seen just down the straight here.
Well, unfortunately for the late great Baz, he had a fairly hefty accident here himself at the wheel of one of Peter Brock's Mobile Sierras, and of course we've got Andrew Medecky here with his car out there, which is great to see, and great to hear Emma too revving Andy up to get his old Oxo car back on the circuit, so that's great to see. Great to have Mad Andy, as he was known back in the day.
Oh,
issues for Peter Abood, unfortunately, in the super cheap VF Commodore. Right through the sand trap, hasn't collected anything, now just digging himself out.
I believe we're hearing trackside that as a tyre failed on that car, so that's
done a good job then to
catch it all up. There's the checkered flag, and that goes to Kai Allen. Rounds out the 15 minutes of that super sprint that we're putting on there for the 5 litre and invited cars. Great to see some invited cars there as well. On track next, of course, will be our afternoon program, starting up with the Regularity replay here from the Bass Coast Shire.
Peter Abood with that tyre failure. Yep.
Yeah.
Right front. Not great when you're going into a right-hand corner at Siberia.
No. And in years gone by, the wall wasn't that far away as well. So great thanks. Some of the legacy items from the MotoGP era have certainly given us some great safety around this track. Kai Allen returns there as we see this car, the number 67, just trickling around with Peter Abood, the VE Morris car. I wonder what chassis name that one has. As Beth or one of the...
they like giving them names to supercars, didn't they?
Yeah. Particularly the Morris organisation.
I've called my cars names over the years, but some of them not broadcastable. That's
exactly.
a word.
Yeah, start on a cold morning.
Yes.
Exactly. Not nice names, but just trickling around there on that torn apart. I'm going to say Dunlop racing tyre. Could be Kumo. They can fit these cars as well.
These cars will be back on the circuit, the final event of the 38th running, I think it is.
37.
37, the Penrite 100 Classic. So make sure you stick around, folks, to see these fantastic early supercars and later supercars and invited cars. They'll round out the program this afternoon around 10 to 5. So make sure you're trackside. Hopefully we'll see Peter back out there with 4 inflated tyres.
Let's have a look. It was Kai Allen to Ben Eggleston, David Murphy, Sean Day in the Porsche, Chris Stillwell in the Falcon, Zockling, Corey, Langley, Abood, Chris Clearahan in the Bolwell, Cook, Easman, Iddlesden, Saville, Ramsey and Cavalli rounding it out. There's our program for the rest of today. 5-litre touring car sprint, ticking that box at 1:05. We have got the regularity start, which is around about now. And, of course, at 16:45, the 5-litre touring cars will be back on for their final event of the day. We'll take a quick break here in commentary, and we've got plenty more coming your way as we roll out the entire program again across this afternoon. Trackside here at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic.
What started with a 16-year-old's dream in St Kilda 1926 became one family's legacy.
Car 100, the Penrite guys are going to go completely berserk.
Inspiring all Australians on 2 wheels, 4 wheels and big wheels. Under the ground, on the ground, and soaring high above it.
It's been one heck of a journey, but it's not over yet.
Penrite Oil, celebrating 100 years. Still.
Welcome back to the 2026 Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. An absolute hive of activity down here in the Formula 5000 part of the pit garages. We are at garage 39 at the moment. And if we look at this absolutely beautiful example of a Formula 5000, it is a Lola T330 that's been updated to T332 specification. And it looks absolutely quintessentially correct when you think of a Formula 5000. That's exactly what you think of. Massive wings, a huge airbox up the top as well, a big throbbing 5-litre V8 at the back as well, all paired to a 5-speed transaxle gearbox at the back. But this just looks absolutely sensational. But the poster child of this event is actually through here, and it's actually a Matic A50 being driven by one of the younger drivers that we've got here this weekend at the Phillip Island Classic Penrite 100, Will Sala. Welcome to the weekend, mate. It's been a huge weekend for you driving what's literally been the poster child of this event. But what's the experience like when you've got that massive V8 throbbing behind you?
It's pretty unreal. There's nothing else you can really compare to it. They're very old, historic cars that I race out here for fun. I've replaced Dad the last 2 years in the Mattage that we own as a family. But driving these cars is a huge privilege, and I drive these for fun and try and go as quick as I can. But yeah, it's just great out there. The thrill, the exhilaration, the speed, and yeah.
I was going to say they're pretty agricultural in terms of cars. Like back in the day, they were, of course, state of the art. There's a fair bit of aero. They've got slick tyres, but a lot of power. But as menacing as they look, they're actually quite compliant to drive, or are they a bit of a handful? From your experience, what is it like?
Yeah, last year we put on a bit more aero than what Dad runs for me to get used to the car. And we've only lowered it down a tiny bit on the aero-wise, and I'm only driving it to where I'm comfortable, and I'm not sliding it or getting any oversteer, so I'm not putting any risk in crashing this. I'm just driving it for fun, driving it because I love racing, and yeah.
And coming into the weekend, you were, by your own description, on some stone cold old tyres. Have you updated the rubber for the weekend so far?
Yeah, we just went out on old tyres in practice, just to preserve these other tyres, which are still pretty old, but they've still got plenty of grip left in them. But the downforce in these grip the tyres up pretty well. Once they're warm, after about 2 laps of warming it up, there's heaps of grip in these, and they're pretty forgiving.
Yeah, look, the car looks absolutely sensational as well. So a bit of history about the car is obviously developed by Frank Mattage back in the day, an A50, and your father came to be the custodian of it before literally throwing the keys to you to drive it. There must be a lot of trust between yourself and Dad.
Yeah, I mean, I've been racing, this is my 5th year now racing. I've done Formula V and Hyundai XL. But Dad rebuilt this car with Grandpa back in 2012, I believe. And they raced it at the Grand Prix. They've done Sydney, all the tracks down in Melbourne. But yeah, I've watched Dad race this from when I was about 6 years old and knew this is definitely where I was going to be heading. But this car actually won the 1971 Australian Grand Prix and won the Gold Star Series in 72, driven by Frank Mattage as well.
Absolute superstar in the making. Thank you so much, Will Sala.
You're all right, thank you.
Regularity cars on track now. Great to have Callum Brannigan covering off those amazing stories and ticking off on many of these families, Phil, that they've got generations of races. We'll have Rowan Carrick up here with the next race.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
Second generation, and the third generation coming along behind him with his dad, who was a car manufacturer as well. They manufactured a couple of cars in the CRD family, but certainly the Salas. I remember when Brian went to Adelaide in a Cortina that his dad had got for him. I think Brian was about 14. They gave him special dispensation over at the Adelaide Grand Prix event to run the Cortina, and then he came back about 18 months later with the Formula 5000. Yeah. And we all know that's 40 years ago now, so don't want to put too much of a fine line on it, but Brian, but you're not a spring chicken anymore, mate.
Yeah, neither are you, all right.
Well, that's true too, and neither is this number 36 that's doing some laps out here in Regularity as well.
Yeah, 36 being the car of James Gaddy, the Dodge Special from 1936. Beautiful car, 3.8 litre, and has come across from Western Australia to compete here at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic in 2026. Beautiful machine, seeing it run around the track there, just behind the Alpine Renault A110 of John Elliott, up over Lukey Heights, and down it comes. So around MG and heading off up around the top part of the circuit, and all parts of this circuit, Darren, you can get to. It's accessible from the outside of the track. Not all of the inside of the track is accessible, but a lot all the way around. You can walk around the outside of this track, as some people did yesterday. They did find it was a bit of a distance, but you know, these are people that like to keep fit, so that was all good.
Yep, you embark on a walk around here, and I actually do recommend that you do it because you can get around the back of the hay shed there, which we can't see from this side of the track around the back there, and it's a whole different world around there, and all of the cars are at absolute wide open throttle, so you don't hear the load until you get around there that the car's coming out of Siberia, following that left and that very fast right-hander sweeper before you come up the hill to Lukey Heights to get a good look at the Robert Foster T-Guard GT285 with a rotary power plant on board.
Yeah, and that Hayshed corner is, it's more of a corner than a lot of people think. And you go through there flat out in top gear and you're doing a four-wheel drift across the track, you know you're on a racing track and you're hanging on for everything.
There was some commentators that got all that confused. They'd say, oh, they come out of Siberia and head up the back straight. I'm not sure in what planet and what mind-altering situation they are in.
Yeah.
It goes left very hard and then it is flat, wide open right all the way around until you get, and you got to go left over a blind crest, and right about now you start to get the sun right in your eyes as you go across Lukey Heights. Watching this Tiga come onto the straight here as well and charging down as we get a look at the 62 coming around here, or 162, sorry, is Andrew Wald, the Plymouth Special. We talked about this car yesterday. Just looking for where Andrew is. He's down there in 31 in this one, so quite a way off the top running in Regularity, just as we see Tom Reed go past, and the 162 just trickling along there. And currently it is car number 28 that is leading this particular Regularity event. John Hardy in the Alpine Renault A110 car that, Phil, you like the... You like the cut of that car's jib, don't you?
I've always loved the Alpine Renault A110s. They're just a beautiful shape. And they had such a wonderful experience, rally type vehicle. They did really, really well in Europe. And car number 2 getting around there, Alexander Hick. I don't think we've mentioned that. The MGTC Alexander has brought that car across from South Australia, a 1949 car. Now, that's interesting because it says it's red, but that was not a red car. I've been confused by the number. So there we go. That is not a 1949 MGTC. That one on screen is, but the silver machine is certainly not an MGTC. And I'm sure that had number 2 on it. We'll have to wait and see.
It is a bit of the run what you brung, isn't it? These sort of things, the MGTC hidden around behind that, I'm going to say highly polished aluminium bodywork there, and you can just imagine the wheel work you have to do to get that sort of bodywork. It's got the MG badge on the grille support panel there.
Yeah, it's certainly not red in colour, so it's throwing me off. But if that's started out life as an MGTC, it's vastly different now.
Do you reckon there's a supercharger hidden behind that little cowling on the front?
The cowling on the front. There's a good chance. The other thing I notice about it is the body is offset. So the left-hand side of the car has been disappeared, really.
Yeah, I wonder if that's for the driveline.
Possibly.
Yeah. Stranger things have happened. Just looking at the 356 Porsche going around the outside there. Looks like there's a meatball flag being displayed for someone out there. So there's a mechanical deficiency. The black flag with the orange disc on it, colloquially known as the meatball in the sport.
In the sport.
Not a flag you want to see with the board with your number.
No, if you see it, you want somebody else's number. I want the bloke who's racing closest to me.
Yeah, correct.
The bloke just in front of me. I want him to have that.
But the problem with that is that generally your windscreen or your helmet visor is getting covered in oil or something like that at the time. So look at the narrow wheels on this car and the absolute movement of the steering wheel just to get the most out of this car, just making sure the wheels are pointing in the right direction, and then the over adjustment, which can often be out of the sidewall flex in those high narrow tyres. It's not even actually adjusting the car on the track, it's just holding it straight.
Well, that's right, and all tyres have what's called a slip angle, and that slip angle is the angle at which the tyre can move sideways across the track without losing its maximum grip. And it varies from tyre to tyre, and it is calculated within the design of tyres.
Spoken like a guy that spent 4 days at the Melbourne Grand Prix last week talking about tyre angle slip there. Phil, the number 71 now doing a stellar task just outside the top 20, and that's Garth Selig, the GSM Dart. And that is a car of definite interest, isn't it? The GSM Dart.
The an unusual vehicle, or a vehicle that we don't see very much.
This is Dennis Best in the red Lenham Le Mans GT from 1968, a 1300cc entry.
Yeah, and of course the beauty of the Regularity is that you don't need a full-on circuit licence to be able to compete in this level, and you just need what's known as a limited speed licence. And the idea is you nominate a time and then you try and be as regular as you possibly can in the way that you drive that car, and aim to hit or be as close as you possibly can to that time that you have nominated.
In this particular Regularity trial, it's Ashton Roskill in the Lotus Elite who is doing the best job of it at the moment. And the Lotus Elite number 141, the red Lotus. This is a green Lotus that we're looking at, number 12. With Scott Kelly.
Quite a pretty little car. There's they had a chassis, a Y-shaped sort of a chassis down the middle of these cars that tended to be a bit flexible. Colin Chapman didn't mind things being light, and they tended to break a little bit. But
just going around the outside there of the AC Shelby Cobra replica of Tony Welsh, Victorian there. So that is a replica, the orange with the silver stripe down the middle.
And around the Millthorpe Special there goes the Lotus. So lots and lots of different vehicles. The Millthorpe Special, of course, from an earlier period of time.
There's John Ellery in the number 58 Cheetah, and John is currently 13th in this test.
Yeah, John was telling me the car originally had the Toyota Celica engine in it, and then as the car was sold, somebody changed the engine to something different, and then the wings got changed, and eventually he's gotten hold of the car and brought it all back to how it's supposed to be from its original, and an absolutely beautiful little motor vehicle.
It is, certainly is. Tom Reed just in front there in the 77. Tom's trying to fight back from a bad start to his Regularity this weekend. And Tom is currently sitting down there in 23rd in the number 77 Formula Ford Reynard. But John Ellery just cruising there at the moment. Not allowed to break out a 2-minute lap, so no faster. Significant sticker on the right in front of the window, if you like, the wind deflector of this car, the MI and STP. MI being motor improvements, which was Brian Sampson down there on St Kilda Road in St Kilda for many, many years.
Yeah, and Sampson and she, didn't they collaborate on some wonderful machines?
They did, and the VHT product was the Brian Sampson business that they made that product. And it's great to see John Ellery has done that restoration faithfully to that car that Brian Sheed built and ran. BMW E30, these cars run in their own series, one make series within the Trophy Tour Victoria, which is on at Calder Park next weekend, a big rock concert in the Thunderdome on the Saturday night as well. So make sure you get along to that. That will be amazing to get a rock concert back at Calder Park after all those years ago when Guns N' Roses did it.
Yeah, that's a while ago.
Part of the race meeting will be the Saturday night rock concert. So if you're looking for more motorsport live, jet down to Calder next weekend for round 2 of the Victorian Trophy Tour, brought to you by 888 Home Loans. As we look across the top of the hill, car number 82, the BMW E30, Mark Curran.
I can just imagine you, Darren, out at Calder Park next weekend doing an Elvis Presley impersonation. That'll be
Not
something
me.
to see.
I'll do my own thing. I'll make my own brand, and we'll have some fun with it. It's certainly going to be a good night out at the Thunderdome. Everybody, check out that, Google it up, and have a look what's going on at the Thunderdome next Saturday night, and of course what's going on the racetrack over the weekend.
In the BMW 323i from 1983 heading around the track. These guys doing a wonderful job.
Tell you what, the car number 24, Jeff Boyd, in the Porsche 356, the beige coloured one, checkered flag drops on this session. He has been exceptional. He's been in 1, 2, 3 or 4 over the 3 tests so far.
Yep.
And we don't know any scores, but in this one, total points of 45. And I'm going to say that just a bit of a gut feeling that Jeff's done very well this weekend.
Yeah, I think so. Checkered flag is being waved on the Regularity, so we'll at some point, not too far away, be able to find out what the situation is with regards to who's lost the least amount of points.
Yeah. Yep. And coming up next will be the Classic Sports Car Racing Group S, a massive field of cars.
2 cars heading across there together on the finish, and really good to see such a variety of vehicles out there. The breakfast brand races, as I refer to them, are Regularity, and they return to the pits now.
Well, yeah, this is going to be very interesting as to how we see these points for each of the 3 tests. So there is 3 separate times on track, but then it's the average or the total of the point score system. So we can't really bring you that result. Well, we can tell you what happened in this last one, and Roskell got lost 2 points. Jeff Boyd lost none.
Wow.
It looks actually like they've got us a total points column on the timing sheet now.
Oh,
and it is Roskell in car number 141 with 47 points. Jeff Boyd with 45. Kyle Ackers with 44. Then it's the 83 of Hills, Daniel Bradsell, who featured last year in the Regularity very well. He's come home in 5th. Kelly, Ash Stutchbury in the number 63 with 39. In 7th place, Jackson, Hardy and Ogle in the 91. The Grant Ogle, the Ashdown Clubman.
Yeah, good old Clubmans. I love the Clubmans. They then have Cardwell, Ellery, Best, Church. Is it Brereton on screen there?
Yep.
Hick, Walker.
All right, well, that is Regularity for this event. Let's get a quick ad in, and we'll be back with the Group S Racing.
Starting from the family garage, Cool Drive Auto Parts has grown into Australasia's preferred automotive aftermarket parts supplier. Even after more than 4 decades, we're proud to remain 100% Australian family-owned and operated. Today, Cool Drive supplies a comprehensive range of aftermarket parts and equipment, from air conditioning, electrical and engine management to performance, suspension tools, workshop consumables and more, supporting the automotive trade across the region. With 36 locations across Australia and New Zealand, a global supplier network and 24/7 online ordering platform, our passionate team is committed to delivering the right parts, expert advice and reliable service whenever workshops need it. Visit cooldrive.com.au to find out lots more.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
And I'm here in the paddocks with Mick Stupka. Mick, we've got a Citroen 11D here that you run. Now, it's a overhead valve 1.9 litre. Yeah. Now, that's not pumping out a hell of a lot. It's enough to be trouble, isn't it?
Oh, trouble and bags are fun. It really is, yeah.
And it's running on hydraulic brakes as well?
Yeah, hydraulic brakes. Still old-fashioned. You just got to jump on them and hope something happens,
So can you tell me a little bit about the history of this car and how it came to be in your hands racing here at Phillip Island?
Originally it was built by a guy in the 60s and he ran it in the early days it's a genuine old race car from way back, and he ran it for about 10 years, and then when the rules changed he dumped it in a garage all stripped down, and I bought it off him about 25 years ago. Because he was about 85, but he was always going to rebuild it and race it. No, Jack, you're going to die. So I bought it off him as a project. I've always been in the motor trade. It took me a couple of years to rebuild. And I basically know what it is, and it is what it is. It was never going to be a contender anyway, but it is just bags of fun.
Now, the styling of this car kind of betrays the year it was made, doesn't it? Because it looks a little bit older than a 50-something. Now, this was a 57?
54. 1954, yeah. Citroën, they're quirky people at the best of times. And everything, well, even the engine and gearbox, the engine is set behind and the gearbox is sitting out the front, and the engine actually spins anti-clockwise to make the gearbox spin clockwise, and the French just, I think they did things on purpose.
And it's a 3-speed, is that right?
It's a 4-speed. Yeah, this was 11D. D stands for development, and they were developing this model for the next model. The early ones of these were 3-speed, but it's a 4-speed. I've done a bit of work in the gearbox and obviously the engine. And it's a case of you're on what you brung. Yeah.
And is it a bit of fun out here at Phillip Island? Tell us about your experience in the race.
Oh, look, it's always fun. The car moves around. Every lap is fairly unpredictable with this because it changes every lap. It just varies. And Phillip Island, I race a lot of the other tracks, but Phillip Island is such a fantastic track. And being in this car, I get a chance to look out to see whether it's rough out there or not, Most people come in and they say, oh, what was it like on turn 3? And I say, well, there's a few white caps out there, and and across the other side, it's but the track is fantastic.
Okay, brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Mick, for taking the time to show us through your 11D, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Great to get a look inside Mick Stipka's Citroën, and what a lovely fella. He just, every lap is an adventure. Talking about an adventure, we have got a 52-car field to get through. I'm Darren Smith. Emma Dean has, through the magic of TV, come from the paddock straight up into the commentary booth. Group S on our plate, ready to go.
Yeah, Darren. Knackered.
Graham Golson on pole with Joe Collegia right alongside. Germany and USA, the second row is the same. Joseph Debertoli with Doug Barber. Mickey Perlade with Simon Meyer, Damien Meyer in their little MGs. James Colbert Jones in the number 40 down there as well, the 911, and Carrera, Alex Webster, who charged from rear of grid to get his way up into position number 9. Watch for car number 7. Andrew Whiteside, Tom Wallstead, Hugh Harrison, Warren Holtz, Sam Narkovitz, Braden Taylor, John Harrison, Brian Weston, Ross Jackson. Watch for the yellow Di Tomoso out of 18th. It will push hard in this one. John Del Colo. Then we go to Colin Wilson-Brown, Kent Brown, William Robinson, Donald Bartley, Ryan Koenig, Harry Britton, John Floyd, James Ashbury, Matt McGrath in 28th, Scott Farquharson out of 29, Dale Ashby in 30, Chris Blandon, David Bajan, Andrew Gibson, Tammy Holtz, Paul Hogan out of position 35, Dave Goodwin, Robert Roundtree, Fergus Bryan, John Geist, Brian Bailey, Naam Aleph, Phil Powell, and Peter Staglietti, Ursula Wiedemuller, Greg Prunster, Tim Linus. Watch for Tim in the number 76 coming from all the way down there. And then the next row is Pat Townsend, Hung Du in car number 6, the Datsun 240Z. A long way back for Hung. He's normally further up the field there. Chris Ralph, another one who will push hard in this one as well. Steve Brankston, Daryl Meehan, and the number 65 of Ray Narkowitz Chevy Corvette. Normal, a front row starter. So it's going to be interesting, just like Alex Webster did in the last one. We'll get an eye on that Corvette of Ray Narkowitz, car number 65 in this one. Back of the field now taking position. There's the Linus car off the back of the grid. Tim Linus in number 76 there as well. So massive field for Racer Industries is a Group S cars.
Absolutely, Darren. And if anyone's interested in seeing the in-car of Alex Webster hunting down Group S competitors, you can see it on Blendline TV.
Cars get away nicely, and it is a good charge on down to turn 1. It will be the Golf livery car of Graham Golson, who's taken 2 of the 3 races so far. He fronts the field down into turn 1 this time around. Have a look at the Corvette's just going a little bit wide there, Joe Collegia, and he's gone back a couple of spots. In fact, Doug Barber's just eaten him up as well. Car 2, Joseph Di Bertoli in the Stingray Corvette is in the mix there, but Joseph Di Bertoli coming nicely out of turn 2. Joe Collegia in the number 44 has just dropped back a spot off the start, wasn't in the front row of the grid there, and there's that number 7, the white 911. Down the outside now, trying to tick some boxes off with some fellow Porsche racers in Mickey Perlade. And, of course, the other one there of Doug Barber. And Joe Collegia's having none of it at the moment. So he'll put the boot down, and Joe will drive hard off Siberia in the number 44. Doug Barber in the Porsche. Just getting away a little bit there. But out in front, it is Graham Golson and Joe Di Bertoli.
Getting some heat into the tyres won't be so difficult at the moment, Darren, because it's now probably, I think it's a UV of 7 and we're in the mid-20s, so it is getting a little bit warmer out there on track. Warmer in these cars. They are analogue in every sense of the word, so they don't really have aircon unless you've got a window down or a vent coming through from the side. But yeah, getting that heat into the tyres is super important for these guys because this is their last race.
Alex Webster now streams on through Joe Collier in the Racer Industries Group S battle here. Golson leading the way. He's hardly been fronted all this weekend, doing a tremendous job. The guy from Canberra leads the way, and it's the big Corvette of Joe Di Bertolo hunting him down. Great shot here on Blendline TV. That front-on shot shows the heat haze. Have a look at Joe Collegia. The Corvette just rocking and rolling a little bit there. He goes up onto the hard stand, gathers it all back up just in front of the number 7 of Alex Webster. Alex will be hyper aware of the movement of car number 44. He's got to get out after Doug Barber in the very like type of 911 Porsche. But Joe Collegia gets back on with it there as well. He's currently sitting in P3. Alex, don't forget, came from 54th in the last race, finished 7th. And as Emma said, we can catch that in-car footage somewhere, you said.
51st to 9th, 41 places, and yeah, Blendline TV on socials. You can see it. We've posted it. We took his in-car gladly. It's great footage if you want to watch it. Catches everything.
Certainly, if you like your Porsches, head on up to the Winton Festival of Speed for the Fitzy Cup, which will be run up there on July 23, 24, 25, 26. Really is a festival when you start ticking 4 days off. So that will be a ripping weekend up there in the regions, and it will be an absolute, as suggested, Winton Festival of Speed will be a ripping time. This guy will be here, Ross Jackson now. Where is Ross hunting now? Where have we got him? Just outside the top 10 is where car number 72 is, and in 14th. And right in behind him is the 289. Now, this car's been rapid all weekend long. And, well, it's 2 different cars here. We're talking David and Goliath with this type of battle, that's for sure.
Absolutely. You can't compare the two, but look, to see them both on track, these 2 cars would not ordinarily be seen in any form of circuit racing other than Group S, which is fantastic. And that brings me, Darren, to ask you, with the smorgasbord of cars that we have out there, which one would be your pick if you had to go and do a quick 15 minutes around Phillip Island with 51 other cars?
Yeah, the Alex's car.
Which may or may not be standard. Sorry, Alex.
Actually, let me rephrase that. Graham Golson's car. Same but different, really. A 911 would be a lot of fun. You've got to be pretty serious about your motorsport before you pedal one of these 911s hard there. It's not a simple car to race. The pendulum effect all the way out over the back of the car. You've got to be gentle, sneak up on it, work tirelessly in your setup in these sort of 911s. But certainly, like the GTB Alpha we're looking at there, what a silhouette that is. And that wedge shape just gave Alpha the 70s and the 80s, didn't it? Whoever penned that, it's not a Pininfarina, it's I can't remember who did that design, but yeah, what a great style car the Alpha is. And in fact, I'm going to say it's probably prettier than a 911 of the same era.
Sorry, choked on something there.
There it is there, though. There's a couple of Alphas here, and they're mixing it up very, very nicely indeed. And we're getting a good look at this entire field.
There's a really effective use of race tape here on that GTV. They've gotten very creative with it. It's probably the best use of race tape I've ever seen.
That's Scott Farquharson in his Orfetta GTV.
Clap to Scott. That was really cool. He's drawn the headlights on his race tape. You can just see that in picture there.
You've been spending a lot of time in the Group S paddock, haven't you?
Yeah, I have, Darren. I've sent photos of that already to people.
Look at this. This is Italy and Germany. Going at it here, 3 Alphas, and then in the back there, the 75 bouncing around there, Brian Weston in, I think it's midget. I don't want to get it wrong. I got a Sprite mixed up with a midget earlier.
You know, for a couple of years there, Darren, I thought I'd have my first P-plate car would be an Alpha GTV.
Yep, me too.
And then I looked at the inside of one. Oh, look at this. Look at the 2 Mayo brothers. This is the battle I've been living for this weekend. Simon and Damien.
8th and 9th, so they're actually further down the field than what they've been all weekend, but certainly serving it up to each other. Come all this way down from New South Wales, all you've got is either your windscreen or your mirrors filled with your brother. Have a look at the Porsche now.
Cutting the way through. If I was out there with my brother, I wouldn't be thinking about first. I'd just be doing that.
That is hairy stuff there. Simon Meyer, who started in front of Damien, has gone backwards here, and just lurking is James Calvert-Jones in that Porsche. But once we get into the sort of 2 to 4, 5, 6 and 7 and up the hill, these 2 midgets just come into their own. They just don't get off the accelerator as they start to range up on the number 64 there, which is...
we've got an off there. It's Joe Collegia. What has happened?
Joe in the Corvette. Kicks it in the guts, a bit of raw fuel, nice orange flames.
Meanwhile, these guys are brakes. What brakes?
They are absolutely on it. Gulson leading the way over Bartolo. And it's Barber, Alex Webster. And that's dust we're seeing from Joe Collegia, and he's waving his arm. He is absolutely buried in the kitty litter there. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see the circuit come under control from race control, because Joe's in a pretty vulnerable position parked up there. He is waving out the window to get attention, so they know he's there. The number 27 now, that is the Pierrelade car, and these 2 still going on with it. The 13 over the 12, and it's been that way for a lap or so now, but it's going to change. Sweep around the outside. Simon being able to get through on Damien.
Do you think it's a giggle when they get out the car, Darren, or do you think it's a throw the helmet down type of situation?
Oh, there's a big one. That's our second car on the road, another Corvette that has speared off, and he's also got raw fuel in the exhaust, and it is going again. We can hear that. He's just trying to get back to a point of safety to spin it round the Stingray and gathers it all back up. I'm sure exactly.
Joseph hasn't had a smooth sailing weekend.
That's down at turn 4.
Joseph hasn't had a smooth sailing weekend, has he? Had a little bit of an off in race 2 and a little bit of an off now. But he if anyone knows how to climb it back apart from Alex Webster, it's Joe.
Yeah, and Joe was in P2, so he'll be ruining that. He won't have held on to P2 because the gap was throughout the road, but he did spend more than about 6 or 7 seconds parked up on the side there. It's a huge battle pack, and it is being led by the Porsche of Will Robinson. But that's 2,000 over the top here, and a couple of alphas getting wild with each other. So it's 2 cautions, a Datsun and 2 alphas.
Sounds like an Irish joke.
It does. To a bar. Exactly. Around through Siberia they go. And the Datsun 2000 climbs out. That's John Geist. 1967 2-litre on board here. Up the side of the Porsche.
Just in bottom of shot there, Darren, we've got Joe still beached in that kitty litter, so they've obviously deemed that it's not too much of a risk.
Yeah, it's been covered by yellows, but yeah, it's an interesting spot there.
Not
Ryan Koenig in the number 50. Porsche has just lost a spot to the Datsun, and now an Alpha slips on by, and that's nice work by Scott Farquharson in the Alphabeta GTB. Very nice indeed. The Porsche have been holding them up for a bit there.
I could watch these two go at it all day, Simon and Taylor here, man.
I think it's hilarious that they travel all the way from New South Wales and they just end up racing each other all weekend long. And they're both looking. Spots. They're just looking at the back of Mickey Pirelli in the 27, the magenta Porsche.
They're just yo-yoing, to quote George from Formula One last week.
But it's the 13 now of Damien Meyer heading Simon Meyer. So they've swapped it around. There's yellow. There's the yellow that's covering Joe parked off there. I'm not sure we didn't see a yellow car parked off the side there as well. Just looking for the Moso.
I've got to tell you, for two guys racing as hard as they are, the body language is pretty relaxed in those cars, isn't it? This is like a fun day out for the Meyer brothers.
It is, as they it's not like they're being balked by the Porsche, but there's the checkered flag, and the checkered flag will go to Graham Golson from Canberra. The man from the ACT takes the victory, and have a look who's come home second with the flashing lights on the number 7. Today, Alex Webster. I reckon he'll sleep well tonight.
Absolutely, he's on fire. Not literally, though, guys.
David Barber, the next Porsche, number 911, gets through. Then the 27 of Mickey Pirelli. Damien Meyer takes it out of the brother Simon in there as well by 0.08 on you. 0.08 on the win there between the brothers. Then it's the number 2 of Joseph DiMattolo, who was running second after he had a spin. James Calvert-Jones in the number 40. And then it is Andrew Whiteside taking it out of 9th. And Sam Narkowitz gets home in position number 10. Just trying to see where Sam started out. Number 20 started out of position number 14. So pushed pretty hard there. The Corvette Stingray. Get the job done there, but checkered flag waved and yellow at the same time. So, I haven't seen the Moso. I'm wondering if that was the yellow car I saw parked right left up at the exit of Siberia.
I hope not. You're right. I haven't seen it. I'm having a quick pan around now and I can't see it either. Need to find out what's happened to
the
Ross
VHRR speed shot across the line there. That's been a ripper inclusion here this weekend. A great shot as Damien and Scott are just giving each other the bird as they were coming in off the track there. There's our results.
Graham Golson takes out first race 3. Alexander Webster close behind in second. And then third in the 911 car, Dougie Barber with Mickey Pirelli, Damien Mayer, Simon Mayer, Joseph DiBartolo, James Calvert-Jones, Andrew Whiteside, Samuel Narkowitz to round out the top 10.
Great run there. The Group S always do a terrific job. We're going to have a quick break and we'll be back with more here from the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. More coming your way in a moment.
Some people, they just don't get it. They don't get the thrill of spotting a one-of-a-kind. They don't get the joy of a Sunday drive. But at Shannon's, we get it, because we get what matters to car people. That's why we offer Choice of Repairer, because we get it's important who works on your vehicle. Driven by passion, backed by experience. Chat to Shannon's, Australia's original insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 or jump online. Shannon's, share the passion.
on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
And welcome to the table. I've got a chap here who's rather famous in the world of Formula One. I'm going to run through a little bit of his background because we haven't got a lot of time. I'll just make this a little bit brief. He's born in Amsterdam in the Netherlands, moved to Australia as a baby, grew up in Melbourne, and sadly didn't have a very good childhood, but he has totally succeeded from all of that troubles. Went to university in Melbourne, did a little bit of stunt riding, some scramble on motorbikes, some car racing. Willem Towett, welcome to Phillip Island.
Thank you.
Brilliant to have you here. So I'm going to start off with the Gemini series and Robin Hamilton. So that was quite a time when you were young and learning the craft of motorsport. Tell us a little bit about that.
So, young man, keen to race. My girlfriend at university was also keen to go racing. We both went to the Bob Jane Frank Gardner School of Motorsport, learnt to drive. She was quick. Like, I was quick too, but she was quick. Who cares if there's another guy who's fast-ish? Where if you can find a woman who's as fast as a man or potentially faster. So she's looking for someone to prepare a car. Who's that going to be? Well, that'll be me then, won't it?
Yep.
So that's where I started to really learn about how to make a fast car. That was a great experience, a really interesting life experience.
And then you'd mentioned Frank Gardner, so a great driver. And apparently at one point he suggested that Robin in the Formula Ford actually hit the wall at Amaroo, which he just took it on and did that without any dramas at all.
So,
and much to the shock of other competitors. I was talking to Wally Story about that.
So yeah, Wally was listening in and could not believe the advice that Frank was giving Robin. So she was getting scared as she approached the wall that she would hit the wall and steering away from it abruptly at the end, which of course it's effectively like putting on the brakes. So Frank said, look, relax, the wall could be your friend. Just make sure that if you're going to hit it, you hit it square, both wheels. If you understeer in and you hit it with the front, it'll bounce the front out and that'll bounce the rear in and you have a spin.
You're in big trouble.
And if you hit it in a tail slide, it'll bounce the rear out and that'll bounce the front in and you'll knock corners off the car. And so next lap, Robin goes out practicing, next lap, 5 kilometres an hour faster than she'd been before.
Wow.
Beautiful four-wheel drift into the wall at a good hit. I expected she would come in crying. No, next lap was even faster. So
wow.
She broke the cars occasionally, but if the boys got too close in her Formula Ford races, she would just on purpose go a little bit faster, bounce it off the walls, and the boys would think that's going to break. Sometimes it would, sometimes it didn't. If it didn't break, she could win a race. So, yeah.
Fantastic.
Special driver, very special human being.
Now, someone else that was a bit special that you got involved with was none other than Kevin Bartlett. And Kevin was driver standards officer here for the Phillip Island Classic for quite a long time, did a great job. Some of your involvement there, Willem, I know there was a bit of a memorable trip to WA that you might have a tale or two to tell.
So, what I learnt through working with Wally Story and I was the only full-time mechanic working on Kevin's car when I was working on it, KB's car, and learned a lot from Wally about car preparation, engine tuning, all sorts of things, directly and indirectly. But from KB, we went over to Perth to have a race. We learnt that you don't put the car on its wheels in the truck when you drive it all the way to Perth, because the car got to Perth and all the suspension was cream crackered because it had been bouncing up and down in the truck. But on the way back, I drove back, so Kevin flew over and we had a professional truck driver drive with me in the truck to Perth. Going back again, KB and I drove back. And it's like 3,600 kilometres. You get time to talk, but you also get time. He would watch my driving and he'd say, Willem, you're all over the road. You need to be looking further ahead. And I thought, no, I'm not, but he was right. And so I learned all sorts of driving tricks from KB. was a really good opportunity. And it was fantastic to see him here a couple of years ago. We hadn't seen one another for years. And it's funny when with people you get on with, sometimes just saying hello again and you're back where you started. Yeah.
So he also fired you, I believe, and that led you to go overseas.
So, yeah, I am on, let's say, if I was young today, I'd be told I'm neurologically diverse. I am. But I am over-enthusiastic. So the wrong place for me to be is actually being a mechanic working on pit stops. And I was so excitable, so over-aggressive when it came to a pit stop that I would make mistakes. And so as a result, he didn't fire me, but put me to one side, and then I fired myself. But that led me to an opportunity to go overseas and just start again. I've been through a divorce from my first wife, not bad people, sometimes things don't work, and took a chance, went to England to see, can I get a job working in high-end motorsport? And I did, which led to an opportunity then in Formula One on the ground floor, and worked my way up fairly quickly, but worked my way up.
You certainly worked your way up, and these days you work as a professor in motorsport, lecturing at universities. I know that you've got one coming up in Western Australia next week, but you've lectured at many universities around the world. Have you got any idea as to a listing of some of those universities that you've lectured at? Or have I put you on the spot?
So I've been literally around the world lecturing. After a career in Formula One motorsport, so I ran the aerodynamics departments in Formula One teams from the late 80s into the late 2010s, and that gives you a life experience that's really, really rare, and almost nobody in the sport is willing to share that life experience. So it was really, it's interesting to see how many people are keen when you are willing to share knowledge. And so I've been everywhere. Hong Kong, I've been to China, I've been to the US, everywhere. Yeah. And my favourite places are still in Australia, because this is where I grew up. Yeah, this is home.
Absolutely, and of course Formula SAE, a wonderful thing that you've been involved in as well. The university students that design and build a race car. You've had years of judging on those things. And I see that we've got Swinburne University here this weekend with a vehicle on display. The university over in Western Australia, Edith Cowan, they went to the UK year before last, I think it was, and won the championship over there.
Yeah. So I go to Perth next week actually, and give a public talk there, which is currently fully subscribed. We're seeing if we can find somewhere bigger, or we'll see if we can extend the audience somehow. But yeah, I have a lot of fun. I really, one of the things I've learned about myself is I love to share knowledge. I like to share my experiences. And in a lifetime working in the industry, you have a lot of these very special experiences. Yeah.
100%. And so you've got all of that happening sort of around the moment, but some of the fun stories from your time in Formula One, I've noticed in my notes that there was a bit of an interesting story behind Mexico, which is quite a different altitude to what we've got here at Phillip Island.
So while working, I actually was working for a guy called Ray Malik, who runs a company called RML. And,
we might...
I wrote a lap time simulation code for him, and that was then useful for predicting lap times, and I realized Mexico City was at high altitude and started to ask questions. So we went to Mexico City with a 1986 Benetton car, ready for the extra cooling you would need, ready with a lighter car. We didn't need our wastegates anymore. The turbo would only just reach maximum boost. So we were ready. And that allowed us to then not, like other teams were in 1986, cut open the bodywork. So we were ready, and the car won its first race. It should not have been a race-winning car, but it was.
Absolutely
My first
brilliant.
one. My first race-winning Formula One car.
I've been given the wind-up signal, so we might sort of wind it up at that. Lots and lots of information about Willem Towett online. Driver 61, you'll find out stuff there. He's doing courses online. Lots and lots of great information. Willem Towett, thank you very, very much for being a part of the festivities here at Phillip Island for the Phillip Island Penrite 100.
And I love old cars too.
Fantastic. Thank you, Willem, for being here for the Penrite 100 Phillip Island Classic.
Thank you.
Our great mate Phil Memory there with the legend of world motorsport, Willem Towett there. Fantastic to be able to have people like that. You know, we've had a couple of ex-Formula One drivers, Eddie Irvine here yesterday as guests of Richard Davison, but some of these guys floating around, you know, you put a hat and glasses and he's got the event jumper on and everything there, Rowan. It's fantastic to see, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I saw Martin Donnelly yesterday,
yes.
And yeah, you know, these guys are the ones we only ever got to see on TV. So to see them here personally is just fantastic.
It was interesting to with Eddie and with Martin when Callum, he did interview them live on air, and they're just as much race fans as we are. You know, Martin Donnelly said, "Look at us, we're at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. I've watched every MotoGP race from here."
Yeah, well, that's that's a real endorsement of what a good race meeting this is. People want to be here at this meeting and at this amazing circuit.
Certainly is. We just saw the Group Q and R cars in the marshalling area getting the wind up, and they've actually made their way down the pit lane. Sorry, I should have introduced you, Rowan Carrick, who. Well, just for this one time, one cameo appearance, he is up here in the commentary booth. Should have been out there racing in the CRD, the family built, or the car that your father built all those years ago that you've restored over the last year or so. Rowan, so welcome, and don't get too comfortable, mate. We want to see you with the helmet on and out there racing again.
Well, thanks. This is it's nice to be asked to come up and have a chat with you, Darren, and. I must say it's much cheaper than racing out on the circuit, so maybe I might become a bit more accustomed to it.
You've got my secret now. That is exactly right. It's every time they're doing these charity rides for the mail bag for biopsy equipment for prostate cancer, and it's $50. And I went, wow! If you wanted to race, a $50 lap here is just unachievable.
Yeah, well, that's right. I think so far, because I only just made it to the Exeter pit lane, so I think I'm on $50 a metre at the moment.
But actually, lucky to have got that, through there. Well, let's put our misfortune aside for the fortune of these that are making their way out on track. The Groups Q and R sports and racing cars from the 70s, 80s and 90s are out on track now and being led around by a 1985 full-spec Formula One car, the car that Michele Alboreto challenged for the World Championship in, with Guido Belgiorno Nettis at the wheel, car number 27. Right alongside will be Todd Willing in the number 44 car there, and Todd's been driving very, very well in the March 277. 1800cc versus 3.5 litre, I think. Is that the Formula One?
The Formula One's a 1500 turbo.
1500 turbo. So add that multiplication factor, it's about 3 litre. So definitely those cars actually all mixed up there. I think it was only the Alfa Romeos in 85 that were still running V8s in Formula One. Everyone had gone to turbos. And here is our grid on screen now. Malcolm Osler in car number 74 on the grid. Malcolm in the Rolls RT1, which is a weapon of choice across that era that they were using them. And then it's Andy Madecki, and he is in the car number 6, the March 76B. Tim Macro in the first of the closed vehicles, and that is a Pro Sport that Tim is in. Dean McLaughlin is next in the number 31, the Malik 24B. Noah Clark is the next one out there in the number 7, that is car number 80, the Cheetah Mark 8. Declan Fu in car number 51, the Cheetah Mark 4. Michael Gibson in car number 11, and Gibson's in the Lola T590. Stephen Webb rounding out our top 10 there. Then it's Andrew Glover, Vince Holland, Malcolm Boyd, Glenn Cooper, in the number 91 there. Glenn doing a ripping job. And Glenn in the Sega GT285 1300cc, so driving the wheels of that. Andrew McCarthy in the number 16 out of position 15. Stan Adler in the Porsche. Then it's David James, Kevin Gray, Michael Hales, Graham Hughes in position number 20. Then we go to Colin Hughes, back to Michael Clark, Keith Williamson, Robert Collinson, Duncan McCullough, Ian Ross, Trevor Ross, Rowan Little in the Lola, Dean Hanger, Rob Cracknell, Peter Thompson, Kevin West, Dave Hardman, Andy Newell, and Rob Leslie and James Hagan as we see these cars just heading around for an extra warm-up lap. I guess that's something when you have a Formula One of this style. It's more about safety and making sure it's got tyre temp and all of that in it before we send it off on a race distance run.
Yeah, that's right. We need the 2 laps, such big tyres on the Ferrari and also the Formula 3000 car of Vince Holland's. We definitely need 2 laps to get those tyre temps up.
Andy Madecki just coming back through the field there on this second lap as well. Just had to take evasive action and see he went to the dirt, so he left the marshalling area late. Now he's made his way into the field. I guess I'm looking now, the youngest out of this front 3 rows is going to be Tim Macro. And I guess this part of the weekend, people start to get a little bit weary. They've been working on their cars all weekend long to make sure they're good for this time of the weekend. And Tim certainly a very experienced racer and a fit racer. He's done a lot of more modern type of racing and in an international trim as well as here in Australia. Of course, I guess he was the one out of all of his peer group that grew into the Delaras in the Formula 3 era quicker and better than anyone else. Won winning Formula 3 races for well over a decade, and I dare say probably could still to this day, but he's driving this Pro Sport SC91 very, very well indeed. So Guido will assume control of this field, and he's been keeping it pretty low down. I think he's just trying to get it in maybe second gear on the boost, so when the lights change or the lights go out and he gets underway, the car is on song straight away. But Todd Willing is certainly going to try and go with him. Some very, very nice cars. We had a good look at that Formula 5000 that's had the body put on it there as well earlier on. Rowan.
Yeah, that's Andrew Kluver's car. It's an absolute weapon. I know when it's in the past when it's blasted past me, whether it's down the straight here at Phillip Island or up at Sydney Motorsport Park, it's an absolute rocket and creates such a hole through the air that the smaller cars get shifted sideways.
Really?
Yeah,
literally shifts.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah,
I suppose it's moving a lot of air as it goes past.
Yeah, that's
side
right.
And going through. Great field of cars. Such a great mix of 70s, 80s and 90s sports and racing cars of all shapes and sizes. What has been a revelation for me is the Tiga Sports 2000 cars that have got this mid-pack absolutely sealed up right down through to the back end of the field. So that always has created some great racing in the mid-pack here. But the number 27, 1985 Ferrari Formula One. Guido at the wheel. An absolute treat to see this car going around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We often wondered what a spec one car would look like. This is what it will look like. And it's about to get underway. The lights are red and they're away. And our lights are go. And gentle application. You don't want to throttle. You don't want to send that Ferrari into wheel spin heading down to turn 1. Tim Macro jumps straight on it this time round, streets himself through into position number 3 at turn number 1. Started out of 5 and just caught a couple of these open wheelers of Malcolm Osler and Andy Madecki napping with there. And Tim will now make this prospect. Not going to want to see these guys
Yeah, Tim, of course, is in the period that Formula 3 held the Australian Drivers' Championship. He's a 2-time winner of the Australian Gold Star, which was one of the most coveted racing trophies to ever hold.
Certainly has. There's been some great racing. appreciating what they've done with that award over the last couple of years, but it should still be for Australia's Drivers' Championship in an open wheeler form, whether it be Formula Ford or whatever it might be. But I don't agree with what's happened with that award, but Tim won it in its purest form, and he's showing us now what that was all about. It's the car that had an incident in the earlier race today, car number 17, with Vince Holland at the wheel here, and this is a Rolt RT21 3-litre V8 on board here, and this is a very purposeful car. When it's working and when he's on it, he is going to absolutely take it up for these old Formula 2s that he pops out from behind most of the cars and finds his own clean bit of track down there as well. Is the Rolt RT, is that a carbon tub car or is it an aluminium tub?
No, it's an aluminium tub car. The RT21 is a 1987 model, driven in period in the 87 3000 Championship by Roberto Moreno for the Rolt Honda factory team.
Of course, Roberto Moreno won the Australian Grand Prix as it was at Calder Park for a couple of years in a row there. Came out here and raced against current spec drivers like Prost, Nicky Lauda, Peter Rosberg, Jacques Lafitte, all raced out at Calder, and Roberto Moreno won a couple of those races. Even Alan Jones was in one of those races after he won the World Championship the year before.
And we've got two drivers running here this weekend who are also part of that, Richard Davison and John Bowe.
Absolutely were, weren't they? Amazing looking pieces of kit here. We've seen this number 91 Mazda powered car pushing around all weekend. Glenn Cooper from New South Wales doing a nice job. And the black Rolt just up the road a bit there. And that's Noel Clark.
That's a Cheetah Mark 8 Formula 2.
Cheetah, not a Rolt.
Yep. That was the first Mark 8 build, originally built to Formula Pacific regulations. Would have been running a BDA twin cam 1600cc in it for the Pacific era of cars, and then was converted back to Formula 2 in the which is a 1600cc single cam car now. It was converted back to that in the mid-80s by Chris Hocking, and that's why it pretty much remains as it was back then.
As we just saw Declan Foo also in a Cheetah, that's the Mark IV. And I think Declan was just a little bit pensive that the closed sports car didn't quite see him, so eased out of it rather than having a coming together. And they're racing just outside the top 10. Here's the two cars I'm talking about. And you can see why when you're in an open wheeler in one of these closed sports cars, you know, he can't see me.
No, especially the closed-in cars, and it's something we all have to be mindful of, is that they've just got no rearward vision and very minimal side vision, so to take a big dive on them as they're starting to turn on is deemed to be a little bit unfair. So
Declan's got his arm up.
It's unfortunate.
Withdrawing by the sound of things, or look of things there in the Cheetah Mark IV. Arm up generally means I'm done. Please go around me.
That's Declan's. This is Declan's first event in this car. Car's owned by David Crabtree, who's running in Formula 5000 at the moment. So Declan's done a fantastic job for his first time out in the car.
Stan Adler looks to be slowing coming out of turn 4 that time around again, surrounded by these Tiga 2000s, the SC 80s and 83s, as they are having this great battle right throughout this weekend. They seem to find each other throughout the running of the race, and have these great battles amongst themselves. We have a look at the 180 of David James. That's a Lola T590, 1980 spec sports car. And in behind is the Tiga SC84 of Kevin Gray, the orange car there. So a couple of years between them, a 1980 and a 1984 specified car.
Sports 2000 is pretty much a spec category. They run a 2-litre Ford Pinto engine. They're restricted in the revs they can have, and the engines are quite somewhat restricted. So that's why it's a bit like Formula 4. It promotes close racing with similar cars.
Here's our race leader, car number 27, Guido Giorno Nettis, and he is driving away a 10-second lead over Holland, who started right behind him. And Todd Willing, where's the number 44? He's gone back into position number 3, sorry. The number 17 of Vince Holland, who started out of position number 12, is having a ripping push to the front of this field in the Rolt RT21. And there's the checkered flag. And that goes to the Formula One Ferrari racer, Guido Belgiorno Netis. 4 laps completed there. Vince Holland's charge out of 12. That's a really good push, isn't it? Over 4 laps to get out of 12 up into P2.
Absolutely. It seems that perhaps the race has been cut a little bit short due to the delay we had prior to. Being all timed events and especially having the fastest cars on the circuit, we should probably actually get more laps than most of the other categories, but when it's all based on time, and we're all out on the circuit for the same period, and good that we generally get a lot more laps than some of the other categories.
Michael Gibson in the Lola T590 gets to the line there as well. He's driven very, very nicely, and that is a beautiful looking racing car, the Lola T590. The closed over wheel covers, definitely a sports car of note. And Michael Home in position number 9. Then it was Clark in behind him. This battle is still going on there. There's the Porsche done in the Moffat livery when he drove for in the Australian GT Sports Sedan Championship. I think it was combined at that period of time. And the Federation Insurance is the dead set giveaway on the number 9 car with Moffat across the windscreen. And there's Trevor Ross in the Royale RP37. Checkered flag, as we said, has dropped on this one. That will bring to a close this weekend's racing for the 70s, 80s, 90s sports and racing cars groups Q and R. And nice to add the description there, 70s, 80s and 90s, so we got a good idea on where they're from. There's our results. Guido Belgiorno Netis getting home into position number 1. Vince Holland in 2, Todd Willing in 3. Tim Macro held on to 4, fought on for it a little bit more to try and get on the podium, ultimately home in 4th. Andy Madecki, Malcolm Osler just on the 5 and 6 there. Dean McLaughlin, Andrew McCarthy, Michael Gibson and Noel Clark round out our top 10 finishers for the Cool Drive 70s, 80s and 90s sports and racing cars. Brian Carrick, thank you so much for at very late notice, and this is your notice to never come back and be a commentator, but thanks for your time.
Thanks, Darren. It's been a pleasure, and hopefully next time when you see me, I'm on the circuit.
Yep, let's do that. Let's get a quick ad, and we'll be back with more trackside here at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic.
What started with a 16-year-old's dream in St Kilda 1926 became one family's legacy.
Car 100, the Penrite guys are going to go completely berserk.
Inspiring all Australians on 2 wheels, 4 wheels and big wheels. Under the ground, on the ground, and soaring high above it.
It's been one heck of a journey, but it's not over yet.
Penrite Oil, celebrating 100 years, still driven.
Bill.
And we are back. JKNL Formula V coming out. This is Phil Memory and Connor Ryan joins me on commentary. Connor, sadly you're not out there. We heard earlier that little bit of low pressure area problem in your car.
Yeah,
but
correct.
That's joyfully brought you up to commentary.
Oh, I wouldn't say joyfully, as Rowan, who was just talking in the PQ&R race, was saying to me. Yeah, we'd much rather be out there than be up here in commentary, but that's the way it goes, you know.
Yeah, it is the way of it, isn't it? So we've got some wonderful cars going out there, and look, I've got a personal love of the young Lee Ball. That's did a great job in that last race in the Formula V to take that out. Brilliant job. Brand new car for him, and he's out there strutting his stuff, really.
Yeah, correct, and a very strong car as well. Previous owner Damien Sykes did a really, really good job on it. It's beautifully presented, has a really strong engine, and Lee's driving it really well. You know, despite his limited amount of V driving, he's going very, very well.
Yeah, and of course the V's sometimes rather nastily referred to as the horizontally opposed suicide kits, but yeah, he's doing a really good job. Dean Briggs, of course, a long-term runner in these, is in second spot. So just run through the grid there now. We've got Lee Ball in position 1, Dean Briggs in 2, Josh Lowing in 3, Christopher Jackson in 4, Grant Kelly in 5, Glenn Briggs in 6, Andrew Grevis-James in 7, Ross McLaughlin in 8, Julian Bingley in 9, Adam Thompson in 10, and then we have Gregory Johnson in 11, Harrison Sala in 12, Brendan Sala, the Salas like to hang out together, Brendan in 13, Evelyn McCarthy in 14, Jonathan Scott in 15, Matt Corish in 16, and Robert Willits in 17. Then we go back to the other group. We've got Graham Raper, Keith Allers in that beautiful, beautiful Lola Mark 1. Castelli Piccinelli, I hope I've got that name right. Samantha Diamond in the Penrite machine in 26. Charlie Mitchell in 27. Max Pegram from Wangaratta in 28. Barry Bates in 29. Louise Raper in 30. And then we have Raymond Sprague in 31, John Rundle in 32, Jack Waldron 33, Peter Lerun, my goodness, Lebrano in 34, Jared Miller in 35, Paul Doherty in 36, Shane Bowden in 37, Rachel Brown in 38, David Reed in 39, and Scott Ball in position 40.
Yeah, car to watch there will be Dave O'Reed off the back of the grid in the faux bar. He's going to be very, very quick.
Now it says Connor Ryan in position 41.
I mean, I could try running it, but I don't know how well I'd keep up. The faux pas would probably get off the line quicker than I would.
You need a good pair of skates to get out there now. So just watching the cars come around the track there, they'll be coming around. The wonderful grid marshals here. Amazing work that these people do. Volunteers, and they stand out there, get the cars organised onto the grid, make sure that they're all set, ready to race, and a big, big thank you to each and every one of the volunteers that are a part of this event.
This is where the drivers tighten down the belts, get the mirrors right, close the visor, try and get in the zone, and wait for the lights to go.
It's really interesting. So we've got Lee Ball, new to the formula, and Darren Briggs, who's been around Formula V for a long time.
Yeah, correct. And the current president of the Historic Formula V Association, exactly.
Yeah. So Lee Ball, a hill climber, will he get one of those hill climber starts? It's one of the really, really good training things that you get in hill climbing is how to start. And
he's learned a bit off Billy Roberts, as you're saying, who's very quick in a V over the quarter mile and sets very, very quick times. So I think Lee Ball might have learned a thing or two, so we'll see.
Yep. So revs coming up now. Launch. Lee's
slow start for Lee Ball.
Commentator's curse. He's tried a little bit too hard to not have the revs up. Didn't want to break too much wheel spin, and that's cost him dearly off the start. So down into
turn 1. He's down to nearly 8th now.
I tell you what, Oh, yeah. So
Josh Lowing leads it, followed by Dean Briggs. And Grant Kelly's looking down the inside of Chris Jackson. Is he going to stick it?
That's good stuff in the Formula V's wheel-to-wheel racing as they head round the southern loop. Second group underway now. Draper launches that machine of his and hurls it down the front straight.
Draper, sizable lead already as the Lola and the Lotus and the Lola are getting through. And it's good to see that Sam's got in front of the prototype car. Her Lola Mach 1's going very well and blocking there just nicely, blocking Castellotti, Puccinelli.
Now, I was down in the pits there a little while ago, and Keith Ellis was having a sleep trying to get himself all sorted out. He's certainly awake now.
He's looking. Looking
for a way around. Sam Diamond holding the inside line there, doing a great job in her car. This car being damaged here last year and being fully repaired. They've done a magnificent job on it. Hanging on the outside around there, that's not easy.
It's getting very close between these three. Very, very close indeed.
Unfortunately, for her, Keith Ellis managed to go around the outside.
But she's gotten the slipstream. She's trying to get him. And it's interesting to see the difference in the cars from the Lotus to the Lolas. The Lotus being the earlier car and the Lolas being just slightly later, but just a little bit more refined.
Yeah, 100%. And the finish on the bodywork of that car of Keith Ellis, the polished aluminium, is just absolutely stunning.
Oh, and in the tail you can see every little hammer mark, every little mark on it. It's beautiful.
Yeah. It wasn't painted when they originally built it because they didn't have time to paint it. And, why put paint on it and make it heavier?
Well, and you just got to look at how Lola became from this car all the way up to the 5000s we saw earlier.
Yeah, and they've even built Formula 1 chassis.
Yeah, correct.
The Lola, the Roos, which was running at the Grand Prix last weekend.
And Keith Ellis is in the slipstream. He's looking.
Yeah, he's certainly having a good look. And so Briggs out in front, allowing Kelly. Ball is up in position 4, managed to recover a little bit.
And here's Charlie Mitchell in the big Jimmy 6 powered special, TS special. Charlie comes all the way from Perth every year and gets great support from Robbie Rowland and the Healy factory and getting the car prepped and stuff.
Yep, I see Max Pegram going through there in 15. The Gemini, great little car. And
then an Australian Lola behind. Australian built copy of a Lola Mark 1. There you go.
Yeah, so all sorts of things out there. And Max, a great competitor, lovely guy. And his partner Emma down in the pits, she'll be waving him on.
And hopefully she has some more biscuits, because I had some of her biscuits earlier. They were delicious.
Lovely biscuits. Yes. I haven't had the pleasure of any biscuits. She tried to put me off yesterday whilst I was doing an interview. Didn't succeed.
And Barry Bates, has he stuck that overtake? He's getting there. He's getting close. You see the exposed drive shafts on the back of the little Gemini of Maxi Pegram.
Gemini. Got to get that word, Gemini.
My Irish blood won't let me say it in a pommy way.
It's all fun, isn't it? So, up the back straight they come. Max going to punch around through the old Hayshed corner.
I think Barry's going to have a look into MG, though. We'll see if he lines it up.
Yeah, we'll see if he lines it up. He's well back. It's a long launch from there. But who knows?
And here's young Rachel Brown in the Morris that her and her dad built. It's just been fitted with a supercharger, which is really good. The supercharger's nearly as big as the engine. It's huge.
Yeah,
it's huge.
So it's a good job. She's a keen competitor and turns up at all sorts of meetings.
And one of our junior members as well, going out there having a blast.
Yeah, the VHRR very, very supportive of the juniors, as you know. And good to see Rachel out there having a roll around.
And you can see the V's coming for Rachel in the back of the screen, the leaders of the V's. So Rachel will be watching her mirrors. She's very, very good at watching her mirrors. And they'll make mincemeat of her.
Yeah,
there we go.
She's watched the mirrors. She's given them the pass to the driver's right signal. and they all wander past at full speed.
And it's good that Lee Ball's got up again. He's got through the field. He's back up to P1, it looks like.
Wow.
Lee
That's
Ball
incredible. If he's gone to P1, that's...
Yeah, he's done very well in the slipstream.
Formula V racing. You don't want to be in P1.
And Andrew Grievous-James has got up a bit further as well than he has been earlier in the weekends, which is quite impressive.
Josh Lowing back through. Over Lukey Heights, drops it down into MG. Now this is where some of the guys had a bit of a lock-up of brakes and gave Lee Ball good break there on the last race. Not so far at this point. Bit of a gap there. They've got to work together and get back that gap back to Lowing.
Lee's got a good slipstream though, but he's got Grant Kelly right behind him, who's going to be doing exactly the same.
Yeah.
And now Andrew Grievous-James has joined the party as well.
Yeah. Dean Briggs is in there. They're all having a bit of a go.
And that's last lap board as well for him. So the V guys will now slow up. They always slow up on the last lap to try and not be first as they come over Lukey Heights.
But not by very much.
Correct. Just enough to let everyone else through to get a run for yourself.
Yeah, that's it. And look, it's interesting. I've even heard of the Formula V guys going out on the track walk and taking a tennis ball and getting into a corner and sitting the ball down and seeing exactly which way the ball rolls. So that's the line to take in a Formula V. Use gravity to take the car downhill.
Also, it's been known that some Formula V drivers will turn their rain light on in the day at the top of Lukey Heights so the bloke behind brakes early and they can drive away from him. So we'll see if anyone's doing that on the last lap. But it's been known to happen, so we'll have to keep an eye out.
And look how close it is. This is just brilliant racing. Absolutely fantastic stuff that the Formula Vs are putting on for us. Ooh,
and Andrew Grievous-James swerving there as he exits, trying to block Chris.
So Lee Ball again back out front. He's doing a great job.
Very, very good job.
Around Siberia. Make their way up that back straight. Here we come through Hayshed. Looking around the outside. Josh Lowing looking for a way around Kelly.
You can see Lee Ball's head watching his mirrors, darting. Where are they?
It's a worry because you've got to keep a very close eye on your mirrors, but you need to keep a close eye on where you're going as well. So Lee still in the lead, down through MG, comes out of there, right foot with the floor.
Oh, and off the road, touch of the grass goes Andrew Grievous-James, but this is the moment. This is where they go for it. This is the most exciting part of a Formula V race. It's the last straight on the last lap.
Yep, and Lee Ball leads it.
But will he lead it when he crosses the line is the question.
100%.
Grant's lined him up. He's pulled out.
Lee's pulled to the inside to try and break the stream.
Oh, it's nearly a photo finish. Oh. Lee Ball has it, I reckon.
No, Kelly. Kelly's taken it out by 0.017 of a second.
Lock up for Charlie Mitchell.
Wow, that was a biggie. Flat spotted that time.
Oh yeah, he just got some because he flat spotted some earlier in the weekend, so he needs some more again.
And Max Pegram goes around the outside. Thank you very much. I'll take that, says Max.
The big Jimmy 6 truck engine though says, I'm not letting your Ford engine through.
I'm not letting that little Ford motor through.
Anglia motor versus a truck motor.
Yeah, 100%. There's no beating that cubic capacity.
Oh, Max might have problems. It looks like he's slowed up there on the outside of the track. Hands up in the air. Is he going to roll it to the line or is he going to pull up?
Oh, no. He's pulling it off the side of the track, but he may actually roll down past the finish line out on the grass.
And there's Paul Doherty in Dodge. A very, very regular competitor. Very, very good. He's trying to go faster and faster and keeps making the car faster.
Yep.
Improving his driving, improving the car. That's all you can ask for.
Yeah. It's amazing that a car from back in this era, these guys are out there driving them hard as they possibly can, and they're still managing to find other little bits and pieces, tweaks that they can do to the car to make it go just that little bit quicker.
Well, you can see he's trying to duck his head behind the aero screen, try and get a little bit more speed. And there's Maxi Pegram on the outside of the track.
Yeah, and I would guess some of those improvements in time that they do are driver skill adjustments. making an adjustment to how you manipulate those pedals underneath your feet and the steering wheel.
Yeah, correct.
So in first place, we have Kelly from Ball, Grievous James, Dean Briggs in 4th, Christopher Jackson in 5, Castelli. Now,
Castellotti Puccinelli.
Castellotti Puccinelli.
Very impressive. He's got past Graham Roper in the end there.
Yeah, that's not a common thing to happen. Keith Allers bringing the Lola in position 8. Julian Bingley in 9. Glenn Briggs in 10. So great job from those guys. That rounds out the 10 with Glenn Briggs there. He's some 10 seconds behind Grant Kelly as we just wait for the next screen to come up. We're going to just throw to an ad break. So that's it for the pre-1931-1960 Sports and Racing Groups Q&R. Connor Ryan, thank you very much for joining us on commentary here. Great to have you on board.
No worries, thank you for having me.
We'll go to an ad.
What started with a 16-year-old's dream in St Kilda 1926 became one family's legacy.
R100, the Penrite guys are going to go completely berserk.
Inspiring all Australians on 2 wheels, 4 wheels and big wheels. Under the ground, on the ground, and soaring high above it.
It's been one heck of a journey, but it's not over yet.
Penrite Oil, celebrating 100 years, still driven.
So we're in the pits here and we've managed to track down Sam Diamond. Sam, you've just come off the track. How did you go?
Yeah, qualified 3rd, finished 4th. It's a tough race out there because we're mixed up with the Formula Vs, but, it's all good fun.
Yeah. And so you've got more races to go today, though?
Yeah, one more race this afternoon.
So we're hoping for pole.
Well, I'm not sure. My little car here is only it's an 1100cc Coventry Climax. So there's a lot bigger horsepower cars out there than me today, but the car is great. I cannot complain.
Well,
the car's
4th.
a beautiful car.
Gee, that's great. So have you raced many times here at Phillip Island?
Yeah, I've actually held a CAMS licence since 1999.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so raced a few times here. I think we're very lucky to have this circuit very close by, as I'm a local to Victoria anyway. Yeah. And it's a beautiful place to be able to drive.
Yeah, the car looks amazing as well. No, it's great to see you going out there. And you're part of the Penrite family. It's a huge year for you guys this year, 100 years.
Yeah, it's something we're very proud of. First established in 1926, so yes, coming up to our 100 year. We've got plenty of celebrations coming around the whole of Australia, and something as a family we're very proud of.
Yeah, it's great to see not only, like I said, 100 years, great Australian brand, and you're actually out here racing as well. So some people might not have known that. I certainly didn't. So, yeah, I've learnt something as well. And, for those watching, it's great to see. You're really in it at every level. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's something that, we are trying to do. The family does get involved in many forms of different motorsport.
Yeah.
And it's something my mum's very passionate about. My mum's upstairs checking things out and having a look. But patron of the meeting too, Margaret Diamond.
Yeah.
But my mum's very passionate about grassroots motorsport. And this is a fabulous place to be able to be.
It is. We're going to have a chat with Margaret as well today. So thank you so much and good luck today.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're doing an amazing job.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much down there, Sam, with Sandra, and having a good chat. Certainly great to have the entire Diamond family racing gear at this level of motorsport. We've got the historic touring cars for their final race, over 2 litre for the weekend. Darren Smith and Darren Knight here, and something that the ever-present Darren Knight spotted was the guy that's won 2 of the first 2 races and pole sitter for those 2 races is off rear of grid in this one. Is this a bit of a throw the cat amongst the pigeons, or have you got a concern with the car?
It's probably the former, Darren. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, home, if you're watching. So Paul Stubber will not be starting there at grid 1. He was meant to start there. Looks like he's going to start from the rear of the grid, just rolling start. So Ian Mewett, Brent Trengrove will lead them off. Then Rob Burns, Graham Woolhouse, Trevor Talbot, the Camaro, Mark Vasari. I think he might also be starting from the rear of the grid. We'll keep an eye on that, the big red HQ.
Looks like it. So we'll whip through it here. David Street out of 10. Jervis Ward, who's got Mark Sully doing the spanners for him here this weekend.
And the
Rodney Hodgkin, Darren Jones, Jeff Bundy, Leo Tobin, Steve Pillikers, Ray Hepburn, Craig Allen, Stuart Young, Scott Pearce out of 20. Watch for him. Brett Hodgkin, Ken Waller, Alex Bland, Heffernan, Adrian Moyle, Dan Van Stockman, Peter McNiven not there, Michael Michelli not there either, I don't think. And, of course, Paul Stubber has chosen to go from rear of the grid, and away we go.
Ian Mewett, a great leap in the Mustang number 55. Brent Trengrove also up there as well. 2 yellow and black 68 Chevy Camaros up there, right in the top 3. Talbot trying to move into 3rd place in the second of those 68 Chevy Camaros. Graham Woolhouse, a good start. He's got in front of the Camaro of Rob Burns. Stubber out wide on the entry of turn 1 there. He's already gobbled up about 6 cars in that yellow and black Chevy Camaro. Adrian Moyle also coming through from the rear of the field after he had an excursion after running in second in this morning's race. We'll keep an eye on him too, the number 25, black and silver. Stubber onto the grass.
He's trying to get through them, isn't he? They bubbled him up there a little bit. They went, right over, you can't get through there. We're not going to let you through. And that's exactly what happened. He's come up to Darren Jones now in the number 5 and the 84 out wide there. So they've held him out a little bit. So that's Dom Leo, the Victorian in that Mustang. But they're just holding him back a little bit at this point in time as he just goes around the outside, cracks it out wide, grabs a whole armour lock, and points it up the hill, goes round the XY GT.
Out of our view there, Jervis Ward has started this race from the pit lane, so he's got a lot of ground to try and catch up in that Falcon sprint. We'll keep an eye on that. So Stubber now reeling in the 64 Mustang of Pete Muleman. Here we see this excursion, the grass cutting by Paul Stubber. Car getting very sideways there. It's a pretty busy action there. 3 wide, there he is onto the grass. Well, you'd be pretty happy with that for the 8 main, wouldn't you, in most speedway meetings?
I don't know about the stones being thrown at you off the back of his car as he went round there, but certainly...
Squeezed out, I think.
Yeah.
I squeezed out, we're going to put it.
The 31 comes onto the straight after starting rear of the grid. Rangers up in the back of the HQ. Coop, there's our leaders across the line. He's only a couple of 100 metres adrift of them this time round. There he is. So up to 4th, 5th place in 1 lap.
So just ahead of him, he's getting sideways already. Will those tyres last? I really feel sorry for those Hoosiers on the rear of that number 31. Just rounded up Graham Woolhouse in the Mustang. Now we have the 3 yellow and black Camaros, line and stern. Trevor Talbot coming under attack now from Stubber. Talbot, the number 76 machine that, of course, he made famous with his yellow and black XU1. Stubber goes past now, puts the move on Brent Trengrove in the 691 Chevy Camaro. They are not teammates.
That's P2.
Up to P2 already, Darren. Absolutely amazing. And he's going to be looking forward to try and catch up to Ian Mewett in the number 55 fastback Mustang. He's not waiting for Stubber to catch up. A little over 4 minutes to go in this final race for the over 2-litre Group N historic touring cars, brought to us by Cool Drive and Racer Industries.
You can see the speedway style, can't you? You can just see these little nuances of how a speedway racer, you backing it in kind of...
bit of late model action for Stubber.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. And that's what he did too. So a couple of Camaros behind him just looking in amazement. I would suggest they're just like, yep, he travels over the Nullarbor, he brings the rig with him, and goes racing and leaves with an absolute smile on his dial. And this is entertainment value that we really don't see anywhere else, do we?
Quite amazing car control from Stubber. Sideways out of turn 12 at full noise onto the front straight. He looks to reel in that Ford Mustang of Ian Mewett. Recovered from his gearbox issues early in the meeting, leading the race at the moment, but for how much longer?
Down the inside there, here come the other yellow and black Camaros as well. There's Ian Mewett. He will be looking in the rear vision mirror going, there is something flashing left and right. Little mistake of his own there in the 55. The 2 Camaros we were just talking about, they've gone off.
Brent Trengrove and Trevor Talbot both off at turn 1. Hopefully there wasn't contact, but they both ended up in the sand trap. Talbot rejoins, as does Trengrove. Is going to lose a heap of positions now as Stubber out in front into Jack Miller corner and getting pretty sideways like Jack Miller used to do.
Do you think that both Trengrove and Talbot might have been a little bit distracted by a car in front of them, that they might have gone, well, he looks like he's having some fun, and then went, hang on a minute, we've got one of the fastest tracks in the corners in the country coming up. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Perhaps
Maybe
not.
So
Mewett, second place in the Mustang. Big gap now back to our third place man, Graham Woolhouse at the moment in the Ford Mustang. Well, those tyres on the back of that Camaro, Darren, they're not even going to be worth using as a coffee table base. That's going to be absolutely shredded, so no good putting a piece of glass on the top of it.
Now, you see, like the excavators, they have a whole lot of tyres that they put their buckets and stuff on the back. Maybe that's what you use them for at the end of the weekend. Maybe they haven't even got that much bounce left in them. This is awesome to see this car.
Brett
Really
Hodgkin.
appreciate this car being out there on track.
Brett Hodgkin and the Falcon, so traditional Aussie battle here. The Falcon versus the Tirana. So Brett Hodgkin, the number 4 XY Falcon, in front of Ken Waller, all the way from WA in the XU1. Unfortunately, we're missing Ashley Heffernan. That very quick XU1 from Queensland had some oil pressure dramas in the race this morning. So Stephen Pillikers, the Victorian, and Ken Waller, the West Australian, left to fly the Tirana flag. Hodgkin down there in 18th in front of Waller.
Continuing on here, this is just outside just inside the top 20.
Moyle has got through into second place in his Camaro. He's a battle between the HQ Monaro of David Street from Queensland, the number 28 machine, in front of Rob Burns in the Charger. So I've done it again.
He did race the Charger for a long time.
And he has still got it, and it is for sale. It's one of the fastest Chargers in the country.
It is, isn't it?
So Burnsy now fighting back after a few issues earlier in this part of the race. He finished very well in this morning's. Now trying to put the move on Street down into Miller corner. Trying to go around the outside, if you don't mind.
That's for position 5-2 in this race. So this is a serious part of the race. And off in the background goes Monday.
Scott Pearce has rounded up Monday after that little error at the hairpin as Burns puts the move finally on David Street. So Burns now up into 5th place. David Street back to 6th.
I've got to say, it's good to see Pearce up there. He's presented a beautiful car, knew at the game, drives well. Sadly fell victim to a mistake in the race earlier today, but driven well in this one. You'd have to say driven hard but safe, or conscientiously at this point in time.
There is the big green fastback Mustang. Yeah, it was running very well. Unfortunately, as Darren mentioned, fell off at the top of Lukey Heights, and I missed that opportunity, Darren, to say to you, Pearce off.
Yeah, well, there he was. But at the moment, Pearce is going very, very well indeed.
Up the top of the circuit, Darren Jones looks like he's come to a stop on the exit of turn 12 in the sand trap in his Mustang. Unfortunately, if you look at Jeff Mundy in the Chevy Camaro, had a great battle with David Tassari as Stubber is on his last lap in this final race for the over 2-litre Group N historic touring cars, brought to us by Cool Drive and Racer Industries, and of course Penrite. Happy birthday to Penrite, 100 years of excellence.
Certainly indeed. Cool Drive as well in the mix here at Racer Industries, supporting the historic touring cars over 2-litre. Great race here, and we're just watching Leo Tobin.
Dom Leo.
Dominic Leo.
You've got a Leo in there somewhere.
Getting it mixed out. The 84 there. Car looks magnificent. Tom chasing down the 68 of Grant Monday.
Woolhouse has his mirror full of Rob Burns in the Charger, so Woolhouse having a very strong run here.
Jeff Monday, not Grant.
Jeff Monday. So this is Woolhouse, the Mustang, Burns, the Camaro, Pearce in the green Mustang. Oh, Stubber really starting to torch the tyres on the 31 on this final lap, Darren.
Yep, 2 more corners to go. Comes out of MG. Lights it up. The gap back to position 2 is Ian Mewett, 6.12 seconds. Let's see if he can hold this all the way around turn 12. Puts it out over the back of the ripple strip. Has to gather it all back up again.
I wonder if Shane Van Gisbergen's watching this. He likes a bit of drift action.
He did.
Over
He was
in
nowhere
Kiwi.
near as good at it as this guy. This guy's been doing it for a lot longer. Lines it up and runs down the straight there. Just gingerly brings the Camaro to the finish. Car number 31.
3 from 3.
Well, get out the broom, ladies and gentlemen. And there it is, the clean sweep for Paul Stubber from Western Australia.
Adrian Moyle will take home third place behind Ian Mewett in the Mustang. He's David Tessari again having a great battle on the last lap here. He's trying to round up the Mustang of Muleman and has succeeded so Mark Tessari shares the driving with brother David. Strong run into 11th off the rear of the field. Leo Tobin comes to the line in front of Stewie Young from Western Australia in the XU1. He's had a trouble meeting with that car. It's been having some issues earlier in the weekend, but good to see Stewie being able to drive the car onto the trailer. Mackley presented the machine, the Young XU1, as Mewett comes into the pits. Successful raid for the Queenslander, second place. Adrian Moore will be happy with that performance too, into third. So Paul Stubber, the winner for Cool Drive Auto Parts in the Camaro. Ian Mewett second in the Mustang. Adrian Moore third in the Camaro. Graham Woolhouse in the Mustang was fourth in front of Rob Burns in the Camaro. Scott Pearce in the Mustang. David Street in the HQ Monaro. Jeff Mundy in the 68 model Camaro was 8th. Dom Leo into the top 10 for the first time, which is great, in 9th. And Trevor Talbot rounded out the top 10 in his Camaro.
Great racing there by the over 2 litres all weekend long. Darren Knight, thank you so much for your contribution to the broadcast for the historic touring cars. We'll have a quick break and we'll be back with Formula Ford.
Welcome back. Now, I'm joined by a very special guest all the way from the United Kingdom. We have Keith Ahlers, the custodian of this beautiful Lola that you've been driving here this weekend. Now, you were just telling us that this car's never been painted, but also the services of it, the details. This car is absolutely incredible. So thank you so much for bringing it to our shores.
Well, it's a very special car. It's 1958. It's the first ever Lola. And a Lola, as you know, went on to race in Formula One. They won at Indianapolis. They won at Le Mans. They got a tremendous history. But this is the very first Mark I Lola, the prototype. And it was finished the Friday night before it was due to race the next day at Brands Hatch on the Saturday. And they ran out of time. The car was finished, but they had no time to paint it. So it went with the bare bodywork in aluminium. And since that day, it's never been painted. So it takes a bit of polishing, but we love the look of it. And it's very popular in the paddock.
Well, as I say, the more paint you've got on the car, in theory, the slower it is and heavier it is. So it must be pretty sprightly. It does look incredibly light. The technical detail of the car, it's just that the closer you look, the more beautiful it is. And the Coventry Climax engine under the bonnet as well. It must be an absolute delight to steer.
Well, we're great believers in taking racing cars back to how they were originally first built. We think the history is important. So we spend a lot of time. The carburetors, when we bought the car, were not quite right. The correct carburetors are very rare these days. We traced these carburetors in Sweden, and that put the car completely 100% right. And then we also love to keep them nice and clean. The scrutineers love to see a properly presented car, and if you've got the slightest issue with an oil leak or a water leak, you can spot it straight away.
So when we're not checking our reflection in the beautiful reflection of this car, let's just touch on the event. The VHRR do a fantastic job promoting this event, but as it stands in the world rankings against other historic events, this really has to be one of the best in the world, and especially the Southern Hemisphere.
I've raced in America, Australia, 24 hours at Bathurst in 2003, some of the greatest events in Europe, but I have to say, Goodwood Revival is probably the premier historic race meeting in the world. But I've been to this meeting 6 or 7 times now, 3 times with cars, and I've got to say Phillip Island Historic is definitely the second best historic meeting in the world. It's the best in the Southern Hemisphere, and if you're second best to Goodwood Revival, that's a win.
We'll get that in writing from you later on, but thank you so much for coming to from the United Kingdom to Australia. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here, Keith. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here. It's a great event. Fantastic cars, fantastic people. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Some people, they just don't get it. They don't get the thrill of spotting a one-of-a-kind. They don't get the joy of a Sunday drive. But at Shannon's, we get it, because we get what matters to car people. That's why we offer Choice of Repairer, because we get it's important who works on your vehicle. Driven by passion, backed by experience. Chat to Shannon's, Australia's original insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 or jump online. Shannon's, share the passion.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Welcome back trackside here for the Larry Perkins Cup Formula Ford feature race this afternoon, brought to you by Apex Steels. I'm Darren Smith, and Tom Reed has joined me for all things Formula Ford across the last few events for the VHRR. And Tom is certainly the man to go to as far as information is concerned. Let's have a look at the grid, Tom.
Thanks, Darren. Quickly run through the grid here. Alex Davison looking to go 3 from 3 this weekend. He lines off of pole position of Western Australia. Next to him of Brock Brewer in car 157. Then we go to Andrew McGuinness, Thomas Hamlin, John Miles, Jared Hurst, Grant Walker, Neil Richardson, William Faulkner, and Bruce Connolly rounding out the top 10. We turn the page to Glenn Woodford there, starting in 11th. Anthony Mann, one of the category representatives there in 12th. Daniel Gate, John Gregg, doing a great job in car 66, lines off of position number 14 in the Curie Australie FF89 Arena. Then we go to Gary Watson, Luke Warwick, Antonio Cafiso, Eric Bellamy there in 18th. Then we go to Andy Newell and Elwyn Bickley there, rounding out the top 20. Turning over the page again, we go to John Van Leeuwen, Craig Degatardi from New South Wales, Mitchell Rogers, Matthew Scott there from Victoria in 24th. Then we go to Ben Rawson, Keenan Taylor, Don Boyack from all the way from the UK. Then we go to John Baker, Thomas Foley from Queensland, Wayne Cobb will round out the top 30. And then as we turn the page, Bo Jensen will not be taking the start, nor will John Blanchard. Malcolm Osler, I believe, has also gone home. Chris O'Connor looked to roll out of the box there as one of the last cars, and Phil Marinon, I don't think, will be taking the race start. Unfortunately, we've got a car rolling through the pit lane, and it looks to be the car on the third row there, so that would either be Jonathan Miles or Jared Hurst, and it is Jonathan Miles, I believe, trundling down the pit lane. So unfortunately, he has actually yet to take his place on the grid. I'm not sure if he didn't roll out of the pit lane at all. He might have packed it up and gone home. Car starting from the pit lane is car 28 there. So I think we are set for a start. We've got a green flag waving at the back for the final Formula Ford race of the weekend. Race number 3. Davison and Brewer on the front row, and an even conversion, but I think Brewer's got the better gear change from first to second gear as they run all the way down into turn 1. A strong field of 30 Formula Fords taking to the start of the final race of the weekend, but it will be Alex Davison leading into turn number 1 from Brock Brewer.
Well, I tell you what, that might not be the same way by the time they get to turn 2. Brock Brewer's been all over him this weekend. The 33 sweeps on through there. Tom Hamlin in the green car as well. And then Andy McGuinness, who fought for his podium position last time out, just loses his third position on the turn in to turn 2. The field sweeping through a great field of cars, mixed up in all 3 of the categories, FA, FB and FC. FC seem to be dominating the ranks, and amongst those ranks it's the Van Diemen RF89. There's a couple of 88s and an 86 in the mix there. And the first of the non-Van Diemen's is Grant Walker and Swift and Glenn Woodford in the Reynard FF83. So a bit of a mix of cars, but certainly, as it was in this era, it's Van Diemen's that are dotted across the top 5 or 6 cars out there on track at the moment. But Alex Davison doing a nice job. Brock Brewer looks to the inside, gets the job done nicely. Held on very, very well there. Took a road less explored by Formula Fords. And once he started to turn it in at Lukey Heights, got through there. And I'm not sure what Alex Davison was up to there, but I think he might have gone, you know what, you can lead for a while, son.
So this has been the battle all weekend long. It's been between Brewer, Davison, Hamlet, McGuinness. Now Jared Hurst has climbed onto this battle. Jonathan Miles, unfortunately, I don't think he has taken to the grid for this race, but it is Brock Brewer leading for the first time past the VHRR wall cam down the front straight, reaching speeds of almost 220 kilometres an hour down the front straight. Davison goes to the race lead. Brewer holding second from his fellow Western Australian there in car 33.
I think Alex was just testing what he could probably do in about 5 minutes' time when the end of this race starts to come through. If Brock Brewer does have the lead, that was he held it very wide heading into Lukey Heights, almost in a deliberate ploy to let Brock Brewer have the lead of this race. But this is interesting. Tom Hamlet has swept on the back here, and Andy McGuinness is doing what he's been doing all weekend long, almost sitting back and watching and allowing the first couple of laps just to tick by and picking the eyes out of what's in front of him at the moment. So good strategy here by Andrew McGuinness. He's been around racing for a long time, knows how to pick a winning strategy, and has done so in the past. Really good look down the side of Will Faulkner's RF89 as he goes through. Bruce Connolly in the back of that shot there as well.
Will running in P8, started out of 9th, so looking to capitalise on a decent start there and move forward. John Gregg going through on shot there in car 66, a Reynard FF89, one of the, I think maybe the only FF89 Reynard here this weekend in a field dominated by Van Diemen's, running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you go back to position number 7 of Grant Walker to find your first non-Van Diemen there. And he is running in a Swift FB84. Having a look here at the Moya there of Gary Watson, a car you don't typically see in Victoria in historic racing, but you do see over in New South Wales in historic Formula Ford racing, doing a fantastic job there, holding off from one of the Penrite cars there, I believe, of Antonio Papiso as they go past the VHRR wall cam. Too wide is typical Formula Ford fashion here, especially at Phillip Island. Car 63 going for a move into turn number 1, and job done there for Andy Newell.
Everyone's staying relatively out of trouble here at this point in time. Good to see the more there of Gary Watson, the New South Wales competitor, car number 127, as we start to get a look back through some of the other competitors. That's Andy Newell.
He had a big slide there out of turn number 2 there, the 63. That's one of the Blanchard Racing Team cars. Is off the pace is Bruce Connolly, unfortunately. And he looks to be pulling off and perhaps going straight down the escape road to bring it back to the garage. John Gregg on shot here with Glenn Woodford from South Australia doing a great job in his Reynard. A pair of Reynards battling against each other, and these guys are battling for the positions just outside of the top 10. In fact, for 11th and 12th at the moment. So a move forward from John Gregg, qualified around position at number 20 at the start of the weekend. Had dramas with the car, but it seems to be rectified now. George Hepworth doing a great job all the way from the UK, preparing that car into a top 10 position here, hopefully at the end of race number 3 for the weekend.
Started out of 14th, made his way to 11th now, so you'd have to suggest with the progression over the last 2 laps that he's going to be good for that. This is going to be a short, sharp affair for the Larry Perkins Cup for Formula Ford here this weekend. Very impressive Formula Ford fields over the last half dozen or so of the VHRR historic events here at Phillip Island, Winton and Sandown. And of course Winton Festival of Speed is the next event on the calendar, July 23, 24, 25, 26, a full 4-day event. And to me, that is what a festival is about, when you smash out multiple days. Forward to seeing everybody up at Winton for that one.
Oh, no.
That's not what we wanted to see. That is Tom Foley, the Queenslander, parked up in the The Image FF, the Image Formula Ford, so a 1 of 1 in this field.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to see, and hopefully with 30 seconds to go we don't get a safety car. We haven't had a safety car this weekend in all three of the Formula Ford races. Hopefully we don't jinx that, because over Lukey Heights that is typically a dangerous spot where the cars get light. You're dancing on the brake and the throttle there, setting your run up into MG and ultimately onto the final straight. Having a look at Brock Brewer and his teammate of Thomas Hamlet, playing a bit of a roadblock here, not really allowing Andrew McGuinness into the top three. I wonder if these guys have perhaps discussed some plans during the race, ultimately to stay with your race leader Alex Davidson, who has checked out to a 3-second margin but could not hold on to that through the yellow flag sector there. Expect to see a green flag waving on the inside of the penultimate corner, and then they can get on with the battle. So here's a replay of car 79. He goes over the top at Lukey Heights and just seems to perhaps jump on the brake a little bit too much, and then gets it beached in the gravel. Once you get in the gravel, these cars that only sit 40 millimetres.
Bass Coast Council for their support right throughout this weekend, but for Thomas Foley, that did not end well there at all. Interestingly enough, last time round, Andy McGuinness was showing the nose down there, and he's doing it again now. Just trying to, I guess, not got the road speed at the moment, but trying to use some other tricks out of the kit bag to draw the attention of the two guys up in front. You'd have to suggest that Brock Brewer at the moment has got eyes for the 33 right in front of Thomas Hamlet and Alex Davison, 3.5 seconds up the road. So the race is gone as far as Alex is concerned in first place in this one.
And it is the last lap, so you've got to make your move here, because we have a yellow flag over the top of Lukey Heights, and that's exactly what car 33 has done. He's pulled the pin, gone through to position number 2 over his teammate, and it's now Andrew McGuinness's job to jump onto the podium.
So he's in the vicinity to be able to do so.
Absolutely. Alex Davison in car 3 with the 3.5 second lead, well and truly checked out. Like you said, in the final race for Formula Ford, last lap board was taken last time around, and here is the battle for the final podium spot. They are going to receive a yellow flag when they get to the top of the hill, so they've got to sort this drama out, and it will be Brewer going through on his teammate for position number 2 at the moment.
So they've got to come down past this next flag point where the green flag is, and they can continue racing, but now it's all about maths, and you've got to be right on the gearbox if you're going to try and stream on by. Here's our race leader, potential race winner in a couple of 100 metres time. Alex Davison has got his hands reaching out for the Larry Perkins Cup for Formula Fords here at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. Alex Davison, 3 from 3, Tom.
3 wide over the line there for position number 2. Give it to Thomas Hamlet in car 33. Brock Brewer in 3rd. McGuinness just couldn't get there for the final podium position. Multiple side-by-side battles throughout the field there.
And the gap between Hamlet and Brewer, 0.3. The gap between McGuinness and Brewer, 0.001.
Yeah,
wow.
Incredibly tight. Typically what you see at Formula Ford racing, especially here at Phillip Island and Sandown, the 2 drafting tracks in Victoria. Having a look here at Matthew Scott. That is a Larry Perkins car, so pretty fitting for this race. He's holding off from Ben Rawson, 2 long-time competitors in Formula Ford, and these guys will have a nice cheeky battle all the way to the finish line. It's a bit of gamesmanship between the 2 good mates here out of the final corner, but can it be the Larry Perkins car that holds on?
600. What a
car you've driven, I believe, Darren.
Magic car there, lovely rig.
And he does hold on there from Ben Rawson. Those guys finishing further down in the order. In fact, that is for 22nd and 23rd. So that has been the final race for Formula Ford here this weekend. The Larry Perkins Cup going the way of Alex Davison, taking a clean sweep for the weekend. Won the first race, second race, third race, and ultimately qualified on pole earlier on Saturday morning. But he has been
grand slam, isn't it, when you had to take pole position and 3 wins?
He has been the class of the field this weekend by a long way, teaching these young guys and some of the older competitors how it's done. But he picks up the race win in car number 3, Thomas Hamlet, the Western Australian home, in second from his teammate there, Brock Brewer. Andrew McGuinness in 4th, and Neil Richardson rounding out the top 5.
Very quickly, Tom, your result in regularity, where did you end up?
Not sure. You put me on the spot here, Darren. I think I got disqualified, a black flag there, but we'll see.
It was a big field in regularity. Hey, let's go for a quick break. Thanks for your help, Tom, throughout this weekend. Really appreciate it. And we'll see you at Calder for the Trophy Tour of Victoria next weekend.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that one.
Back soon.
I'm standing here in the paddocks with Graham Hill with his Mini Cooper S 1964. He's just corrected me on the CCs. It was supposed to be a 1275, but it's now a
1293. It's 20th hour over.
Well done. And as you can see, we do have the bonnet open. He's making some last-minute little adjustments to it. Graham, how are you going here this weekend?
Going pretty well. I've done my personal best this morning, which was good. It took about 0.2 of a second off, so I'm very happy with that. I had a problem yesterday, so I started off the back of the grid, and I passed, I think, 13 cars, and then the alternator failed. So now I'm going to start off the back of the grid again and pass them all again.
So how long have you had this Cooper S?
This one I built during COVID, finished it, first meeting was 2023, so it's just 3 years on the track, but had a few problems early, but now it's much more reliable, so I'm pretty happy with it now.
Great. And so what brings you to Phillip Island? What's the attraction to this event?
Have you ever been around this track?
I have.
It's fantastic. It's just, apart from the bend in Adelaide, nothing else compares. So we just love it here.
Turn 1 or turn 12?
I prefer turn 4 where you're really going hard. But up the back into Siberia, into Lucky Heights is good, and down into MG. But yeah, turn 1 and turn 12 are just flat out, so that's not really a challenge.
And have you been around minis for a while? You've had a few of them?
My brother is 64. He bought his first mini when he was 17. And so I've been helping him, and I built a mini in 2000 to do sprint and hill climbs, and then I built this one to come and compete with him. Not catching him yet, but still trying.
Well, Graham, thank you so much for having a chat to us. I won't tear you away from your mini any longer, and can't wait to see you in race 3.
Very good, thank you.
Starting from the family garage, Cool Drive Auto Parts has grown into Australasia's preferred automotive aftermarket parts supplier. Even after more than 4 decades, we're proud to remain 100% Australian family-owned and operated. Today, Cool Drive supplies a comprehensive range of aftermarket parts and equipment, from air conditioning, electrical and engine management to performance, suspension, tools, workshop consumables and more, supporting the automotive trade across the region. With 36 locations across Australia and New Zealand, a global supplier network and 24/7 online ordering platform, our passionate team is committed to delivering the right parts, expert advice and reliable service whenever workshops need it. Visit cooldrive.com.au to find out lots more.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Hope you're enjoying a ripping weekend here at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. The Victorian Historic Racing Register go to a great length to make sure we have a ripping weekend. This is, of course, the 37th running of the historic event here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We know everyone's filled with passion and enthusiasm and a great vibe around the track, and so many people turning up here. Thanks for those that have turned up. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me again, Darren Knight, for the final race for historic touring cars for this weekend. It's the under 2 litre race. We've got 25 cars ready to go, Daz.
Adriano Demiro, the race winner all weekend in this class. He'll start out of pole alongside Conno Anafaro. David Brown, the Datsun, Paul Onafaro in the Mini on the second row. Blake Watson drove up to 5th from the back of the grid, if you don't mind, in his Mini number 49. Vic Draper, the Datsun. Jeff Holbert in the number 44 Cooper S. Max McKay, another Cooper S, number 38. David Cheney into the top 10 in 9th in the number 58 Cooper S. And then Stuart Barnes, the first of the Cortinas, in 10th. Derek McLaughlin was 11th. He'll start alongside Chris Finlayson, the Mini. Christian Janicki, another Mini. John Doherty, another Mini. It's like the Italian job, except without Michael Caine. Donald Knight will be grid 15, the Cortina, alongside Tony Green, another Mark 1 GT Cortina. Rob Fgrave, another Cortina, alongside Rowan Pinder and the Datsun 1200 Fastback. And then Mike Stupka in the Citroen. And Richard Hill, not a starter, unfortunately. Looks like the diff gears have given up in his very fast Cooper S. Sean Ralph, Tim Schilling, the Volvos, won't be there, unfortunately. Graham Hill.
No Volvo.
No Volvo.
That's a shame. Doing very well throughout this weekend.
Can't do all those Swedish jokes either, unfortunately.
No, that's right. But I got to say, it was a bit of a revelation, being driven very, very well this weekend. But the Alfa Romeo has been the one to beat. Has thrown everything at it.
Except the kitchen sink.
Thank goodness.
Thrown plenty of minis at it. Haven't up.
And they're about to throw more.
And more, yep. So not been able to keep up with Adriano Demuro. Has been dominant in that very pretty little Alfa GDV. Of course, a very popular touring car back in the 60s and well into the early 70s. So absolute pedigree that car has in motorsport.
Certainly a regular car at Mount Panorama during those early years of the improved production category.
Kev Bartlett, of course, and Alec Mildren's run Alpha. Johnny French was also very quick in the Alpha.
I think even Tim Schenken raced one up there at one point as well.
Yeah,
so he came home from some Formula One. And we get away for the last race for the weekend for the group ends. It's the historic touring cars under 2 litre.
The final race brought to us by Apex Steel. Conor Onafara in the yellow Cooper S there, just tucking in behind Adriano Demuro in the Alpha GDV. Paul Onafara also up there too in his bright green Cooper S. Plenty of Datsuns out there as well. Derek McLaughlin, number 40 machine there. Stuart Barnes, number 22. Cortina had a great race this morning, fending off several Coopers as we see them stream down towards Jack Miller Corner. Knight chasing Janicki in the number 81 Cooper S. He has Tony Green. Knight has Tony Green right on his tail as well, and then Rob F. in that blue machine, number 27.
Michael Stuttgart down the back end there, the front-wheel drive Citroen, something very unique here. Have a look at these two Datsuns side by side. They're going to sort this out, the 40 and the 65. That's Derek McLaughlin.
Vic Draper goes through on McLaughlin, the number 65 Datsun 1600. A car originally campaigned by Russell Pilvin, the man who runs several tyre power dealerships now. I know.
In rural Victoria. Yeah,
yep.
Certainly does. And does very well. Used to do very well in the car as well. So car number 58 sweeping through there. David Cheney in the Cooper S. They've got the mirrors filled with two Datsuns. In fact, Vic Draper's actually gone backwards a little bit. He's gone back a couple of spots there. He started out at 6th, currently in 7th. Only one spot back, so catching up there. But the other Datsuns also made up some ground there. So it's a good push in this middle of the pack at the moment, or middle of the top 10. And certainly that Datsun wide open. They come across the VHRR speed trap. It's been a great shot. Really enjoyed this. Gives you the real feeling of the speed that they're going down the straight. Cooper S wide open throttle from about exit of MG all the way around 12, all the way down the straight, all the way down turn 1. Maybe a dab on the brakes and down a gear about here as they enter turn 2. And then wide open throttle again.
Barnes in the number 22 Cortina GT trying to track down Derek McLaughlin ahead of him in that silver Datsun 1600 number 40. Unfortunately, looks like we're missing David Brown, and he's very quick at Datsun 1600. Has not been a starter, as Watson has got through on Paul Onafaro in the battle of the West Australian Cooper S. So Watson now up into 3rd. Paul Onafaro back to 4th. Ahead of them are our race leader Demuro and Conor Onafaro in 2nd place. So this is the battle for 3rd place. Watson in the pink machine. Well, magenta. Magenta sounds tougher, doesn't it?
Doesn't
than pink?
Yeah.
Almost, sort of.
More blokey, I guess.
Blokier, yeah.
Yep. I've got my magenta Mini. Going to go racing.
Charger, they're pretty popular, the
magenta.
magenta.
They were, weren't they? Yeah, Tiranas.
Yep.
Tiranas were certainly XU1s were popular there. As this market car was very popular, it's that popular that 38 years later they reinvented it, but about twice as big.
Yeah, and twice as heavy.
Yep.
But great to put a styling it was to the influence on it. So
yes,
plenty of mini styling cues on it.
Many cues, wasn't there?
Cues,
absolutely
yes.
A pick up on. And, well, they've continued them on for the last 15, 16 years or something as well. So found something from a long time ago, made it new, and the world loved it.
You look at the specs on a Mini, a front-wheel drive, 1200cc engine, 10-inch wheels, you're going to make a race car out of it, eh? Oh, really amazing motor car.
The biggest problem they've got now is those 10-inch wheels, is getting tyres for them. There's nothing, maybe the odd trailer here and there has a 10-inch wheel on it. They don't only need race tyres, but around the world there's still enough minis racing that they still manufacture them.
Very popular in England, of course, still as they should be.
Well, you go to a historic, I'll use Goodwood Revival, for example, and they have 2 fields of Cooper S's, and they absolutely fang them. They spare no horses in those races. It's very much a pride-driven affair, as is this. Couple of Cortinas.
Tony Green, the number 70 machine, versus the South Australian Rob Efcraft, the number 27 blue 2-door Mark 1 Cortina. Knight, the number 32 machine, trying to keep out Chris Finlayson in his Cooper S number 6.
So Don Knight's up to position number 12 in this one. This is a good end of the weekend.
Well, it was looking pretty bad yesterday when Friday when the car would not go into third gear. So Stuart Barnes, fellow Cortina competitor, lent Don his spare gearbox, which he had used. It's been sitting in the back of the trailer. It's a road box, so the ratios aren't great, but at least he's out there competing.
Well, he's getting half a decent result in the final one for the weekend as well there, so that's good.
This battle for third still going on between Blake Watson, the number 49 Magenta Cooper S, Paul Onafara, that green Cooper S, number 112, has got a very amusing number plate on the back of that Cooper S. Has been, as in B-E-A-N, as in Mr. Bean.
Yep.
There it is. Has been.
This is for position actually in the race. This is a pretty serious part of the race. Side by side across the line was Onfario there to Watson by 0.03 of a second.
Has the inside line into Doohan corner. Watson, though, keeping the boot in, letting those front wheels grab and pull him around the corner. You come off the throttle on the front wheel drive machine, you know all about it, Daz?
Absolutely. I had the podcast Simon Evans, multiple Australian rally champion, and races the Corolla Cup and stuff like that. And I referenced, what's the difference between front wheel drive and rear wheel drive? And he said, front wheel drive's a better rally car because it's all driven through the front. And he said the rear wheels, all they do is stop the back of the car dragging on the road. And he said, as a matter of fact, I came in without 2 wheels once, and all it was dragging the back of the car on the road. No harm, no foul. The front wheels are doing everything.
Excellent. Yeah, well, the Lancer Fulvia, of course, very quick rally car, the tiny 1.3 litre engine, but front wheel drive.
Yeah, it's quite hilarious when you look at it like that. 4 times Australian rally champion, he said, front wheel drives, the rear wheels are only there to stop the car dragging on the ground, and the minis like to decrease the coefficient of drag by floating the wheel in the air too.
Yep, less friction, less rolling friction. We've got rear wheels hanging in the air as they want to do through the corners.
This is great. This is a really good battle. 2 drivers that want that last step on the podium. In fact, in this one, the Paul Neferio is trying different lines. He's trying to just do something a little bit different to try and get a better result. The last lap board has gone out. So our Alfa Romeo lining up for another category with a clean sweep for the weekend. Paul Stubber's already done it in the overs. And Ria from field to race victory for Paul Stubber.
Our race leader starts his last lap. Connor Onafaro still in second place.
And not too far behind, in fact. It's a big gap back to these two. It's about just under 8 seconds between these two, but you pick the gap between them, I dare you.
The last lap. Paul Onafaro desperately trying to get past Blake Watson. We talked about this yesterday, Darren. These 2 guys race each other back in Western Australia.
Yeah,
so you travel across the other side of the country and you're racing against the same bloke. It's like, really?
Yeah. And you see, I'm seeing that green car in my mirror, and it's like, I'm seeing that magenta car in front of me.
Well, as James Rain once said...
We could have done this at home.
Yeah, as James Rain once said, oh no, not you again.
Yes. There you go. Line astern with each other down to turn 4 for the last time this weekend. A great battle and very entertaining drive between these 2 diminutive cars. And they are trying to chase down Connor DeFario, but you get the feeling that these 2 are just going to continuously battle this out before the end of it. But what is interesting and of note here is that the fact that these Western Australians are filling up these, the first few spots in the race, because Victorian and the Alpha out in front, but a couple of non-locals that are really entertained. Let's look at this. They're going to go side by
Paul
side.
Onofaro into third place for the first time in this race with only a few corners to go. Great complex of corners he put together there coming out of Siberia. Can Blake Watson chuck it up the inside down at MG? Looks like not. You can hear the tyres squealing in the background. Bit of plough undersea there for Watson as he tries to get back onto terms with Paul Onofaro as Adrian Jamero is heading towards the checkered flag to make it a clean sweep in the Racer Industries under 2 litre Group N historic touring cars. Well done to Adrian and his team. Conor Onofaro finishes second, pushed him all the way in his yellow Coupe S. The battle for third, though, going right down to the flag between Paul Onofaro and Blake Watson, and Paul gets it done. Stuart Barnes, meanwhile, has got past the Datsun 1600 of Derek McLaughlin. That is the battle for 8th place. McLaughlin looking to fight back on the Cortina. England versus Japan.
This is a live battle, isn't it?
South Australia versus
around.
Victoria.
The number 40 sweeping around, looking for a way. You've got to tuck in now, get a bit of the drag, and you've got to say it was just a couple of corners too late as they come to the line there. It will be the Cortina that takes it over the Datsun. But Dana Precision, and that is 6 and 7 on the road. 8 and 9 on the road as the cars start to stream across the line for this final race for the weekend for the historic touring cars under 2 litre, thanks to Dana Precision.
Tony Green just got past Don Nate right at the flag there. He'll be annoyed with that. Right at the flag. Rob Efgrave was nearly side by side. Top 10 for Cool Drive Auto Parts and Dana Precision. Adrian Arjumero was the winner from Conor Onofaro. Paul Onofaro in third place. Blake Watson fourth. Graham Hill got up to fifth. A great drive from the back of the grid. Vic Draper in sixth. David Cheney was seventh in the Mini. Stuart Barnes eighth in that great battle with Derek McLaughlin, who was ninth, and Chris Finlayson rounded out the top 10.
Terrific race to round things out. We've got still plenty of racing to go. In fact, we've got the big bangers. The Formula 5000's coming up on track next. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
Ben Eggleston, legendary operation in Super 2. We've seen you so much already this year with the Super 2 season off and running. But this weekend, you've got 4 cars plus 2 on display. Tell us about your involvement for the 2026 Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic.
Oh, we're just here having a bit of a skid. It's always a really good event they put on. So we've done this like 4 or 5 times, and yeah, it's just a really good event to come out here and bring some of the old cars out that not a lot of people get to see all the time.
Mate, you've got some incredible projects on the way as well. I've seen a few articles online with some classic HRT cars that live rent-free in my brain, but how are they coming along? We're going to see them later this year?
Yeah, see them around October. We'll probably take a few to Bathurst. So, yeah, after this weekend, we've got a little bit of a reprieve, so we'll get straight into those cars and then make a bit of a plan to make sure they're ready for Bathurst and give all these a service and get them ready for the next event as well.
You got a pretty handy steerer in Kai Allen over here. Had a great battle in that sprint earlier this afternoon. E63 versus the HRT car. That looked like a lot of fun, mate.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, the old HRT car's probably got a bit more sniff down the straight, but yeah, with Kai behind it, he was always going to beat me. So it's just good to get out there with a great mate and have some fun. It's great.
Thank you, Ben Eggleston.
No worries, mate. Cheers.
What started with a 16-year-old's dream in St Kilda, 1926, became one family's legacy.
Car 100, the Penrite guys are going to go completely berserk.
Inspiring all Australians on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, and big wheels. Under the ground, on the ground, and soaring high above it.
It's been one heck of a journey, but it's not over yet.
Penrite Oil, celebrating 100 years, still driven. Some people, they just don't get it. They don't get the thrill of spotting a one-of-a-kind. They don't get the joy of a Sunday drive. But at Shannon's, we get it because we get what matters to car people. That's why we offer Choice of Repairer, because we get it's important who works on your vehicle. Driven by passion, backed by experience. Chat to Shannon's, Australia's original insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 or jump online. Shannon's, share the passion.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Welcome back trackside. Great to see so many fans that have made their way to the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic this weekend, and even better to see fans absolutely glued trackside, putting their easy ups up, their tents up, the back of their wagons, their four-wheel drives and vans, really making a great weekend of it, enjoying the magnificent spectacle that is the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and enjoying the racing that the Victorian Historic Racing Register and the group behind putting this event together go to so much trouble to do. I'm Darren Smith, Phil Memory, right alongside. You've been to many of these events, Phil, over the years, and hasn't the weather just proven to be a boon this time round?
This has been an absolute cracker weather-wise. We've had a couple of years where the weather's worked against us a bit, but this year has been an absolute ripper.
I think the event has followed that as well. I think weeks out we were all sort of quite nervous. It was like, well, what's it going to be like? What's it going to be like? And I think come this week we were like, well, the weather will do what the weather's going to do.
That's right.
There's a lot of people that have put some great work into this, and we're going to have a ripping event regardless. And it really has been. It's been one for the ages here this weekend.
Fantastic stuff, and the weather, as you say, has just been perfect this weekend.
So here we go. This is the Formula 5000. This is why many of the people are still here at the track and come to the track initially, and to see these thumping big bangers. And, well, we've got a pretty tough-looking field of them there as well. William Sala, who we saw an interview with Callum Brannigan earlier on, they come here to have fun. They come here to win races as well, but it seemed as though the whole family, his dad Brian as well, who's in the field down there as well. So great to see these cars out here. They really do grab our imagination, just like they did in the 70s.
Yeah, 100%, and it's all about having fun. And these guys, as you say, they do have fun. So William Sala in 1, Lachlan Thomas in 2, Darcy Russell in 3, Dean Cam in 4. Good to see Dean out there. David Crabtree up in 5, the birthday boy. We won't light a candle under him today. He doesn't like fires. Jeffrey Walters in 6, Rodney Carroll in 7, Brian Sala in 8, Matthew Veal in 9, and Grant Perryman in 10. We then have David Smoker in 11, Bill Hemming in 12, and Evan Farrell stepping up from a Formula Ford into a Formula 5000. That's probably more than one step, I think.
It's a big step. It's a massive step, and he's done it well. He's coped with it just beautifully.
Yep. And really good to see Lachlan Thomas out there, and in fact, he's in position 2, so he's come across from Tasmania, and just a brilliant job.
The other thing which is very special is the spread of mates that graced this series back in the day, and the Maddich, the Beg, the Chevron. These are names that don't
and
just
the
sort
Mildren.
of appear.
Don't forget the Mildren.
Well, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is that I don't know of a race meeting where the final race of the weekend there wasn't an Elfin involved. We did have an Elfin here. Bill Hemming had the Elfin MR8. There's been concerns and issues with that car, and just due to the value and the cost to repair these things, it's sometimes easier. Well, not easier. It's never easy to withdraw,
No.
but to withdraw with a heavy heart and to know that you don't have to spend $1 billion to get
that's
back.
right.
You've got an engine rebuild, you've got a gearbox rebuild, which is better done in the surgical environment of your workshop back home.
Yeah, that's right. Rather than finding that the thing has suddenly disassembled itself all over the track.
Yeah.
We don't want that, because that usually means that there's some sort of slippery substance goes down on the track as well, and that can lead to even greater issues. There's the birthday boy, David Crabtree, at the wheel of that car of his, the March F5000.
Matthew Veal is the one at the wheel of the Mildren that we were talking about, the Mildren F5000. So that's the yellow car just at the back of that shot there. And Lachlan Thomas in the Begg FM2, that's the yellow car. So bright orange car is the Matic, and the Begg FM2 is the bright yellow car. As they start to warm their way around, they have an initial sighting lap, warm-up lap, and then we go with a rolling start. So sadly, no Elfins for those who are fans of the Gary Cooper built product out of South Australia. There is certainly one
amazing
sale
job
down there at the moment.
Sorry, I cut over the top. The Gary Cooper thing in South Australia, such an amazing job, from modifying MGs for racing through to building Formula 5000s and the big sports cars. And
I was talking yesterday about one of the guys that helped Gary fund Team Ansett, Elfin, the guy that owned and ran the IGA store in Heidelberg in Melbourne.
Oh, yeah.
Reg Orr. He also had the Holly Dean Hotel in Cowes, where back in the day all the PIAC officials used to enjoy themselves until late into the night. So that was a bit of information that happens. And look, this field is not quite as full as what it was at the start of the weekend, but this is period perfect. That was how it ran in the day. There was numerous cars that would drop out. And
I think we've had
racing.
I think we've had a very minimal retirement from this field this weekend.
I agree.
It's been really, really good. The standard of the cars, the presentation of each and every one of these cars has gone out this weekend, and it's been really, really good.
So Darcy Russell lines up very nicely indeed. Dean Cam takes his spot at the rear of this field. He was supposed to be on the second row, and away we go. The thunder returns to Phillip Island, where it belongs. The heat haze off the back of these cars. Darcy Russell streams on by Lachlan Thomas into P2. The number 7 Coca-Cola Lola goes streaming on through. The T330 just gets on through the Begg FM2.
Yeah, Lachlan Thomas is going to be looking to try and find a way around that, but doesn't seem to be able to keep up at this particular point. He might have a car that takes just that little bit longer to warm up and start and get the grip. He started to open it up a bit there now.
His eyes were wide open, in fact, to watch David Crabtree sneak up on him in the mark there as well. So maybe he's not getting the reaction from the right loud pedal that he wanted, and was starting to think, I might get gazumped by the march of David Crabtree here.
Yeah, around up the back straight. Well, the back straight is not that straight because it's got hay shed in the middle of it.
Around they go, this very...
David
Crabtree, just an understeer there. Nearly buckled the car in half. He caught it. He's been doing it for a long time, David, within this this field. He's got an issue there. Or is it still cold tyres? He hasn't worked them up to 10 with those 2 outlaps.
Yeah, could be still cold tyres, and maybe he's just thinking about getting stuck into the birthday cake after this race finishes.
The other thing with these cars, Phil, was that they were renowned on the upshift of any gear to spin the wheels. RPM changes from third to fourth, and you start to spin the wheels. That grabs your attention pretty quickly.
Yeah, it does. It brings on one of those sphincter moments that they talk about.
It certainly does. It grabs your internal organs' attention right through to your brain as well.
Yep.
And you try and deal with it. Darcy Russell dealing with it as he has done for many, many years in this category. Also drove his Dodge Viper in the Australian GT Championship to numerous wins. The red Dodge Viper. And Darcy always does a terrific job. Bumped into him yesterday morning, and he said just still loves it. He still thinks he's the same age as when he got that car. And I said, how long ago was that? And he said, no, you don't have to know that.
No. Stop counting at 10.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still racing, you're not. Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
That's the one.
Point proven.
Yeah. Michael Thomas there, still looking for a bit of grip, I think, and would dearly love to close up on the back of Darcy and make a bit more of a challenge of it.
I tell you what, a Lola Formula 5000 red in colour grabs my attention and makes me feel like 12-year-old Darren all over again when Alfie Costanzo was driving for Alan Hamilton.
Yep. Yeah, Alfie was certainly a master of these things.
Diminutive Italian man would jump inside one of these things and just command its respect every single time he did so.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, bit of a wobble there from the 43.
Track 3 hits it. It doesn't seem to be right for him at the moment. He's been able to wrestle this car into total control. Just watching now also, Dean Cam has gone into the pits, so that's a shame. We won't see the black chevron anymore. The fencer from Melbourne, 5-star fencing proprietor, does a beautiful product. Check out 5-star fencing, and if you need a fence, have a chat to Dean. He's out racing the chevron here this weekend, and I dare say he'll be a caller next weekend, racing his Corvette at round 2 of the big trophy tour.
Good to have a few spare cars.
Why
around.
not? Why not? He works hard, and like most of these drivers, actually, they're nothing comes to you in this world. Oh, that's not nice.
Oh, that was so close. Wow. 43.
Rodney Carroll in the Lola T140 goes around in front of a couple of fellow protagonists and lucky not to get collected.
Yeah, great old tank slapper there.
If he could scratch his forehead right now, he'd probably be scratching it or wipe the sweat off his brow, because that was a tank slapper for the ages. Oh, here we go. The Beg's gone through on the Lola too. So a swap for the top spot in this. Three spots in this one. Our race leader is checked out as he has all weekend long. Will Sala. But now we've got the Beg. Thomas has taken Darcy Russell's T330 Lola.
Here we go with the replay. And down the outside in the Beg, down into MG. What a great move that is. Puts him on the inside for the left-hander out of there. And
you know what he did? He didn't short shift. He held onto that gear for just a little bit longer. Didn't put it in with black lines on the road.
That was a really, really good move.
I don't think Darcy's taken too kindly to that, actually. He's got that racy look on his helmet, looking for the inside.
Looking for the inside. He's looking for a way.
Has that airbox. That is just absolutely Lola all over, isn't it?
100%. The big Formula 5000s, they sported those big airboxes on top, unlike that is the Formula 5000 without an airbox on it. The one of Lachlan Thomas, probably from an
earlier era,
slightly earlier era. He's not hanging about. He's working that car really, really well. He's got the car balanced beautifully.
So the Lola has that airbox for the ram type flow to the top of those ram tubes, the top of the carburetors, or the mechanical injection as it may be on these cars.
Yeah, doing a great job across the top of the track there. Here he comes onto the start.
Race leader just getting the last lap board. So the thunder of the Formula 5000s. We've got one more lap to go. Will Sala doing a brilliant job. A 134.42 for Will, and he is head and shoulders lap time above anyone else. The nearest is a 137.6 done by Lachlan Thomas in the Beg. But he is now ripping through the gears and driving very, very nicely indeed.
Sala seems to be just sort of cruising. It's cruising at very high speed, but he doesn't seem to be really pushing the car particularly hard. Done it pretty easy during this race.
Lachlan Thomas is disappearing out of the timesheets, so too sure what's happened there. Just watching him slowly drop down out of the running there. So Darcy Russell slops into P2. David Crabtree into P3.
Yeah. David will be quite happy at step on the podium on his birthday.
Yeah. Yep. But
We're not going to forget his birthday, are we?
No. No, the Matic, Repco and Penfold wines on the side body there from back in the day.
Yeah.
Listen to that. He's not sparing the horses. A little bit of a short shift, grabs it as they do to avoid wheel spin, and then just charging around the top end of the track now. Checkered flag is at the ready, and it'll be a Matic to take a victory. 1, 2 and 3 across the board here this weekend. There'll be celebrations in the Sala household. I'm going to say for weeks to come. What a fantastic result. Lachlan Thomas is back again. Might have been a timing glitch that we had, and he'll take P2 in the race there. So the Beck gets home, and then Darcy Russell into P3. So apologies there to Lachlan's family and team there. It disappeared off our timing screen, and we couldn't see the car on track being around the back of the circuit. The next one will be David Crabtree in the March. In behind him is another one of our Lolas, the Jeff Walters Lola T330, and they come to the line.
He was looking like he was going to come under a bit of a threat from Walters there, but not so.
On that last lap.
Wow.
It's a position change. He's the car that spun earlier on in the journey. It's Rodney Carroll.
Yeah. He'd be upset about bringing that on in the car, but pretty easy to do in one of these things. So
it is Lola T 140, so an earlier variation in the Formula 5000 trim. It just gives it a bit of wide open throttle.
Yeah.
Boom, across the line he goes. And I think that is the last of our finishes in the race number 3 for the weekend for the Formula 5000, brought to us by Splats Engineering. Thanks for their great support and cool drive. There it is. William Sala takes the win over Lachlan Thomas by just under 10 seconds and wins all 3 races for the weekend. Darcy Russell home in P3. David Crabtree in 4. Jeff Walters ultimately home in car 0 in position number 5. Matt Veal and Rodney Carroll round out the field of cars there. Sadly, Dean Cam returned to the pits and didn't finish that one, but started it. And obviously issues continued there for Dean. But we'll see Dean next weekend at Calder at the Big Trophy Tour round at Calder. Coming up next is some more touring cars. It'll be the Heritage Touring Cars Groups C and A. Darren Knight and Bill Cutler will bring us all the action in just a moment. We'll be back after this.
Starting from the family garage, Cool Drive Auto Parts has grown into Australasia's preferred automotive aftermarket parts supplier. Even after more than 4 decades, we're proud to remain 100% Australian family-owned and operated. Today, Cool Drive supplies a comprehensive range of aftermarket parts and equipment, from air conditioning, electrical and engine management to performance, suspension, tools, workshop consumables and more, supporting the automotive trade across the region. With 36 locations across Australia and New Zealand, a global supplier network and 24/7 online ordering platform, our passionate team is committed to delivering the right parts, expert advice and reliable service whenever workshops need it. Visit cooldrive.com.au to find out lots more. Starting from the family garage, Cool Drive Auto Parts has grown into Australasia's preferred automotive aftermarket parts supplier. Even after more than 4 decades, we're proud to remain 100% Australian family-owned and operated. Today, Cool Drive supplies a comprehensive range of aftermarket parts and equipment, from air conditioning, electrical and engine management to performance, suspension, tools, workshop consumables and more, supporting the automotive trade across the region. With 36 locations across Australia and New Zealand, a global supplier network and 24/7 online ordering platform, our passionate team is committed to delivering the right parts, expert advice and reliable service whenever workshops need it. Visit cooldrive.com.au to find out lots more.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Malcolm Osler, welcome to the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. It's fantastic to have you here this weekend. Now, you have so many stories in Australian motorsport, it must be hard to find a starting point. But let's start with this weekend. Tell us about what you're driving.
I've got Mr. Juicy here. It's a car that was a bit of a legend back in about 1980 when I was first involved in motor racing. I think if you told me back then that I'd one day own and drive this car, I would have said you're on quite good drugs, but here we are, you know.
So obviously you've had, from a mechanical standpoint and a design standpoint, behind the scenes working on Australian race cars and around the world as well. You've got a long and storied career. You must be very proud when reflecting on all of this.
Yeah, I sort of don't think about it too much. I'm just here to have fun, really. I like driving racing cars. This is a magic little machine. It's beautiful to drive. A lot of people who I've worked with over the years have been involved in this car. Ron Turanak, Cosworth, Mike Hewland, Dave Moore, Wally Story, John Smith, obviously, Harry Galloway. You know, there's a lot of history in this car. Personally, for me, it's quite a nice bit of provenance.
Now, we interrupted your chat with Eddie Irvine, so firstly apologise for tearing you away from a Formula One racing legend from Ireland out here this weekend.
Talked to him many times, that's all right.
So, obviously, with this car, you're an experienced hand behind the wheel, but being part of this event and being continuing the legacy of this car and circulating around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, it's fantastic by the VHRR to keep promoting these events and giving such a fantastic platform for these cars to continue.
Yeah, people love to see the car. It's John Smith's at home in Sydney, and every time I get the car out, he gets 6 or 7 phone calls. Oh, John, I saw your car. You know, this is from 1980-81. It's unusual for the time because it had instead of just having stickers on it and paint, it had a livery. You know, it's got the stripes and the Mr. Juicy thing. So very fondly remembered. People love to see it.
Thank you, Malcolm Osler, for joining us down here in the pit lane.
No worries, pleasure.
Thank you, Callum, and thank you, Malcolm Osler. Well, that was a great little interview there, a car that I very much remembered as a youngster watching on the screen. The great John Smith, Mr. Juicy, and of course John Bowe. He had the Lucky Nuts rods in form of Pacific, so it was great to see that car down here this weekend, steered by Malcolm Osler. And coming up very shortly, we'll have the final race for the Heritage Touring Cars, Group C and Group A. And it's good afternoon once again to Bill Cutler. G'day, Bill.
G'day, Darren. Thanks again for having me on board. What a great race we had this morning. Just so many dices going on through the field. And great to see these cars on track looking resplendent in the afternoon sun.
They certainly are. Thank you to autosport.com.au for their support for this final race for Group C and Group A Heritage Tours. These cars are the actual items, folks. They are not replicas. The rules of Group C and Group A are you must pick a year or a certain meeting and present the car exactly as it raced in the day. So Elliot Barber will start out a pole in the RX-7 alongside David Toe in the BMW, Travis Schumacher in the BMW Super Tourer alongside Rick Allen in the M3, Michael Lojudas in the VK Commodore, Terry Lawler in the DGR Sierra, Mark Taylor in the VL Commodore, me and Nebrecki in the Merc, Aaron Hodges in the Mustang alongside Anthony Tancade in the Commodore.
Off 11, we have Justin Nilsson in the Group C Nissan Exa, Glenn Gerstel in a Commodore, Tony Sawford in the ex-Alan Grice A9X Tirana, Dean Howe in the BMW, Craig Foster in a Toyota, Jacob Curry in the Green Stuff Falcon, Scott Robinson in a 325 BMW, Don Dimitriadis in another Commodore, Ian Ross in the XD Falcon, and Carl Muller in the Ford Capri.
Jerome Nebrecki in the second of the Parramatta Toyota Mercs, if we can say that. So the Nebreckis, great to have them here. David Patterson in a Toyota, of course, in the Sprinter. Peter Killick in the Corolla. David Holland, we haven't seen him back on the circuit, unfortunately, I don't think, in the XU1. Gary Kerwin, who'll be out there in the Walkinshaw Commodore. Craig Allen, not a starter, nor is Eddie Sansel, unfortunately, after an excursion into the fence yesterday.
Cars just coming down into MG now on their warm-up lap. Well, they're about to start, I guess. The safety car looks like it's left the field. It has.
Yep. Rolling start, so no passing until all the lights go out, and you must run over your grid box.
So we have Mazda Rotary on pole, and we have David Toe off P2. It'll be interesting to see what happens at the start. A couple of really fast cars behind. They're coming down onto the front straight now.
A couple of really fast drivers too behind those, behind the wheel of those two cars. Kerry McMahon owns the RX-7, has it on the mark, and he's enlisted Elliot Barber, invited him to get behind the wheel, of course. We know Elliot from his great speed in the Trans Am Series for Alpha Theta, and he's great to see he'll be racing with Gary Rogers Motorsport this year with Marcus Ambrose in his corner, so it'll be great to see Elliot's progress. He's had a clean sweep so far behind the wheel of that RX-7, and they're away. Onto the grass goes Mark Taylor. Trevor Schumack also onto the grass. Hopefully Mark hasn't collected the tyre barrier. Michael Lojudas, I think, was also involved in that start line incident, so perhaps someone's tripped over someone that didn't get away well and took avoiding action, but they're out onto the grass. Not sure where the Taylor machine has ended up. Yellow flag and safety car is being dispatched. So I think, the Mark Taylor VL Commodore unfortunately has come to a stop. Not sure if he collected the fence. He may have. He was sliding across the grass just underneath the Melbourne Bridge that's on the front straight here at Phillip Island.
It did look like, from the footage there, Darren, it did look like he had some damage on the right-hand front guard. So
hopefully nothing too serious.
Yeah. So under safety car conditions now, the guys need to form up in a single line behind the safety car. Hopefully not too much passing going on when they take up those positions. Terry Lawler, I noticed there, was waving a couple of cars past, so hopefully he hasn't got a mechanical problem again.
Could be just some redressing perhaps, not sure. Anyway, we will leave that to the officials.
Yeah.
But a bit of a helter-skelter. Usually don't see those sort of incidents on a rolling start, but these things do happen in racing, and fingers crossed there's not too much damage to Mark Taylor's VL Commodore. That's the machine that preceded the Walkinshaw, so it's a carburetted VL. Car that was raced by Andy Newell and also Paul Trevethan at one stage.
Yeah, 1990 Bathurst, Andy McDowell, who was
McDowell, I beg your pardon.
He was the MG Workshops, still is the MG Workshops guy. So if you have an MG, Andy McDowell's your man at MG Workshops.
And of course, the late Paul Trevethan, well entrenched in MG racing, of course, ran that fabulously fast MG V8. And Mark has had that car for a long time. In 2004, I think he collected that car. And has done some great work on it. Nicknamed it the Onion because what's worse than a lemon? An onion. So it was a bit rough when he first got it, and has done a great job, and it's great to see him down here from Queensland.
He's come a long way for these races, that's for sure. A bit hard to see what's going on there, Darren, behind the bridge, but
recovery team loading it up, and here we go with a replay of the back post.
Quite sure what happened there, but Trevor Schumack looked like he tried to get off the race.
Yeah, and also we've got a red flag here. Yes, we have a red flag, so the race is going no further. They need some more time to retrieve the Taylor VL Commodore. Yeah, it looks like Schumack was on the grass, and Michael Lojudas is coming to the pitch now. He also took to the grass, and then Mark Taylor, I don't know if he got a tap or something, but he was sideways onto the grass and then perhaps into the fence as well. Doesn't look like there's too much damage to the Lojudas car. Maybe a bit of trim there. Or was it the tow rope?
That's a tow strap, I think. Yeah, so it doesn't look too bad.
He may have escaped injury, but we think there's some damage to the Taylor Commodore. Here we have this Bass Coast replay once again. Keep the eye to the right of the screen, folks.
So I wonder if there was some oil down or something there, Darren, because three cars have all slipped off to the right-hand side. So it's quite strange. Oh, yes, and here we turn around and look out the commentary box window, and sure enough, there is a dirty great track of oil.
So somebody's dropped some oil, and that's caught several of the guys out there, and obviously Mark Taylor came off the worst because it just looked like he spun in a straight line. So obviously he's plucked a gear, gave it the berries, didn't know the oil was there, and it's turned the Commodore around.
Yeah, I think three cars have got caught up in that, and very sad to see that sort of incident. Hopefully we haven't had any injuries, and hopefully not too much damage to these very well known. And
makes you wonder where the oil came from, Bill.
Yeah. We go down and do a taste test on that, Darren. See if it's Ford oil or Holden oil, or
hope it's not Penrite. That would be a waste of some good Penrite.
No, Penrite oil doesn't leak apparently. Yeah.
Here we have another Bass Coast replay. Oh, and there we see tailor into the fence. There's some pretty hefty damage to the driver's side front quarter panel of that VL Commodore. It's really a passenger. You get out in the grass there and there's not much you can do.
You are a passenger, that's for sure. Yep. Had a bit of a clean-up of the oil on the front straight here, so the question will be whether they have enough time to restart this race.
Yeah, the cars are coming into the back entrance to the pit, so this race may not be going any further, I fear. Now, you're a driver, Bill. What's the usual procedure of a red flag into the pit lane?
In the pit lane, depends on whether it's practice or a race, but generally speaking, if it's during the race, into the pit lane.
Practice, you stay on the grid?
Yeah, generally speaking.
And just confirmation, unfortunately, this race has had to be declared a non-race, obviously, because time constraints. Of course, because we've got sports and racing cars, Group M and O up next. So disappointing there for the Heritage Touring Cars, but they will be back at the Winton Festival of Speed, July 23 to 26 on the long track at Winton. Make sure you head up there. There is always some great dicing, particularly amongst the smaller cars, Bill.
They will be, yeah. Unfortunately, Darren, I won't be able to enjoy you. I'm going to give myself a little plug here. We'll be racing in Europe somewhere nice, Nürburgring.
In the M3?
In the M3.
That's a pretty good excuse, I think.
Yeah, I think I'll cop that excuse. Yeah, but been a pleasure to be here with you, and hopefully we do this again.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Bill Cutler.
Right.
We're walking through the show and shine part of the track, and I've run into a familiar face here, Alex, the Mustang Cruisers Victoria. You guys are everywhere, and we've found you down here. This isn't your first time down here, is it?
We've been... G'day, Sandra. We've been down here a few times.
Just a few?
Just a few times, yeah.
You brought a few Mustangs down here today. How many of you are there today?
We have 6 here today. There were 7 of us yesterday, but only 6 cars today. Yeah.
Only 6. And you guys been down for the whole weekend?
Yes, we've been here. We got here yesterday morning, and we were here for today as well. So,
and you've enjoyed the island all weekend?
It's been absolutely fantastic. The weather's fantastic. Great crowd. Yeah, we're having a ball.
You guys always do. Now, you brought down your Mustang, the one behind us. What's special about this Mustang?
Well, this one is the Dark Horse, the latest model. Okay, it's a Dark Horse. It's the Blue Ember. It's virtually a track-ready car. Yeah.
It's nice to drive?
It's beautiful to drive. That's why I drive it.
Yeah. No, very nice. But this isn't your only Mustang either. You've got another one as well, haven't you?
Well, I've actually got another 3 Mustangs, Sandra. I've got the Steve McQueen Bullet that you know. We've done a photo shoot with that one. I've recently purchased an 02 Cobra Mustang, and I've got my 65, my classic, which I've had for about 25 years. Yeah.
So, guys, if you have a Mustang and you're interested in hanging out with a good bunch of people that like to get to lots of events around here in Victoria, check these guys out. You're on social media, aren't you?
We are on Instagram and Facebook, guys. Yep.
Come and join them. They're always, like I said, I see these guys everywhere. Thanks, Alex, for talking to us. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Sandra.
Welcome back to the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. It's a massive thank you to our corporate partners in Penrite Oil. Proudly Australian owned and operated company for a centenary, 100 years. That's right, they're celebrating their 100th year this year. It's also big thanks to our friends at Shannon's Insurance as well for throwing their support behind this event. They've been a long-term supporter of the Phillip Island Classic event over its 37 iterations over the past nearly 4 decades, which is an incredible stat to share with all of you, of course. Cool Drive, of course, they are proud supporters in the supercars category with the Blanchard family, throwing their support, especially behind Formula Ford, but across the board for the Phillip Island Classic. Starting to get towards the end of the day, sadly. We've had a huge day of action coming your way, and obviously the pack-up process is starting. So we thought we might have a look at the Eggleston Motorsport operation. Now, this is a prime example of just how the professionals do it. They are a prime Super 2 team, and you can actually see one of the Walkinshaw Commodores up the top there, Telecom Mobiles on the back there, an iconic car. And as you can see, the team starting to pack up some of the flooring, which has been temporarily bumped in this weekend to have some of the display cars alongside the number 16 car. We also had the number 15 Rick Kelly VZ Commodore. That was the old HSV dealer team car. And you can actually still see we've got the Longhurst Falcon We've also got one of the 888 Red Bull racing cars as well, which is one of 4 cars being out operating this weekend with Eggleston Motorsport. Now, we do have Rachel Eggleston here as you might be able to actually fill in some of the spaces here. Now, could you, firstly, welcome to the broadcast. It's fantastic to have you here as part of the Phillip Island Classic, proudly supported by the Penrite 100. But what exactly is going on? Could you just talk us through the process here?
Yeah, sure. This is the time of the weekend, I guess, where we're waiting to go back on track, but we start getting a bit ahead of time so that we don't have everything to do at the end of the day. So we're just, obviously, you were talking about we were having some displays going on. So we've obviously, when you do more presentation items like we do with the flooring and walling and stuff, it takes a little bit longer to pack up. That's okay. We like to make sure everything looks really good. So we're just starting to pack all that, got a couple of cars in, and then once we're finished this afternoon, we'll keep it going. But there's probably not as much gear here as perhaps we would have at a Super 2 round. We don't have as much stuff at these kind of rounds because there's probably not as many spare parts. But still, with when you run multiple cars, there's still a lot to do.
So obviously we're running sprints. We're not running full Super 2 outfit, but it's still quite a number of, there's quite a lot of gear in 2 transporters. There's 6 cars you brought this weekend, but there's a lot of tyres, there's a lot of spare parts, we've got tools, everything to feed the troops as well, plus all of the signage you were talking about as well. Both of these trucks are obviously filled to the brim with all of that gear.
They are indeed, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because when you think about how many tyres and rims you need for this many cars too, each car's probably brought at least 4 sets of tyres with, used tyres and new. So yeah, it does. It really adds up in the space, and we've got lots of lockers and everything as well that we put heaps more spares in, and nitrogen bottles and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, there is a lot to it. I think that the somebody that's not involved in the sport probably wouldn't understand how much stuff you physically have to take. You're basically like a workshop on wheels, really, is what the transporters are like.
Now, looking ahead to season 2026, how has the season launched in the new Super 2 program for this year?
Probably wasn't our strongest round, to be quite honest, at the first event in Sydney. But that's okay. We will regroup and we'll come out really strong at Darwin, I have no doubt.
No worries. Thank you so much for joining us down here in the pit lane, Rachel. Have a fantastic rest of your Sunday afternoon.
No worries. Thank you for having us. Thanks for a great event. Thank you.
Some people, they just don't get it. They don't get the thrill of spotting a one-of-a-kind. They don't get the joy of a Sunday drive. But at Shannon's, we get it because we get what matters to car people. That's why we offer Choice of Repairer, because we get it's important who works on your vehicle. Driven by passion, backed by experience. Chat to Shannon's, Australia's original insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 or jump online. Shannon's, share the passion.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Welcome back to the 2026 Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. An absolute hive of activity down here in the Formula 5000 part of the pit garages. We are at Garage 39 at the moment. And if we look at this absolutely beautiful example of a Formula 5000, it is a Lola T330 that's been updated to T332 specification. And it looks absolutely quintessentially correct when you think of a Formula 5000. That's exactly what you think of. Massive wings, a huge airbox up the top as well, a big throbbing 5-litre V8 at the back as well, all paired to a 5-speed transaxle gearbox at the back. But this just looks absolutely sensational. But the poster child of this event is actually through here, and it's actually a Matic A50 being driven by one of the younger drivers that we've got here this weekend at the Phillip Island Classic Penrite 100, Will Sala. Welcome to the weekend, mate. It's been a huge weekend for you driving what's literally been the poster child of this event. But what's the experience like when you've got that massive V8 throbbing behind you?
It's pretty unreal. There's nothing else you can really compare to it. They're very old, historic cars that I race out here for fun. I've replaced Dad the last 2 years in the Matic that we own as a family. But driving these cars is a huge privilege, and I drive these for fun and try and go as quick as I can. But yeah, it's just great out there. The thrill, the exhilaration, the speed, and yeah.
I was going to say they're pretty agricultural in terms of cars. Like back in the day, they were, of course, state of the art. There's a fair bit of aero. They've got slick tyres, but a lot of power. But as menacing as they look, they're actually quite compliant to drive, or are they a bit of a handful? What, from your experience, what is it like?
Yeah, last year we put on a bit more aero than what Dad runs for me to get used to the car, and we've only lowered it down a tiny bit on the aero wise. So and I'm only driving it to where I'm comfortable, and I'm not sliding it or getting any oversteer, so I'm not putting any risk in crashing this. I'm just driving it for fun, driving it because I love racing, and yeah.
And coming into the weekend, you were, by your own description, on some stone cold old tyres. Have you updated the rubber for the weekend so far?
Yeah, we just went out on old tyres in practice just to preserve these other tyres, which are still pretty old, but they've still got plenty of grip left in them. But the downforce in these grip the tyres up pretty well. Once they're warm, after about 2 laps of warming it up, there's heaps of grip in these, and they're pretty forgiving.
Yeah, look, the car looks absolutely sensational as well. So a bit of history about the car was obviously developed by Frank Maddich back in the day, an A50, and your father came to be the custodian of it before literally throwing the keys to you to drive it. There must be a lot of trust between yourself and Dad.
Yeah, I mean, I've been racing, this is my 5th year now racing. I've done Formula V and Hyundai XL. But Dad rebuilt this car with Grandpa back in 2012, I believe. And they raced it at the Grand Prix. They've done Sydney, all the tracks down in Melbourne. But yeah, I've watched Dad race this from when I was about 6 years old and knew this is definitely where I was going to be heading. But this car actually won the 1971 Australian Grand Prix and won the Gold Star Series in 72, driven by Frank Maddich as well.
Absolute superstar in the making. Thank you so much, Will Sala.
You're all right, thank you.
I am so lucky to be standing here next to Billy Bellinger. He is driving the most beautiful Cooper. It's probably one of the best cars that we've got here this weekend at the Phillip Island Classic. Billy, welcome to Phillip Island.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me today. What can you tell us about this gorgeous car?
Well, this car is a 1963 Cooper King Cobra. Cooper, a British car that was sold to Carroll Shelby in 1963. And he took out the Coventry Climax engine and decided to stick his big V8 289 in the back, and it started off the Can-Am Racing Series.
Wow. So, just as we've got loads of horsepower passing us, we've got this stonking V8 in this car. Now, you've brought this, you're the founder of JB Sports Engineering, a workshop in Hertfordshire.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. So I sort of specialise in preparation of old historic vehicles, and we also do a lot of specialised gearbox and internals for the historic motor racing scene, and also general road cars in that sense.
Now, given Hertfordshire's nowhere in Australia, what made you come out for this weekend?
Well, we've been out, well, I've been out 4 times. Came out for the Bathurst 24-hour, where we brought a Morgan to compete in that, and then we came back a few years later to Phillip Island. And then we had a few, well, probably 12 years, and then just decided that Keith was 70, and we thought we'd come out and do that. And then we came back this year again for another run.
Brilliant. So what do you think of the weekend so far? We've had gorgeous weather.
It's been fantastic.
No rain.
No, it's been fantastic. I mean, it's a lovely place. It's very friendly and very welcoming, for us to come here. The circuit's superb, and it's just nice. It's a holiday rather than a serious race meeting, which is great for us.
I bet. And just before I let you go, can you give us an idea for anyone that's not super technical, maybe new to motorsport, what's the experience of driving this car like around Phillip Island?
I mean, even though the races are quite short here, after about 3 laps my arms are aching and my legs are aching because you're wrestling it round, you're hanging on as much as you can. It's got old-fashioned brakes. It's 450 horsepower in 700 kilos and old-fashioned tyres, and it's just a laugh.
Well, Billy, thank you so much for taking the time to have a chat to me today, and thank you for coming to the island for the Classic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Couple of famous red shoes we're looking at right there of Reese Carlton Carlos. You'll see them at Grand Prix throughout Asia, Europe and the Americas, and of course Albert Park. Reese Carlton Carlos, you've been around a long time. We first met at the Thunderdome. You were the media guy there, and here you are running things here in pit lane for the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. Such a big career as a volunteer official.
Oh, yeah, it's been great. I mean, we were 10 when we first met, weren't we, at Calder, and we had a great time together, didn't we? You know, it's been a hell of an experience so far, and more to come along the way.
And literally, this guy has done Grand Prix all over the world, and he's dragged a young lady with him on a couple of those adventures as well, also to the US Grand Prix, and, well, a young lady in a big hurry in the world of race directing these days as well. Jen, big steps coming up for this year for you.
Yeah, GR Cup 86s. We've already had round 1 in Sydney, and that was quite a learning experience, and the young guys did very well. But it's been an adventure so far, this whole career thing, doing Formula 1. We went to Abu Dhabi, and we did Circuit of the Americas together, and then I branched out on my own and did Miami. So, no, it's been really, really good. And these purple shoes were seen at Albert Park as well last weekend.
And I was about to say that you did say you felt a little bit naked without your green flag. Us commentators, we like to say the all-important man at the back of the grid with the green flag last weekend was something different, wasn't it? It was you.
Yes. Well, supercars and Porsches, it was a man. I did have the assistant and the deputy doing some stuff as well. So you were correct with those ones. But yes, I was at the back of the grid with the green flag for F1, 2 and 3.
And the checkered...
Oh, well, that was, a checkered flag for F1, but that was a very lovely surprise because International Women's Day. So it was definitely a lovely thing to do.
Well, I tell you what, the checkered flag wave was good. It wasn't quite Glenn Dix, but Glenn used to run halfway out in the middle of the track. Not allowed to do that anymore. That was the Cowboy 80s, wasn't it, at Adelaide that we did that?
Yes, and that was the times when we had no speed limit in pit lane too, and they used to go past you about 250 kilometres an hour.
With jungle juice, and it made your rubber shoes used to melt, didn't they? Yes. How good's this? There's a couple of race officials that obviously like bright shoes. You can tell mine are grey. I just like to blend into the tarmac, but these two have got that synonymous, very, very bright sneakers out there. And I guess coming back to grassroots, both of you, you're PIAC members, Phillip Island, this is a great place to start off, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, we ran... March Access the week before the Grand Prix, and now we're running this. Then we've got Calder next weekend, and then we've got SRO back here again. And I think we get a break for a couple of weeks, and then into the next one. You know, it's just all part of being an official. It's amazing. It is absolutely brilliant.
I'm wiping the sweat off my brow. You get Easter off. What are you complaining about?
Well,
come on.
No, but for Easter, I'm involved with the... Teddy Bear Hospital, so I'm doing all that stuff on the Thursday, Friday, and then we get a break for the weekend and away we go again, so it's good.
It is, it certainly is good. The volunteer official world is massive. We've got all of the services represented here. We've got the Vic Fire and Rescue, we've got the recovery crews, the PIAC recovery crews, the tower. You know, you've been in the tower for a long time as well, Jen. There's a lot of jobs up there too, isn't there?
Oh, yeah, most certainly. It's a learning experience this weekend, learning how to put sunscreen on. I'm not used to the sun in the sky burning me. But there's so many jobs to do. Like, I started as a very small child running around doing all the report running because I was the youngest one that could run up the stairs the quickest. But there's so many different roles you could do. You know, if you can't run around, I'm sure Secretary's office could do with some help and all this other stuff. There's jobs for everyone.
Certainly is. There's a good insight to the brightest shoes at the track here this weekend, working very, very hard, running up and down the grid. Reece, Jen, thanks for your time. We're obviously looking for a last couple of races for the weekend whilst there's a repair going on. Yeah. But thanks for your time. You're minor celebrities, both of you.
Oh, it's good to see you again. It really is.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's have a bit of a wander down pit lane. Callum's standing over here as well. Jace will swing round and we'll wave goodbye to these minor celebrities and we'll welcome back a major one with Callum Brannigan. Let's have a bit of a wander down the Penrite pit lane.
So just while Callum and Darren are wandering down pit lane, we zoom in out on the track on a couple of officials out there. A big thank you to each and every one of the officials, and how cool was that to have a bit of an interview there with a couple of people that have done volunteering as officials around the world and at a very high level. Big thank you to each and every one of them. The amount of effort that these people put in behind the scenes leading up to an event is huge, and then they've got the event itself to do, and then after the event there's all of the results that have got to be correlated and all of those bits and pieces, the paperwork, the bills and all of that sort of stuff's all got to be sorted out. So a huge thank you. Just taking a bit of a look there from our camera out over Bass Strait, looking out at, I'm not too sure exactly what part of this world we're looking at, but we're on the Bass Coast and a great place to be. The weather down here this weekend, absolutely fantastic. I've been able to wander around and speak to some great people in the pits, have a look at some fantastic cars. We're seeing some people there putting away their awning, so they've got another race or two to come yet, but they're getting ready to go home, and they'll be able to watch what's remaining of the event live. Well, they may watch the replay of it on YouTube. Thank you very much to Blendline TV. The amount of effort that's gone in behind the scenes with the live streaming of this event. Been a pleasure to be a part of it. The Blendline TV guys, so professional, done a magnificent job. So we're just wondering if we're going back to the pits again. I think we've got Callum and Darren back down in the pits, so we'll throw back down and see what's happening down there.
Go. He's saying we are. So, Darren.
Go.
So, plenty still going on here at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. We're just slowly making our way up to some of the garages that are in a bit of a pack-up mode. Some iconic pieces of kit out of the V8 supercars world that we're getting a good look at here as well. You've already caught up with Rachel Eggleston. Ben's been driving this car this weekend, a great organisation that knows exactly what they're doing around Super 2. And I guess what the VHRR are doing is recognising that these cars are now becoming quite old and historic, and they are going to start to fit in. People want to see them. It's like the Group A, Group C. Sadly, we've had to call that race off. But Group A, Group C, some people think, oh, they're not historic. But they are. They were the 80s and the 90s. That's 30 years ago. At what point do we draw a line on what's historic? So that is great to see these sort of cars coming out. And when the Egglestons want to come and support an event like this and put some colour and splash and presentation to it, that's what it's all about. This car, absolutely iconic. Will Davison, Lee Holdsworth winning a race in this particular car. Betty Clemenco put her absolute heart and soul into it, backed it with a whole lot of cash, and we've got these cars here. Yes, they're historic, and yes, they're significant. They're not JK&L cars. They're not Repco Brabhams, things like that. But they are significant Australian motorsport touring cars, that's for sure.
Absolutely, Darren. And, of course, we've seen these two in the sprint earlier today. They've had two sprints so far this weekend, and I think we might have just seen the Longhurst car in the background as well. But the fact that we have Kai Allen, a current supercars ace, behind the wheel of the AMG E63 Mercedes, which is a car that I have loved for so many years, and to see it in the flesh is actually the first time I've seen it up close. And there are a few battle scars on it. It's as it was back in period when the last time it raced. And between Kai Allen and Ben Eggleston, the proud owner of both of these cars, they were having a bit of a ding-dong scrap in the opening laps of the sprint. They're not meant to be racing, but they were turning it on for the fans, and that was for sure. But they sound right. They look right. But the best part is, when you're down on the ground, you can smell them. You can smell it, and that's the best part about being right on the ground here as part of the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic.
Hey, Jace, just have a bit of a look here. We're here for the 100 years. This car celebrated the 90 years of Penrite. Penrite, super quality motor oil, celebrating 90 years, 10 years ago. So we're here celebrating the 100 years. It's relevant to this event in every single way. It's just totally what it's all about. Some bit of Bon Jovi in the background there. Bon Jovi going to be done next Saturday night at the Thunderdome as part of the rock concert after the Vic Trophy Tour. So tune into that one. Get out to the Thunderdome for that one. So that'll be a bit of fun after the Vic Trophy Tour as well. And the crew's still working very, very hard. Volunteers out there rebuilding walls and things like that. Let's see what else is heading up here in the pit lane. I think we're going to try and look for some of the M&O cars, which are going to be the last race of the day. And then there is a sprint.
Well, just around the corner here. So, Darren, this car here, Andrew Mediki.
Yeah, this is the car that, let's get a good close look up at this one. This was the car that was hanging up in the dealership for many, many, many years. And one day, Andy said, I want to race that again. Pulled it down out of the wall on the car dealership in Port Macquarie.
And here it is, rebirthed by that guy over there, Mike Borland, who's running away. He did all the work on it and made it a relevant race car again. Looks like we're late in the day, aren't we? A lot of the paddocks being packed up with cars being loaded up. Probably trying to find some of those sports cars. Empty garages here, Jace, not much to look at, but certainly the coffee machine still going down there as well. Just, some of these garages are still open up here, so hopefully we'll find some M&O sports cars with us still here. Empty garages. There's the Stan Adler Porsche, which John Bauer was driving here this weekend as well. Still fans here wanting to see the end of the day's racing here, so that's fantastic. Really loyal fans of motorsport out there enjoying themselves. Here we go. Here's a car which we've enjoyed watching going around all weekend, Mazda powered car, and it's just having a little bit of a rest here in the garage here at the moment, and has been an absolute weapon to watch going around. It was doing some regularity earlier on in the weekend as well. The Ian Ross touring car, Ian's half dressed in there. We won't bother going in and
we did bail him up earlier this weekend, Darren, and he was exactly the same amount of clothing. So we're not going to barrel up and throw a camera on Ian Ross, but he is one of the key figures behind the Winton Festival of Speed, which of course is the next event being promoted by the VHRR coming up late July later this year. It's going to be a fantastic festival, but yes, we do have a lot of empty garages, Darren, but it's worth pointing out the fact that all of these garages were absolutely chockers throughout the weekend, but just how quickly the competitors do pack down and literally a bit of a clean sweep here. Now, this is the Bolwell Nagari, actually. Now, this is a very interesting car that we saw as part of the 5-litre sprints so far this weekend. Very interesting car. You don't see too many Bolwells.
Chris Clearahan, we're live on the broadcast here, mate, and great to bump into you. Awesome to see this car going out with some of the newer vehicles over the weekend. You're an Australian sports car champion, and you brought the Bolwell Nagari out. And,
we're lucky enough to win a couple of Australian titles, got lucky, and no, it's been fantastic. This car's over 50 years old, and it was owned by Bernie Van Elsen, built by K&A in Adelaide, and I've wanted this car from the day I saw it. I started, in the late 70s, I started racing Bolwells, and I've always had the passion for it. So I've always had the passion for it, and that's what I wanted. And every time we went to a race meeting, Bernie got sick of me asking him when he was going to sell it to me. And in the end, 5 years ago, he agreed to sell it to me, and then I bought it in the past 6 months, and it's such a passion. It's just not a normal car. Anything made by K&A is just a fabulous car. Only running a small motor at this meeting. And we just get quicker and quicker and quicker.
Well, this is one of the low-flying things that you like to do, isn't it? You do other things up in the air as well, don't you?
Yeah, I fly jet fighters and military jet fighters and things like that, and I'm big on gliding and ultralights and anything that gets off the ground. And I left motor racing to go into aviation. Now I'm getting out of aviation and getting back into motor racing. And the great news is, the ex-Tony Edmondson Alfetta is only weeks away, and everyone's just so excited to be looking forward to seeing that. It's an iconic car, and I can't wait to get back in and drive it again.
So that's going to be a Group U sports sedan, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And we're just waiting for the motor to be finished off, and everything else has been restored on the car over the last 4 years. So, we're going to bring a lot of happiness to a lot of people.
You certainly are. I mean, right back in the 80s, you brought a lot of happiness to people that were fans of the Kadichas and things like that.
What a wonderful car, Kadichas. Beautiful sports car, And I could never let them go. And when I purchased the Kadichas, about 12 months away, but, what a wonderful car. A real thrill to drive, exciting, and in those type of cars, the car's always faster than the driver. But, keep your wits about you and keep out of trouble.
Well, that's Chris Clearahan. You never know who you're going to bump into. Great to catch him. We'll have to get you on the Grassroots Racing podcast and have a long chat about all of that. Let's keep moving, Jace. We've got some ground to cover, haven't we? Thanks, Chris.
Thank you much.
A couple of these Formula 5000s have just come off the track. This one had a bit of an excursion off the track with Rodney Carroll at the wheel, and it's all packed up, ready to go, and a couple of cars just thumping away in the background. They're heading off to their transporters, and just looking down the back end there of the car that came second in the Formula 5000 race. But we might just make our way back up this way. Found Callum again.
I might just steal the mic off you briefly, Darren. Doing a fantastic job having a quick chat to Chris Clerihan there before. Now, I did see someone here before. It was John Van Leeuwen. Is he still hanging around? They're obviously starting to pack up. This is the RF80 driven by John Van Leeuwen. So this car is absolutely beautiful. John Van Leeuwen, a proud Western Australian, always making his way out to Phillip Island for this event, proudly supported by Penrite 100. And I'm hearing a rumour that John Van Leeuwen might be a bit further down, but it looks like we might have found Wally Story. I'm going to throw the microphone to you because you got Wally Story.
Wally Story here, Darren Smith from the broadcast for this event. We're padding seriously here at the moment because there's been a crash in the straight and we've still got a couple of races to go. Amazing, just been talking to Chris Clerihan, and the last time you and I spoke was at the 50 years of Formula Ford, and you told us all about your racing career, probably more famous around the media and around the traps in supercar world, but you're a racer of note in Formula Ford.
Yeah, I raced Formula Ford from about 1975. Actually, Elwyn and I worked for Andrew Moodigi. We learned a lot from working for Andrew when he was running the Driver to Europe series. Then we built my car, and then we built another car for Elwyn. So I raced the car from late 74, I think, till I think I stopped full-time racing about the 79. So I'd raced for the Driver to Europe series and was second in Driver to Europe series in 79. And I've had the odd comeback since, here and there, but I haven't had a comeback since 1988. If you go digging on the internet, you'll find me somewhere.
I'm going to do that. It sounds like we're about racing underway. Wally, thank you for taking a minute to talk to us. We better go. Thanks for your time, mate. Appreciate that. Let's go back to the trackside racing.
Thank you very much, and very nice to hear Wally's story there, picking the pepper from the salt or the fly spots or whatever it is that you end up getting in your pepper. One of the famous lines that Wally's often uses. So the M&O, the 1960s sports and racing cars, groups M and O are out on track, and look at some of these magnificent machines. Wandering around the track, we have got some great machines out there. There's the Brabham BT30 of Andrew Robson. There's the McLaren M1B of Laurie Bennett. There's there's just Brabhams everywhere through the field, but there's a Chevron B14 of Philip Randall. Peter Williams in a Brabham BT21A. Dean Tighe from Queensland at a BT36. So we have on pole Andrew Robson in 63s, Sean Whelan in position 2, Mark Valmodert, I'm going to mix up his name, Valmodordi in position 3, Paul Faulkner in 4, Jamie Lana in 5, Billy Bellinger all the way from the UK in 6, Laurie Bennett in the McLaren M1B in 7, George Vidovic in position 8, Dean Tighe in position 9 from Queensland, and in position 3, Noel Bryan. So that's a very good top 10 as we roll through. In position 11, John Bowe. David Smoker in 12, Grant Perryman in 13, Peter Strauss in 14, Norman Faulkner in position 15, Chris Hurd in position 16, Peter Williams in 17, 18 is occupied by Jeremy Dyer, 19 Robert Townsend, position 20 Luke Harbrow. We then have Wayne Wilson in position 21, 22 is Jamie Cole, 23 is Robert Harbrow, and in position 24 is Adam Berryman. So the cars coming down through MG, turning to the right, making their way up along the top of the track there. See the safety cars coming up at the tail of that field. and making their way around to the start. So this is looking like they're going to start line astern. Or are they doing another warm-up lap? I'm not 100% sure. Got the green flag, so that was quite an unusual start there. How puffed are you, my friend?
Well, we're here, mate. We're here for a good time, aren't we? And how good's this? This is technically our last race for the weekend because the final one is a sprint for the 5-litre touring cars, and this is a ripping one to finish up on.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, that was an unusual start for cars. It just was an inline start, so I don't quite know what the change was there. But out the front, we have Brabham's Wool and car 12, that being Mark Velmabita, getting a little wide there, coming under pressure.
So Sean Whelan obviously not taking any part in this one. Who has won a race this weekend already. And Mark Velmabita is chasing out after Andrew Robson. Sean Wheeler, well, I'm not taking any part in this one. I would suggest the start was because of the oil down on the track. They wanted to bring the cars all the way down the left-hand side of the track. It's a significant oil spill, which our officials have done a magnificent job. There's just a light stain on the track now, but in the likelihood of something untoward happening, particularly with these bigger cars, I'm talking about the Billy Bellinger car and the Laurie Bennett car. Those cars will be a little bit tricky if they get caught up on a previous oil slip.
100%. Very tricky to get those cars off the line if the surface is a little bit slippery, and hearing the Cooper and the McLaren go through. Laurie Bennett challenging Billy Bellinger.
How good is it Billy's come from 3/4 of the way around the world to come racing here this weekend and race this event, number 2 in the world, to the Goodwood Revival?
Yeah, and the second year running to do it. And it's not in a different car.
It's not like he whispered it in someone's ear. He said it on the broadcast, didn't
he? That's right. Yep, brilliant stuff.
So either he likes to pump out, but our tyres up. No, I think he was a genuine article. Have a look at Laurie Bennett peering over that wind deflection on the McLaren.
Yeah, talking of genuine articles, Laurie, great fella. Good to see him out there pounding away in the McLaren. Billy Bellinger around that corner, the Cooper, much smaller car, stonking big V8, shoveled into the back of it by none other than Carroll Shelby. If somebody's going to put a V8 in a car and make it go fast, he was certainly a man that would do it.
I like the big bubble type window that he sits behind there. It's he's sort of out of the wind. The deflection is above the top of his helmet, sort of thing. Not with Laurie Bennett. Laurie looks to be peering over a little wind deflection shield there in the 65 McLaren. Billy Bellinger enjoying his time, getting a good look at these two. Jamie Love, the Brabham GT 61, and in behind Jamie is Paul Faulkner in the Victorian in car number 94. The Brabham BT 29. So impressed with how many Brabhams we've got here this weekend, running in various different classes as they did in period.
Absolutely brilliant, and I'm just noticing that there's quite a few cars that haven't gone out onto the start. John Bow being one of them, Smoker, Perryman, Dean Ty, Vidovic and Whelan not taking up the start on that event, because some of those guys have got a long way to go to get home, and they may have taken the option, seeing as things were a little bit iffy out on track after that previous incident. They may have begun to back up. But back on track, we have got some action happening here. 32 is 38, sorry. Read your numbers right. Jamie Lana coming under attack. Jamie, no slouch in an open wheeler car. Very quick driver indeed.
Well, and a name that is well known around the open wheeler racing fraternity, that is for sure. Lana is one of those names that we know and synonymous with open wheelers. This is a good battle here. The 94 Brabham there as well.
Yeah, Paul Faulkner.
BT 29. Very similar car to Andrew McGuinness's Brabham as well. And they run that, I'm going to say like the Beatles type of number. It's not a standard font. It's a 60s kind of psychedelic approach to doing a race number, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Down the VHRR speed trap they go. 2.5 minutes left to go in this journey for the 1960s Sports and Racing Groups M and O. 4:41 is the time, and we have got one final sprint to go to round out the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic broadcast here this weekend. Great to see still literally hundreds of fans here watching the final part of the day all the way around the track and enjoying what has been a magnificent race meeting. Basked in magnificent sunshine. It's starting to get a little bit cool out there. But I would suggest after the beating sun today, didn't really get that hot. I think 23, 24 degrees, but a little bit of cool sea breeze, which is what you get when you're that far away from Bass Strait.
That's right. Paul Faulkner is applying lots of pressure here in attempting to get a pass on Lana up through Hayshed. Paul Faulkner, if I've got my memory correct, is the owner of a certain Williams that was driven by none other than Alan Jones in his World Championship Formula One days. So quite the knowledgeable man around open wheeler racing.
A nice piece of Australian motorsport history to have in the shed, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm tipping it's not just in a shed.
Probably not.
Line astern of each other, these two. Paul Faulkner not having really the answer to Lana at the moment, and trying to impress on the number 38 of Jamie Lana in the BT 16.
Well, Lana's very capable of very adapt and used to having the blowtorch applied to the back of his car, so he's not an easy man to pass. And very wily, very knowledgeable man behind the wheel of an open wheeler racing car is Mr. Lana. Paul Faulkner still chasing him down, doing what he can to try and worry him into a mistake, but mistakes are few and far between from Lana.
Something you didn't see back in the day as a GoPro mounted high up off the top of the rollover protection bar, did you? Here's Robson. And he's going to have it all his own way. Is Andrew Robson, Sean Whelan not taking part in this one, so this is going to be a ripping drive. The last lap board was displayed to him last time around, and he's coming out of MG corner now, working around turn 10, 11 into 12. Just making short work of the little clubman there, getting through nicely on that car and sweeping around turn 12, this magnificent corner up off the brow, and there is Bass Strait waiting for you to just drive off down the straight. Checkered flag drops for the final time on the 1960 Sports and Racing Groups M&O Race 3 for the weekend, and Andrew Robson takes a very nice victory over Mark Velmovita, who has come on absolute leaps and bounds in the last 12 months of racing that Brabham, and is now really starting to threaten. This is a massive run to the line for these two sports cars, Phil.
Yeah, just seeing Benny trying to close off Laurie Bennett.
One between them. Point
Yeah.
one between Billy Bellinger and Laurie Bennett as they hit the line. The McLaren and the Cooper. Monaco T61M, the man that said this is the second best historic event in the world behind the Goodwood Revival.
Yeah.
And we like that. That puffs our chests out with pride, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And, well, I would have to agree with him.
Yes, well, you've done them. You know, you head off to the UK for that sort of racing as a spectator. a very knowledgeable spectator, Phil, might I add.
Oh, no, spectator over there.
Across the line go this battle, which ultimately goes down to the wire there. We've got Peter Williams.
Yeah, he's decided to do a little bit of sand trap checking.
That's the BT21A.
Here we go with a replay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not normal at all. Parked on the exit of, or on the run down Lukey Heights in the middle of that sand trap. Thank goodness for that sand trap. There's the results for the M&O Race 3 for Cool Drive here at the Penrite 100 Classic. Andrew Robson takes another victory for the weekend. Welcome to P2 for Mark Velma-Beta. He'll be celebrating that one, as will Jamie Lana, beating home Paul Faulkner into position number 3. Paul Faulkner, Billy Bellinger beat home Laurie Bennett, as I said, by 0.1 of a second. Noel Bryan, Peter Strauss, Norman Faulkner, and rounding out the 10 is Chris Herud. And that is the way they played out for this weekend. Robson taking the main points for that one. We have one final event to go here today, and that is the 5-litre touring cars, and they are already lining up at pit exit, getting themselves ready to go as we just see the last of the competitors in the M&O making their way back into the back of the pit and paddock area, or a couple of the last ones there as the 5-litre cars park themselves down there, and of course they're joined by a Monaro and a XA Coupe, and Sean also joining them in the Porsche. So we'll see those cars out on track in just a moment. We'll have a quick break and be back with 5-litre touring cars.
Some people, they just don't get it. They don't get the thrill of spotting a one-of-a-kind. They don't get the joy of a Sunday drive. But at Shannon's, we get it, because we get what matters to car people. That's why we offer Choice of Repairer, because we get it's important who works on your vehicle. Driven by passion, backed by experience. Chat to Shannon's, Australia's original insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 or jump online. Shannon's, share the passion.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
I've got the pleasure of standing next to Andrew Medicki and in front of the RS500 Ford Sierra, which is the Brock Sierra number 5. Now, the number 5 is super significant to Brock. Came out, I think, in 1975 when Vic Roads started their whole campaign on safety and blood alcohol limits and the .05. That's where the 5 came from. But Andrew, you've had the pleasure of owning and running this car for a long time now. What can you tell us about the car?
Well, I drove with Peter in 89 and 90 and 91, I think, or 2. And this car was the 3rd Mobile Sierra. The first 2 were bought from Andy Rouse in the UK, and then the team decided that they could do a better job by, and decided to build one themselves. So George Smith and Dennis Smith had a company called Dencar, and they contracted to the Brock Racing team and built this car, and Peter raced that in the last 18 months of his time in Ford Sierras.
Right.
And he and I think Andy Rouse might have driven it with Peter at Bathurst, but then I did all the co-driving from there on. And its last race in Mobile colours was in the New Zealand series, New Zealand's Mobile series, which Peter and I won. I think we're second at second or third anyway at Wellington, and then we won Pukekohe.
Well, we're super lucky to have it here this weekend, the Brock Sierra. What does being down here and being amongst this at the Phillip Island Classic mean to you? Why do you come?
Well, I've always been a motor racing tragic. I've always loved it, and I'm very lucky. I've got this car which I drove in 89, 90, and and still with my name on the door, and that's the livery in which it finished. and I've got my March 77 or 76 that I bought in 1977. I've had it ever since. So
wow,
you know, shows I'm getting old. Does show I'm old. That car's nearly 50 years old, and this car's, what's that? You know, 80, 90, 35 years old.
So when are we going to see a Mediki Sierra?
No. Well, I've got the ones that I built earlier, which are
brilliant.
That was the Oxo Sierra, and then it became the Yokohama, and I still have that car, and I'll run it.
Will we see that?
Yeah.
Love to see that.
Yeah, you will.
Okay. Well, look, I love this car. It's in absolute mint condition, to be a complete tragic about it. It's a beautiful car, the Brock Sierra number 5. Andrew, thank you so much for taking the time to have a chat with me.
A pleasure, Emma.
Thank you very much.
What a fantastic weekend we've had here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and rounding it out with 5-litre touring cars kind of feels a bit iconic as far as a historic event here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit is concerned. And if there's anyone watching out there in the world that runs this category as the premier touring car category in the country, how good do these cars look on the racetrack, Darren Knight?
Certainly do, Darren, and I guess we're looking at the next generation of historic cars.
We are, and in fact, in this category, we're looking at the next generation of top-level touring car drivers as well. So we're going either way. We're taking a bet left or right here with this. And the driving the Penrite Erebus Merc is Kai Allen, and Ben Eggleston's having a ripping time, showing a new guy all about it. As they go charging down, the green flag is waved. 10 minutes of a sprint meeting left to go for this one. And we've got lots of laps just to have a look at all of these cars going very, very well. Kai Allen and Ben Eggleston just sitting down there in the paddock waiting during the in-between there, packing up the entire Eggleston Motorsport package and getting a massive look at it and having a whole lot of fun out there as well. So this is a sprint. It's not actually a race, so it's all about getting the result on a lap time.
And the drivers were made very well aware, and Chris Durrell actually asked me to zip up and down and talk to as many drivers as possible, but most of them knew already a lot of oil on the right-hand side of the front straight after, unfortunately, Trevor Schumack had a major engine issue with his BMW Super Tourer, dumped a whole heap of oil on the track, and unfortunately we saw Mark Taylor in his Commodore cop the worst of it and hit the fence, which unfortunately led to a fence repair, a bit of a delay in the action. So hopefully not too much serious damage to Mark Taylor's Commodore, but that was the issue with the Group C and Group A Heritage Touring car. So all the guys well aware to stay to the left of the front straight here.
As we watch them come onto the straight, disappear. There's Chris Clearahan, got a good chat with him, and he walked away from sports cars to drive fighter planes and fly fighter planes, and all you do is turn the wing up the other way and head out and do that, and then he's made his way back to motorsport. He loves this car. Of course, as we all know, anything built by K&A Engineering, even John Gourlay with his sports sedan when he bought the Jeff Barnes Camaro, had to have that car because it's a K&A Engineering car. And Paul Stubber owns the Vescander, which is a K&A Engineering car. He's taking that around the world, doing all sorts of sports car racing. So
Dale Konecki, of course, what an absolute genius he was. That beautiful Bulwell Nagari built for Bernie Van Elsen, a well-known Adelaide photographer, and he raced that car in, I think it was Production Sports, they were called in those days.
Yep.
And absolutely wild machine, the Bulwell Nagari, of course. Campbell Bulwell, again, another genius, that beautiful Australian-made car with the 302 engine under the bonnet, the Nagari. It succeeded the Mark 7 Bulwell, which had the Holden red motor under the bonnet. And what a sports car they were made to be, and of course this very radical version of the open-top Nagari. Of course, John Gourlay, you mentioned, he had a very quick Burrell Nagari hardtop back in the day.
Yeah, we all think of him as the lovely benefactor sports sedan builder, but was a Bulwell protagonist for quite some time and very, very competitive in that realm as well.
Menacing all black Nagari, I think it was too. The bowl of John Gourlay. Number 88, Huzoko in the Red Bull VF Commodore from 2016. Hard to believe that this car is now 10 years old. So that Red Bull colour scheme that we've known for many, many years has not changed much over the distance. Great to see that car out there. Also the replica of the Bathurst 24-hour winning 427 Monaro. Two-time winner of the Bathurst 24-hour Monaro, of course. That is Troy Eggleston in that Monaro. Kai Allen on screen now in the Erebus C63 AMG supercar, sporting that fantastic Penrite retro logo. Penrite, of course, adorning the side of Kai Allen's Grove Racing Mustang. What a fantastic young talent he is in the supercar scene these days. Great to see him here mixing with the historic cars, and this C63 rapidly approaching historic status, I guess you could say, but it's great to have it here on board. 5-litre flat plane crank engine sounds totally different to all the other supercars when it hit the circuit.
It was interesting, wasn't it? Because around about the same time, the Volvo made its way in as well, and it ran a flat plane crank. It was something that the Europeans went, hey, if we're going to do this,
let's do it exotic.
Let's do it right. Yeah,
you don't sound like a bogan pushrod V8.
Yeah. Let's do the full spec thing that we do here in Europe, and that's what they did.
Andrew Cook in the number 44 Team Dynamic Commodore. Good to see that car back out there, and of course we fondly remember the great Jason Richards. What an absolute champion of a bloke he was, and much loved by fans on both sides of the Holden Ford divide. You could see that the memorial service they had at Sandown with Jason's passing. There was as much Fords and Toyotas in the car park as there was Commodores. So great to have the Cook machine out there. Kai Allen, been the class of the field. We're not racing, we're doing sprints, so lap times, and it's great to have that C63 here. A car owned by Penrite. Purchased the car in 2022. It's a car that Will Davison took to victory in Perth in 2015. Presented in the livery that Erebus ran the car at Sydney Olympic Park in 2015. 2015, very momentous occasion as the checkered flag comes out for Kai Allen. The first year Penrite joined the supercar fraternity with their famous logo emblazoned on the sides of their cars, and it's great to have Penrite, of course, well entrenched now with Grove Racing with their Penrite Mustangs with Matt Payne and Kai Allen. Sean Day from South Australia, the Porsche GT3 RSR, only 27 of that very exotic model were produced for endurance racing by the Porsche factory. I guess you'd call it GT3 on steroids. Sean Day, we might be seeing him out too in his BMW M3. One of the mobile Brock machines, Advantage Racing, so we'll see him there. And problems for Eggleston on this final lap. He's off into the sand trap at Lukey Heights, and it's just backed the car in, unfortunately, in that replica 427 Monaro into the tyres on his final lap. Hopefully that sand trap washed off a bit of speed. Everyone else has made it through safely. The track would have cooled down. Maybe that caught out Eggleston as he crested the rise there at Lukey Heights. I'll sign off now. Thank you very much to Penrite. Congratulations, celebrating 100 years. It's down to Callum in the pits.
What a massive day. A huge day here at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic for 2026. And if it looks like we're packing up, it's because we are. We've got literal pallets, boxes, all sorts of stuff to pack back into the container for what has been a fantastic edition of this year's Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic. Darren, we've had 33 incredible races. We've had qualifying sessions. We've had thrills, spills, but above all, fantastic race cars on showcase here at one of the best racing facilities in the world.
Well, in actual fact, we only had really one spill, and it was in that second last race of the weekend. Everything else went absolutely swimmingly and to plan. Great to be partnering up with the likes of Cool Drive, Shannon's and Penrite for this event, and of course the officials that just stand out there trackside, whether it's hot, cold or indifferent. They're out there servicing our sport so very, very well. And what about the fans that are still out there? They're reluctant to leave.
Oh, die-hard fans. In fact, they were lining up before 7 a.m. to get through the gates, and it was like that yesterday as well, Darren. We've had an enormous amount of cars all the way around this massive circuit. As far as you could look, you could see cars, people. They were up to 4 deep up the hill in terms of cars from the fence. So if that's not an indication of just how well attended and supported this event has been this year, everyone's going to take stock and obviously work hard and try and replicate it again for 2027.
Yeah, there is the challenge, isn't it? I think the VHR are up to it. Michael Hurley and his crew, they're going to take a deserved rest over the next couple of weeks and have a good think, get their heads together and see what they can do for 2027. Of course, the next event for VHRR is the Winton Festival of Speed, so we look forward to that as well, and the hard work that continues on in the background with all of those events as well, Callum. But what a great event, what a great broadcast. The partners with the broadcast at Blendline TV, pictures, sounds, just bringing all of the atmosphere to it. Always best to come to the racetrack. I'll always say that. But when you get to put it together, a broadcast like this, it's absolutely worth it.
It's that authentic connection that we have and strive for with all of the fans that have come out to attend this event, not only in person, but for everybody that is tuned in from home and enjoyed the broadcast. Don't forget, you can revisit this whole weekend's broadcast on demand and for free via YouTube as well as Facebook as well. So if you do want to revisit any of the highlights, any of the moments that you'd like to recatch, of course, we highly encourage you to do so. Now, as Darren said as well, we are proudly supported by our partners in Penrite, Shannon's Insurance, Cool Drive and the Bass Coast. So do please take the time to visit our partners because they support us, so why not support them in return? But without further ado, Darren, let's wrap. Let's put a neat bow and tie on this weekend and wrap up the 2026 edition of the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic.
Well done to all involved, from the fans to the organisers. What a weekend.
That's all for now. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you to all the fans for coming trackside this weekend. Until then, it's bye for now.